for my Saturday morning John, and I'll put something on there, and that thing will just do numbers like nobody business. Then I'll do something on this, and I gotta like work every angle just to get a few people to look for them before it gets sent around and that kind of stuff too. So, and my both my content are different. So I feel like sometimes without like with our account, I don't even know if or like we old school or like put on a different tier. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, like they're judging us by our old content. Maybe
Well,
I don't
like
know.
it's an
Their
old
accounts
tier.
older than us.
There are, but like I still believe like I will go to my this guy named Senator John. I will go to his page and like his account will get like all the new little features, all the push for this, all this, that, and the other. And then I'll go to this one, Chicago John, and like I will luck up into something or not know if I got it or don't get invited to certain things. Like Senator John get invited to like more stuff and have more opportunities for it, but not even trying to do nothing with that Senator John. So it's this whole damn thing, or at least on. I'm glad that you are expanding yourself from here to YouTube to the other places and stuff of that nature. So you're not making this I do look forward to you to hit up the other places, the purple one at some point as well too.
You talking about
But
Twitch?
yeah, so yeah, look at that. I mean, it's a bitch.
If YouTube sets up their stage to where random people can come up like TikTok does, then I'll probably switch to YouTube as my main format. The only
Yeah.
reason why YouTube isn't my main streaming format right now is because of the way the show is set up, where people come up and we talk to them.
Well,
But
you ask on some people YouTube, you can actually pull up one person at a time. So
yeah, that's what I heard. I heard they're working in that feature, and if they're starting with one person, they'll probably end up allowing it to be more. So
hmm
when YouTube does do that, I am going to switch to YouTube being my main platform.
yeah, and then once we get the other streaming stuff too, like the purple one and stuff, you don't have to worry or put any extra thought. All you do is just plug and go. If people commented on it, then you have people like you got the people over on YouTube talking to the people in the comment thing for it too. I mean, we'll have a whole thinker takeover that we have planned for 3 years. I mean, 2 years ago when we talked. So I definitely know that when you make that breakthrough there, because they're looking for new things and they want new voices and things of that nature. Even though they got gamers over there, like I said, I know you're going in the right direction. So, and you already, you're well smart. You don't need me to give you any other extra praises, and I'm not going to do that for you. But whatever you need, I got your back for it.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. I do like stuff to be organic. I don't like you know, doing fake shit to get views and stuff. So I'm doing it the hard way, but I just rather build my audience organically. If y'all can though, help us get to 100 shares within the first 15 minutes. I appreciate that. Y'all know you got to feed the beast. We started late. That's on me. I appreciate everybody for being here. What's up to the YouTube fam? I overslept. That's why I'm late. So we got to get the vibe right. Say what's up in the chat if you're over there. I see about 30 of y'all over there. What's up, Ray? Brian, hello. What's up, Rodney? Cleveland Cooley, what's up? Dan was here. Hey, what's up? We were DNA said he did a guitar version of Lie, and I want to hear it. What's up, Southern Breeze?
Yeah. So
What's up, Ashley? Yeah. What are you gonna say?
nothing. I just like, yeah. But anyway, I do enjoy your hard work and everything that you, Mr. Nelson, Beth Truth, everybody who works in, everybody doing a great job. I don't think there's no easy. I mean, a lot of us and stuff like that. We are definitely working our asses off. I know you are. I know I am. Like, believe me, all the tips. I don't even. And if I knew an easy way, I believe me, I would have told you already. Besides doing what you need to do, so just keep up your good work and everything. And I can't wait till when I get to my millions and people now, and you get to come against me and build your case and your movie against me and my movie against you and stuff like that will be
I
great.
will
So,
not be making a movie about you, Chicago. I am still like perturbed at the fact that you made one about me. I don't know why you think that I'm gonna make a movie about you.
Go to heaven.
I don't want to. Fuck you. Anyway, y'all keep sharing the live. So I was telling Zena and them that I've been thinking about this all day. I had a thought when I woke up this morning. I was thinking about when Jesus says, "And I will be lifted up. If I will be lifted up, I will draw all men unto me." And that verse, like that's one of my mom's favorite verses to quote of Jesus. And my dad would preach the hell out of that verse. If I be lifted up, I'll draw all men unto me. And this morning when I woke up, it was what was on my mind, and I thought about CK, and it was like a light bulb went off because y'all know how I talk about how this Bible is a war guide, right? It's a book of plans to help people conquer, right? To help them manage the system that they've built. And it was almost as if, not almost as if, like that if I be lifted up, I'll draw all men unto me is a plan that basically says that you have to martyr the the person that's like pushing the message or represents what it is that you want people to follow, right? You have to be willing to kill it, to martyr it, to make it an idol, to immortalize it, right? And then people will start to follow it. They won't follow it until it has become a martyr. And that's what Jesus is basically saying. And if we see how, like with CK, there are people who didn't even know who CK was that are like, oh, he was such a good man, right? But they don't know his quotes. Kind of like it follows Jesus, right? Somebody sent me a video today of one of the politicians saying, "You didn't kill CK, you immortalized him," and I was like, "Damn, that's it." That they're following the plan, and Yahweh, basically what it represents is, okay, God sacrificed his son. He wanted the world, like his will to happen so bad that he was willing to kill his son to get it. He's willing to make his son a martyr in order to get it, to have people follow him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's, we're seeing that part of the plan. I feel like I don't want to speak in facts, like, because this is just my thoughts, but I feel like we're seeing that part of the plan right now. And it's not the first time. I don't think it's the first time that they have enacted this martyrdom plan to get people to follow a certain thing. But we're definitely seeing that part of the plan being executed right now. What are y'all thoughts?
I agree. I totally agree.
Interesting choice of words, though. Executed.
And I would be willing to stand on that as facts. Because, I mean, all you have to do is follow the breadcrumbs.
Yeah. And I think what's like the part that's like really tripping me out is that if I be lifted up, I'll draw all men unto me, because that was one of the most holiest sayings in our church of Jesus. It was like the declaration that Jesus came and died for the sins of the world, and Jesus is saying that this is the moment that I will conquer sin. Right? That's what I thought that was saying, and then to realize that all this fucking time that those words being put in Jesus' mouth was a plan. It's just, I don't know, like it's tripping me out to actually see it like unfold.
Well, I know that it's just, looking at the CK situation, I mean, he's he's like doubled his following. You know, like it's in damn near seems like overnight. You know, because you're right. There's people on there that didn't even know his name, didn't know nothing about him, and then oh, all of a sudden he was a great guy. Oh, he's this and that, and we're wrong, and da da da.
Yeah, because think about it, like Jesus went from being this carpenter, right?
Mhm.
Who was under Roman occupation to now he's one of the biggest deities in the world. And the reason that he's one of the biggest deities in the world is because he was martyred. He was sacrificed. Y'all, I hate to keep asking y'all, I promise, because it sounds like I'm begging. But in order for us to, because I know I'm late and it's my fault, but I really need y'all to nurture the algorithm so that we can get pushed out and have a show for y'all tonight. It is kind of late. So keep liking the live, keep feeding the beast, sharing the live. We're only at 114 shares right now. Don't speed like I mean, don't speed share, but stay active with us just for a little while longer, so we can get into the groove. And then if you're, then you can drift off to sleep and then wake back up in about a couple of hours, and hopefully we'll still be here. But I do need y'all. Unfortunately, TikTok put it on y'all to make sure that the live is pushed out. I appreciate y'all so much. I hate having to ask y'all to work for us. But the guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, and you are 21 and up. The guest box is open. Sorry, Nelly. Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I wasn't saying anything. I didn't say anything. I cleared my
Oh.
throat. Yeah, I didn't say anything. I was agreeing though with what you were saying, and like I said, I mean, I I know you don't like to say facts unless facts, but I'm 99.9% factual, on what you said because I mean, like I said, all you have to do is just follow the breadcrumbs, and that's the truth.
Yeah. Like it, because it didn't make sense the way they were pushing all of those bills, like for him, his face to get put on a coin, for there to be a statue. Like they were moving really quickly with that, and it just seemed weird, right? Why these politicians would all of a sudden want to immortalize a TikTok, I mean a influencer, because that's what he was. Like he was an influencer on TikTok and Instagram and YouTube, and yeah, he built a company, of an independent news station, basically a podcast. It does not make sense for all these politicians to be asking for this influencer to be immortalized in such a way, like to have his face on a coin and a statue and a special day, and they're doing it at a rapid pace, right?
Yeah, yeah. And it looks like, if you really look at it, I mean, if this is my point of view. My point of view, when I look at it, it really opens up the hatred in this country. It really does. You can actually see it in real time if you open your eyes, you know.
Yeah, that's what they wanted, though. I think because their goal, if we see the loudness about white Christian nationalism, right? We also now see the messaging switching to being Christian before you're black, and how blackness doesn't have anything to do with your salvation, with Christianity, like the separating of the identity, right? And focusing on proximity, while they are loudly quoting Schindler, right? In the government, in sessions, they're quoting
Mm.
Schindler, right? They're
Right.
hosting, you know, Sunday morning service, giving white supremacists outright overt white supremacist sermons.
Right.
And so it's to me, it's the plan, and it's in rapid motion. Is what I feel like they're moving so fast. Somebody made a video talking about how fast they are moving, that they made a mistake, right? And now they're freaking out trying to figure out like how can they recoup from the mistake that they've made because they've kind of told a part of their plan ahead of time, right? And I don't know if
Right.
everybody caught like, you know, caught that, but it the more I see it unfold, the more I can lay it on top of the stories in the Bible, and I can see how the plan was written as a story, so that in a way that only those who are supposed to know that it's a plan can understand it, and everybody else reads it as a story. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah,
Yeah,
it does.
yeah.
It's weird to me. No, I was just saying
Doesn't it feel
it's
weird
weird
though?
to me.
That like doesn't it feel weird?
Yeah.
Especially that statement, if I be lifted up, I will draw all men unto me. This is a part of my deconstruction because even as someone who no longer believes in Jesus, that saying, I can remember a sunrise service where I'm we would have to go to the church at 6 before sunrise and pray Easter Sunday. I can remember,
Hmm.
leaving out the house. The sun is about to come up, and it was the most beautiful sunset ever. And I just felt, just the happiness of like, oh, look what Jesus did for us, and that say, if I be lifted up, I'll draw all men unto me. And I took off running down the hill and hopped in the car, and I was on my way to sunrise service, and I started praying in the car. And so, like, even thinking about stuff like that and how much we believe this stuff and we took it in, right, as a part of our life and as a part of our identity, as we as we uncover it and realize how much we were lied and still being lied to today. It just feels weird. It feels weird.
Yeah. It's all it's in my deconstruction journey. It's been that way. It's just like Dr. Ray Hagan is my mentor, and it got me started. And he was right. One thing he said, and he was right. When you take the blinders off in deconstruction, once the blinders come off, you look at believers. I mean, it's like looking at the Walking Dead. I mean, to me, that's what I see. It and to be honest with you, it really it really breaks my heart to see that. You know that we are so committed and has been. I mean, we're committed. We're the most devout people to this religion.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
know, we depend on this God to do these miracles, and we're expecting this God to come back. More so, people that look like me. You know, because of all the things that are against us, we feel we got God. No matter what you do, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. All that bullshit. I mean, it really makes me upset when I even think about it. We are totally brainwashed. I mean, to
Yeah.
the point it's in our DNA. It's crazy.
It's very crazy. And it does like to see so many black churches, mega churches, preaching the message that white supremacy needs them to preach right now. And all I can think about is, their willingness to even sell us out for $1, right? And I was listening to a live early this morning before I hopped on Lena's live, and they were talking about like Tim Scott and Candace Owens and all of them. It's like they don't need them anymore. Like, where are they? They don't fuck with them like that no more because the job has been done. Because the message was don't vote, right? The message, it was to, they were used to get the black community to not vote, to not participate. That has been done, so they don't need them anymore,
Yeah.
right?
But they don't see it though. They don't see it. They still don't see it. You know?
That's
I
what I'm
mean,
saying. Like the willingness to sell us out, right? Like the willingness to chase a dollar, right, and say things that will misinform your own people so that you can live a comfortable life or have status or power or fame. You know, the goal of having fans or people looking up to you and saying, "Oh, she's so smart," or "He's so intelligent," or you know, seeing that right now and them pushing the message of "I'm Christian before I'm black," it's the most dangerous shit. It is
man.
so fucking dangerous.
Yeah, you absolutely right. And like I said, Candace Owens and that Tatum, they really don't see it. Even though, it's right there in their face, they don't see it. And for them to what pisses me off about all of them, from CK to all of them, what pisses me off, people that look like me are the only topic that makes them so good. You know, CK preached on my people, but I never heard them do anything talking about the white community.
Because honestly, I think he was, and this is just me, but if you look at the clips of him when he says the things that he says about the black community, he looks almost uncomfortable saying it, like these aren't his words, and like he's kind of forcing himself to say this stuff.
Tatum.
Because no, not Tatum. I'm talking about CK.
Oh,
Almost as if he had to because of some agreement, right? Like he just doesn't look comfortable saying it. They don't look like these were the words that he thought of. These were selected words, right? And you can see him shifting his seat. He just doesn't look comfortable saying it, and I might be wrong, but it there was a dollar behind that, if that makes sense.
yeah, of course,
Yeah.
of course. Even the statement he made about the pilots. You know, the statement he made about the pilots, about he would have, he would, I guess, be uncomfortable, not knowing if they're qualified. But the thing that everybody seems to look over when in that statement, he said taking a white job. That's what he said.
Yeah,
But
everybody
they
knows
they
that's what he said. But yeah,
yeah,
but
but they you don't hear him say that. Oh, we took it out of context. I am so sick and tired of hearing people use this word context like it's something new. That's Christians do it. They come up on this panel. They do it. Well, I need to know the context of it. No, motherfucker, you need to understand. Excuse my language. You just need to have basic reading comprehension.
Carl Hansen, what the fuck is a preborn black life? What is a
A pre-
preborn black life? And then like asking me, why do I claim that it's dangerous to identify as Christian before you identify as black? You show me any other ethnicity that has to identify as Christian before they identify as the ethnicity that they are. You show me any
Mhm.
other race of people or group of people who has to have this fucking conversation.
Mhm.
Who any other person out there is standing up in church saying, "I'm Christian before I'm white."
Yeah. People get
Point
upset with
me
me.
to
They get
it.
in my
Point me
people
to
get
that.
up.
Hold on, Nelly. Point me to
Mhm.
that conversation. And then you add, y'all always throw this shit up about black women having abortions when white women have more abortions than black women. And then when black women decide not to have your babies, y'all kill them. Literally, a woman was just killed with her baby. A black man killed the mother of his child because she wouldn't have an abortion. Then he went and took the baby, threw the 2 day old baby in the fucking river by her fucking ankle.
Mm,
You motherfuckers want to
mm,
just get on social media and dog black women and hide behind your fucking black Hebrew Israelite title that you have self proclaimed and ignore the bullshit that you are doing behind the fucking scenes. You want to force women to have children so you can feel like a fucking man and say that you have lineage that you leave in your seed on the earth, but then you'll walk away from it. And then you'll tell the woman that it's her job to raise your fucking seed while you out here bullshitting around. Don't ask me no stupid ass question like that.
mm. Yeah. Um, people mad at me and they get in my DM and, call me all kind of names or whatever the case is. But when I say black people have been targeted since day one, that's a fact. That's not a statement. That is a fact. And we have been the number one issue. It make it so bad, and I'm just going to keep it real. Black people are not just, we are targeted by every race, to be honest. We are the number one threat. And that and when I see a person that looks like me that says you're wrong, I just want to know what world they're living in. Because I like to go to that world where I'm wrong.
It's because we're the money. That's why we were talking about this a couple of weeks ago, right? Where in the Bible it says, if if a slave master beats his slave, right, and the slave doesn't die immediately, there is no punishment for the slave master because the slave is kesef, the slave is money, right?
Hmm.
It's because we are black people have the highest spending power, right? We our spending
Hmm.
power is in the trillions. We're not spending
Yeah.
it with each other. Who do you think we're spending those trillions of dollars with? So to control that trillions of dollars that's funneled out of the black community, right?
Hmm.
It's going into predominantly white owned businesses. Then it goes to
Yeah.
Asian owned businesses, right?
Yeah.
Latino owned businesses. If anything, it comes to us last. We feed ourselves last. And so if
You're
the
right.
black community decides to wake up, right, and put their community first, build their community, that's taking money out of their mouths, out of their bank accounts.
Hmm.
That's why
The way
we're
we
the
think,
threat.
yeah. The way we think, every aspect of how we think of ourselves, and how we move was designed. And I try to get people to understand that, they use a top, well, the black man is not in the home. Well, it's a system that was designed for us to get out of the home.
Uh, I
You
don't
know,
subscribe to that. Welfare was not designed to get black men out of the home. That's not true. That's not true. Welfare was
well, I'm gonna
created
tell you
for
why.
white women. Welfare was created for white women. White men started
It was.
leaving. The white men started leaving so that the woman could get the check. They started leaving their homes first. It started breaking up their homes first. That story does
Right.
not belong to us. And even when black women and Latino women
Hmm.
started getting the welfare, there was no rule that said that they could not be married. That is a lie. And when black women would go to the welfare office and get their
Hmm.
check, black men who weren't with their baby mamas would show up on the day that they went to go get their check, and they would try to holler at them. They would ask for their phone number because they wanted to live off of them. It's a lie. It is a
Well,
lie.
well, the reason. Let me explain myself so I can try to explain myself. When I say that, what I'm saying is I can remember, as a young man, and when they say welfare, well, it wasn't called welfare. It didn't become welfare till black people was able to get it.
Right.
That's when it was called welfare.
Right, but it's
Before
still
then,
the same program.
but
Yeah.
the rules to the program was that we will give you this X amount of money. We'll give you this to help the child. We'll do this, this, and third. But the man cannot live in the
That's
house.
not true because my mother and father was on welfare and they were married. That is not true. That's what I'm
Well,
saying is not true.
mhm,
That isn't true.
okay.
When black women
Well,
started getting that isn't true. They didn't tell
okay.
them that in the beginning. My parents were on welfare. We used to have to go and pick up
Hmm.
the box cheese and the farina, the cans of
Hmm.
powdered milk, the evaporated milk. That isn't true.
Well, I can remember when they was given housing. This is in Oklahoma City, and the woman could qualify for the housing with the children. But when the worker come to inspect the home,
That's
the
Section
man
8.
couldn't
That's
be
not
there.
welfare. That's not welfare. That's
Well,
Section 8.
Section 8 housing, I can't remember everything about it, but I remember that part of it,
Yeah, but
you
that's not
know.
the same thing. That's not what I'm talking about. Section 8, when people say welfare was created to get the black man out the home, that is a lie. Welfare was created for white women, and she had to be educated, she had to be nice looking, she couldn't be low income, she couldn't be ignorant in order to get it. It was called the mother's pension at
Hmm.
first. It wasn't called welfare. And white men started leaving, right? They started leaving their
Hmm.
wives when she was getting this pension. They saw the negative effect that it had on their communities. Like at first, black women couldn't get it. Women of color, Latino women, Native women couldn't get it. And then when they saw the negative effect that it had on their community, that's when they decided to open it up to people of color. And then they changed the name of it to
Hmm.
welfare, and then their story became ours.
Uh-huh.
And we've just been regurgitating it. And it's also like I feel like it's an excuse for men who know that they walked away, and now they can hide behind, oh, it was the reason why I walked away is because the government didn't want me in the house. You walked away because you walked away.
Hmm.
That's what happened. Because you talking
Hmm.
to somebody who was raised on welfare, even though like my dad went to college while we were young to get his degree.
Hmm.
Like we were raised. So I remember getting the food stamp papers and having to go into the gas station and get a dime piece of candy and take the 90 cent out so my mama could get gas. And my mama didn't have to lie about my daddy being there. That's not true.
Well, like I said, I mean, it did seem that way. Me coming up, now my family,
I,
we wasn't raised on welfare, but my friends' families were. Now I know that it was in the, I want to say it was like 80, 79, 80, 81. They allowed, and this is in Oklahoma City, they allowed men to start getting food stamps.
like,
And
I'm
this
gonna tell
was,
you this. Here
mhm,
I see it, Brian. I'm getting ready to address them. But let me say this. I was on welfare when I was first married. I didn't have
mhm,
to lie about being married. I didn't have
Right.
to lie about my husband being in the house. He was on my case.
Hmm. And you was
Like,
able to receive money.
yes. I didn't know. I didn't ask for the cash. I didn't need the cash. I just got the food stamps. Like, I didn't have to lie about him being in the house. He was
Well,
a
I
part of the
know.
case.
Well, I know that. Like I said, I only can speak on Oklahoma City, and I do know that in Oklahoma City, in order for them to get that check, that money, he couldn't be there. If the man was there, you couldn't get the money. You could get the food stamps. You could get the WIC.
You're talking about TANF, right? You're talking
Right.
about them getting what's it, the cash assistance, the $250. You're talking about TANF. That you're not talking
Mhm.
about welfare. You're not talking about food stamps. You're talking about TANF,
Right.
right?
That's
The
what
two
I'm
hundred
talking
fifty
about.
dollar. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
something different.
Yeah.
I'm talking
Now,
about
food stamps you could get. I know that.
yeah,
You could get even WIC, the where you can go get the milk and everything, and you could go to WIC and to the WIC office and get it. That's what they call it there. They call it WIC there.
yeah. WIC is
Women,
something different
infants, and
too.
children.
WIC is something
Yeah.
different. And then
Yeah.
With TANF, if you get the cash, then that's when they go after the man to pay you back. They don't go after the man to pay the state back for food stamps.
No.
If you get monthly cash, then they say, well, who is the children's father? Because then the father has to pay that cash back. That's 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 what it is. So if people are saying, well, I don't know who the father is, that's because they don't want the father to have to pay the government back. But that's how they
Right.
do. Like I never got the cash. So when my ex husband was on child support, he didn't owe the government anything because I never got cash. And then when I was on food stamps, he was on the case. We were married.
Right. Now, well, yeah, that right there, I know you can get food. You could get food stamps. Um, um, I just remember one of my friends. You know, um, he had two children by this girl, and he lived there with them. But when the caseworker came, he had to leave.
Yeah, that's because he didn't
When
want to
she had
be
to
put
come
on
up.
child support.
Yeah, that's
That's just
Section 8.
him trying to. Yeah, and well,
Yeah.
yeah, Section 8 is very different. And
Yeah.
I don't think that a person couldn't get Section 8 if they were married. There are married people on Section 8. I think Section 8 is based off like on your income, but also
Hmm.
if a that let's not pretend like men didn't try to hide from the government because they didn't want to pay child support, and women
Oh
allowed
yeah.
that. Like, let's
Oh
not,
yeah.
pretend like that wasn't a thing.
Oh,
And
that was definitely a thing.
yeah, and there is I did a detailed video on this back in 2020, I think it is. It's way down my page. But I also
Mhm.
share scholarly articles about the start of the mother's pension, how it affected the white community. I don't know. Jezebel says welfare was not for us. Men abandoned their women and children on their own. It's not true. I don't. I don't know if Jezebel, are you saying it wasn't for white women or are you saying it wasn't for black women? I don't know if you're white or black, love bug. I don't know if you're agreeing with what I'm saying, or disagreeing with that. I apologize. But
You remember the name?
the name of what?
The name before it was called welfare. I
It was called
forgot. It
Mother's
was
Pension.
mother's pension. That's
Yeah.
what I was trying to think of.
Yeah, so I did a detailed video on it, the history of it, how it affected the white community, and then when they what women of color had to do to fight to get it, and then when they finally decided to give it to women, how the name
Mhm.
changed from mother's pension to welfare, and so on. But the video is down, it's further down my page because it was 5 years ago when I did this detail deep dive and historical explanation of mother's pension, but the narrative that, because like what made me do it, right, was black men were commenting in my comments how it was the black woman's fault, but black women wanted welfare more than the man in the house, and it, like, to me this doesn't make sense, because if if you were providing, you want the world to believe that black women did not want a man that was providing, right? Like, she didn't need welfare. You were doing what the fuck you were supposed to be doing. And she just said, I don't want you, I want Uncle Sam. If she
No,
needed
I don't
food stamps,
believe
it's
that.
because you weren't doing what you were supposed to be doing. She couldn't eat. The kids couldn't eat. And to have you in the house while they starve ain't worth it. And now you want to blame the black woman for doing what she had to do to keep her and her kids alive, to keep her and her kids sheltered.
I
You
agree.
fucking
I agree.
failed.
I agree with that. I agree. Because I know a lot of deadbeat fathers. I know a lot of them that, I know some that's still running from child support today. Their kids are grown and they still
That,
die from
that,
child support.
there was a man that was a nerd. He ain't no more. Do you remember this, Selena?
That sucker. Ooh, I hate him
Aha!
so much.
Oh my gosh. Like, he got on this stage and literally said that, he don't think men should have to pay child support when they leave their kids. Like, I can't even remember half the shit that he was saying.
He was saying
But
that women should have to, the court should make women um have sex with men.
oh yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah, he was
just
saying the court should if a man marries a woman and they get divorced, it, since the courts make the men pay alimony, the court should make the woman have to still suck their dicks, have sex with them,
Oh no,
and
he
nurture
ain't
them
fool.
to uphold their end of the bargain that they agreed to when they got married.
Mm.
And he was like, every state has a law that makes the man pay the woman. I said, show me. I said, pull up a law
mhm.
that in any state that says the man must pay the woman alimony,
Mm-mm.
because what it actually says is that whoever breaches the contract, there are women out there paying alimony,
Yep.
I told him there are women paying child support. If the father is the custodial parent, yes, the woman should be paying child support. When my youngest son went to live with his dad, well, I hit my son's bank account with $5,000. I'm not like, if just because you're not living in my house doesn't mean my financial obligation goes away.
Right.
Anything that he needs, I pay. The only thing his daddy has to cover for him is fucking electric bill and the rent and the sometimes the food, because sometimes I'm still door dashing food for him. Like, if the custodial parent if the child lives with one parent, the other parent should still contribute, whether you are the father or the mother. And I don't understand grown ass people arguing about the life you brought into the world. Then you want to fucking get in the comments on social media talking about abortion. But y'all want to bring these lies into this world so y'all can fucking fight about who gonna take care of it, because you mad y'all don't like each other anymore. You don't like the woman anymore. You can't stand her, so you can't stand the child. You don't like the man anymore, and so the child can't have a father. And
I
that's what the fuck is going on with immature ass minds.
yeah. I really never understood a man that did not want, you know, to try to support or even have a relationship with their blood. I never understood that. I can't even fathom the thinking of that. That's that's selfish to me. That's very, very selfish. a man that won't do for his child or even have a relationship with his child because he's too busy doing whatever he's doing that's more important. I never understood that.
I don't know, like, why are you saying peace out? Like, I okay,
Peace out.
y'all, yeah, in the comments, like y'all want to say what y'all want to say on these red pill ass podcasts, but the moment a woman tells you the truth, you can't handle it. You can't handle it.
Well, when it comes to the black community, I mean, we do have our problems. We do have things that we need to fix. Um, and we can fix it. But we gotta want to fix it. You know, we gotta want to. And that's a fact. But we do have our own set of problems. But there are problems. You know, I don't think that we should be the talk. You know, um, the I don't think we should be the main topic. You know, because there's a few things, like you go back in history. Black people did thrive. Black people did do these things. Now, did the government have a lot to do with tearing us down? Yeah, they did. I mean, that's the truth. I mean, people talk about Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma. There were more than just one Black Wall Street. That wasn't the only one. you know but they all got tore down. you know just Tulsa just got burned down because it was the one that was thriving the most and the first one. So we just we were taught, and we were taught to hate our own people. Light skin against dark skin. I mean, these are things that they put out systematically. They put that out there. And through, even started with slavery. The darker slave, the lighter slave, the this, that, and the third. Um, and even I
But
remember the phases.
we can't
Mhm.
blame white people for that. The colorism
Mm-mm.
colorism is we are doing that to each other. Like, it's because of
Well,
white
we're
supremacy.
doing it.
Yeah,
Huh?
it's because of white supremacy, right? Like the
Hmm.
colorism. Yeah, it's internalized racism. We're doing that.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of
Yeah.
course we're doing it. Like I said, I remember going through high school. It was a phase where, if the guy was light skinned and had good hair, that was the one the women went after. And after that phase went through, now it's the dark guys, and then it was the bald dark guys, and it's
Hold on,
just,
the paper
you
bag test. The paper bag test wasn't started by white people. It was started because white people were not because white people were being racist. But the whole paper bag test thing, that wasn't started because of white people. We did that. The pencil
yeah.
test was, but the paper bag test, like, we did that, right? So, like, we have to take accountability for the things that we're doing, right? Uh, to our community, right? And yes, it is because of white supremacy. It is. I'm not saying that it's not because of white supremacy. I'm saying there are things that we do to each other. The paper bag
Absolutely.
test, it was the needing to assimilate, right? Like, the lighter you were, they saw that you were treated better in society, right? It was the need to assimilate. That's how it got in
Yeah.
our community, and like colorism is still alive and well in our community today. Even,
Oh yeah.
you know, even though I don't know, it's still alive and well, heavy in our community today.
Well, the thing is, this day and age now, we're doing it to ourselves. We could change it, but we're doing it to ourselves. The
We were doing it to ourselves back then. The
well,
the the black elite did not fuck with the dark skinned uneducated. Like
no.
yeah, we were doing it to ourselves back then. That's why I said like
Hmm.
this is one thing I love about Rhea when she talks about the continent. She's like, I'm not gonna let y'all talk about the continent with these rose colored glasses on. Like the only way that we're going to fix, right? We have to take accountability. We are victims, but also we have become our own oppressors too. And like we cannot deny that. Like we can't deny the things that we're doing to each other. That's the only way that we're going to fix it, is
Yeah, but
being honest with ourselves.
yeah, and the problem is, like I said, we don't see it. You know, we don't see it. And we don't. You know, but I know that internally, we could fix the issue. We could clean up our communities. We could fix the issue that we're having. But just because it was
We know
told
the
to us, or just because go ahead.
Pink Rose. We know the root cause, but that does not negate the fact that we did a thing. Just looking at it and saying,
Yeah,
"Well, white people made me do it." You still fucking did it.
yeah,
We still did it.
yeah. You know, I say this too. With even though we're not the ones that are responsible for putting the D rugs in our neighborhoods, but we are the ones responsible to continue doing what we're doing with it. We're responsible for that. We don't have to do it, you know. But
The one thing I can say, I have seen the messaging around that start to change. More black people are, and I'm gonna say more young black men are starting to, they're taking the thug stereotype and turning it around, like kind of taking it and making it their own, where they're thugging in college, right? Where they're have you seen the videos where they're all dressed up like thugs and they're singing like songs about putting the guns down, right? Songs about going to
yeah,
college. Have y'all seen that? Yes. So one thing I can see, the messaging start to change with the younger community and some of the millennials pushing that behind them. And so we can see that start. Yeah, yeah. That's his name, YN Chef. Yeah. Like I every time I see those, I support those like 100%. 100%. And
well,
I
yeah. I
like
mean,
the messaging behind it, right? Like I don't have to change who I am. I don't have to look like you to be educated. I don't have to look like you to be about something. What they try to teach us is that who we are, our style, right? Our culture is, as that white pastor was saying, we're cretins, right? And it's just a lie. It's just a lie. And so I love the way that they're keeping the style, the aesthetic, and they're saying, yeah, I look like this, but I'm about to graduate law school. I look like this, but I'm about to graduate medical school. Right, I'm about to
yeah,
be an architect.
yeah. It's ours. It belongs to us. So yeah, we created it. And that's the one thing that black people need to understand and need to see, that you know everything was you stripped from the ancestors. They was stripped from them, and they had to take on a new identity. But look at what black people have created. I mean, we are the dominant. We dominate in anything that we put our mind to. We're gonna dominate in it, whether it's right or wrong. We're still gonna dominate in it. You know. Um, I wish they would just look at that aspect of it and switch it over to a positive uh, thing for black people. Like the
Improper goose. I don't understand your step. You say you think so. There are more red pill young black men than ever. I think. I don't think I said that. I don't. I don't understand because I don't think I made a claim that there were more young black men going to college or I mean and red pill doesn't have anything to do with education. Like I guess I'm confused by what you're asking me right there. I don't think I talked about young black men not being misogynistic. Red pill has to do with misogyny, or am I wrong?
no red pill has to do with misogyny.
Yeah. So what are you asking? Because I don't think I wasn't talking about misogyny. I was talking about them changing the messaging around gang banging and selling d-rugs and stuff, and pushing education and putting the guns down.
What was it? What did Ty say? U.S. Commissions and Civil Rights Reports, 1974
Had to
to
reform
reform welfare.
women. U.S. Commission on Civil Rights
No,
Report 1974 had to reform welfare, removing men in the house rules. Hold on, let me pull this up. Okay. Let's see. No single federal law stated that a man could not be in the house for a woman to get welfare. Instead, this was a policy enforced by states as a rule for the federal aid to families with dependent, yeah, the cash, the AFDC program, commonly known as the man in the house rule. This rule was a state level regulation that could lead to a family being disqualified for benefits if a man was living in the home. The Supreme Court case, King versus Smith, 1968, struck it down. Yeah, so it was struck down in 1968, but yeah, it was for the TANF, the AFDC, the cash part. That yeah, that's what I was saying. But the fact that it was struck down in 1968 and in 2005 there are still men claiming that welfare took them out the house is asinine.
no.
Like
A
I
lot
said,
of
my family was on welfare, and my mother and my father were married to the day he died. And then I was on welfare for the first couple of years, the first 2 years of my marriage, and I did. My husband was on my case, so I didn't have to lie about him being in the house. Magic, uh, mag, magic, majestica. What the fuck is that? Magic Atski, majestica. I forgot they was on stage too. I don't know what that name said. Uh, Jesus, I saw that you were muted in the
Hello.
chat, so can't bring you up. Um, Neil,
Yes, how you doing?
good. How are you?
Oh, fantastic.
That's
Yeah,
good.
I
How old are
write
you?
about, well, go ahead.
How old are you?
I'm 69 years old.
All right. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Oh, I'm a Zen Buddhist, actually.
Okay. I only talk to people who are believers in the God of the Bible, who are
Okay.
deconstructing or an atheist.
I've studied the life of Christ, though, for 30 years.
Okay. And
I've written
yeah,
books,
but
2 books, and magazine articles.
okay. Like, what would be the point of you wanting to be to
Well,
talk in the
I
conversation?
believe I found the truth
We're
about
not.
Christ that people aren't aware of, that, in other words, the
Are
Bible,
you a believer in Christ, Neil?
I'm a believer that Christ was an enlightened being, just like Buddha and just like Krishna. That's what I
So
believe.
so then you are a believer in Christ.
Just like Buddha, just like
I'm
Krishna.
not asking about Buddha or Krishna. I only want to talk about Christ. I don't care about
Yes, I believe
Buddha. I
he's an
don't. Hey,
enlightened.
hey. Chill for a
Yes,
second. I don't care about the other gods. I'm only here to talk about this God.
Buddha and Krishna are not gods.
I don't. Okay, cool. I don't want to
So
talk about them.
I'm not saying Christ was a
I
god. I'm
don't want.
not saying it
Okay,
was a
so then
god.
you're
I'm just
not the
saying
person that I want to talk to. Then you are
that's
not.
fine.
Okay, all right.
Free
Have a good
country.
day. All right, have a good day.
Thank you.
Goodness gracious. Can't even tell. I was gonna let him fucking talk. I was gonna let him tell us what the fuck he found, but he wouldn't stop running his fucking mouth.
He the most hype Buddhist monk I have ever heard.
I believe I found true. Yeah, you and about 2 billion motherfuckers.
Tommy, are you in the guest box on purpose or on accident? You came back to LIE again. Mutilation.
Oh, hey, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Did you tell your wife that you told us that you don't love her?
Funny thing, yes, I did.
What did she say?
She was worried. She looked very disturbed. Because I said that. Then I told her why I said it, and I think, okay, she still didn't accept it, but she
No.
understood.
What did you tell her why you said it? Because you told us you said it because you don't love her. What was the
Yeah.
reason what reason did you give her?
Um, because of um actions, and actions speak louder than words, and
Oh, so you went and gaslit her. Like, I'm not
no,
being a good husband because actions speak louder than words. Instead of you telling us that you told us that every time you tell her that you love her, you're lying because you don't.
exactly,
You went and told her that you told them that you don't love her because you're not being a good husband because you're not doing all the things. You're not doing the right thing, so that means that you're not really loving her. Right?
exactly.
So you told another lie
How is that another lie?
because that's not what you told us. You
I
told
just
us you haven't loved your
expounded.
wife. You told us you have not loved your wife for a long time.
You
That's what you
guys
told
didn't
us.
ask. Yes, you guys didn't ask for the evidence of why I said what I was
I
saying,
did.
right?
Yes,
She
yes,
asked
we
why.
did. Yes, we did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, we did. Also asked you. Also asked you question after
Hmm.
question. Yes, he did.
Okay, so what was the reason I gave
You just
as
said that you
evidence?
haven't. You just said I just don't love her. You said I haven't loved her for a long time since after we got married. That's what you said.
Exactly, but I didn't explain why I said I don't love her.
You are a liar.
Okay, you're telling me I said I don't love her because I don't love her. This just a circular reference. This still
You
doesn't
are a
expound
liar.
of
I
what I did
told you that the
wrong.
only reason why you were saying that you didn't have anybody in your life that you love is because you was trying to defend your God. And you said, no. You said, you can't tell me that that's the only reason why I really don't love my wife. You said, you can't
Yeah,
tell me.
exactly.
That's what you said. You are a liar. And then you went and told your wife, you went and tried to make yourself sound like a good little husband. Oh, I told them that I'm not doing the right things because actions speak louder than words, so I must not really be loving you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not lying to any of the two of you, right? Uh,
You are
I told the
manipulative as
truth.
fuck. You
I
are
told the truth on
manipulative
the
as fuck.
podcast.
Where's she at? Where's she at?
Oh, she's sleeping. I told the truth on the live, and I told the truth to her. Right?
Yeah, wake her up.
Of course, she
Wake her
was
up.
patient enough to. No,
I
no,
want to talk to her.
she's no, she's not. Oh, sorry. Hello. Yeah, she's not nearby. She's
I
sleeping,
hope
but
she
she's
has a
not
forever
nearby.
headache.
I don't believe him.
What is a forever headache?
Anytime you ask for sex, she says she has a headache.
Oh, what the hell? What the hell, Barry? Um, I have not told a single lie since I have been on this life. I don't know why you guys are
Because you're a liar.
accusing me. Why are you guys accusing me? It's like, if you guys would stop accusing me of lying, we could like get past this and get to the point of what the
You are a
discussion is.
liar.
I'm not a liar. Well, perhaps everyone is a liar.
It's so funny because you did admit to being a liar on Saturday. Now all of a
Exactly.
sudden, now yeah, you just remembered that your ass said that. Like you just off the cuff. I'm not a liar. And then you remembered on Saturday that you admitted to being a liar. And now it's, well, perhaps everybody's a liar. That's because you are a liar.
You do
Liars have to remember
realize.
what the fuck they say. Liars have to remember what they say so they can line their lies up.
I see. Do you realize that when you don't know something, you fill in the blanks with your opinion and consider it absolute truth?
Except that's not what the fuck I'm doing. And I'm about to pull up the
Yes.
live. Like I told you, you are on YouTube. Your whole conversation was recorded.
You know the funny thing is, I was looking for it, I couldn't find it. Um, but anyways, you just filled in the blanks because you said, I remembered what I said yesterday, and this is why I said something different. That's not true. You can't just assume I remembered
You just fucking
and
said
then.
exactly. Shut the fuck up. You lied. You lied too much. You lied too much.
So you know for a fact that I remembered what I said, and this is why I said something different, right? That's a fact. Your opinion is no fact. It's a fact that I remembered what I said, and this is why I said something else. Instead of asking why did I say something else.
Nelly, you can start off a conversation with him. Have him pick a topic. I need to find this right quick.
Yeah, pick a topic, but don't call me a liar. Like if you ask me a question and I answer it,
Okay, we'll get
We
past
will
that.
stop.
Just go
thank
ahead
you.
and pick a topic, please.
Um, I hesitate to pick deceiver because the topic is lies. But I'll pick deceiver. All right, let's go.
Okay,
Um,
go ahead.
yeah. So yesterday or whenever I was here before, um, I don't know what's the name of the host. Thinker, I think, said that God is a deceiver and that I lie because I have the spirit of deception. And I was saying that my I still have free will even though I have the Holy Spirit. It's
Can I ask a
huh.
question? And I'm not going to want to go too deep on that, but why do you say you have free will? Why do you say that?
Mm,
What makes you think you have free will with this God?
by faith. I can't. There's no way I can be 100% sure that I have free will, because if, let's say I'm on your side and I don't have free will, I wouldn't know that I don't have free will, right? It's like a fish doesn't know it's in water because all it knows is the water. So if I don't have free will, I wouldn't even know it. So let me say that it is of my opinion that I have free will.
Oh, okay, that's your opinion. Okay, okay,
That I have free will. I mean, I have to say that, right?
okay. Yeah, I mean, you have to say that because it's definitely opinion. It's not a fact. The God never told you you had free will. There's nowhere in the Bible that you have free will, and in free will just does not exist based on its definition. You telling me you can make a decision without consequence or fate?
Um, Sorry, that's two different topics, right? Free will versus make a
No, we're not
decision
talking
without.
about You was talking about the deceiver, and the
Mm-hmm,
first thing came out of your mouth was
mm-hmm.
that you have free will.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
but I want to get. I'm not, like I said, I don't want to go too deep on that. So tell me why you think God is not a deceiver.
Because his entire being is based in truth. Jesus said, I am the truth and the life. So truth is the opposite of deceit.
Well,
So
just because Jesus said that, does that make it true? Just because he said it?
no, well, if we're not going on the foundation that Jesus tells the truth, that it doesn't make it truth, right?
I mean, because
So
there's
so
plenty of passages in the Bible that shows that this God is a deceiver. I mean, the God starts
I
out with deceiving Adam and Eve in the beginning.
I I don't agree on what you said there for sure. I
Why
I
not?
don't, because God has never deceived anyone.
Okay, well, okay, then let's talk about that. God
Hmm.
made Adam, right?
Yes.
And then he made Eve from Adam's rib, according to the book, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
And then he told them they could eat of any tree in the garden, right?
Yes.
But he told them
Except.
you couldn't eat. Hold on. He told them you
Hmm.
could not eat from this tree of good and evil, the tree of knowledge, correct?
Yes.
Now, why did the God not want them to have knowledge?
That's a good question. Why did God
I mean,
not want them to have knowledge? Hmm.
absolutely, you need to think about that before you answer. You really need to think about that. This God did not want you to have knowledge of good or evil. Take the evil out of it. Why didn't he want you to have knowledge of good? Have you ever
I
asked
think I
yourself
have.
that?
I think I have an answer to that. Uh,
What's the answer?
um, I think.
And let's
Uh,
break the question down. Let's break it down.
mhm.
Let's start with good. What reason would this God not want you to have the knowledge of good? Explain that.
I don't think you can break it down, right, to separate good from evil, because good is only good in comparison with evil. So it goes
No,
together, right?
no, it doesn't go together. It's good.
Okay, now this
It's good.
is.
It's good. It's good and evil. One word or two.
Is hot and cold one word or two?
That's two.
But you can't
Something can
describe
be
hot
hot.
without a reference to cold. There's no such thing as hot without a cold. It is a word
What?
that there's no such thing as hot without cold. Hot is only a reference to cold.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, that's a
You know
fact.
what?
That's
No,
low hanging
that's
fruit.
not a
Come on,
fact.
that's
But
low hanging fruit.
that's not a fact.
That's
But I'm
low
not gonna.
hanging fruit.
No, that's just ignorant. But I'm not gonna go there with you. Let's start with the not tree of knowledge, good and evil.
Oh wait,
Why
someone
would
just said
God
it
not
there.
want? Let's okay. Let's just use them together. Since you want to put them together, let's put them together. Why would your God not want you to have knowledge of good and evil?
Okay. Yes. Because of exactly what happened after we got the knowledge of good and
Doesn't no
evil.
no 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 no. You can't do that. We're starting at the beginning. Let's pretend that Adam and Eve is in the garden and God told them that he did not want them to eat from the tree of knowledge, good and evil. Why do you
Hmm.
think he did that?
Um, he did it to prevent the exact thing that
Hold on.
happened after they ate from the tree.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Mm.
Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to say no. Does she know this? Weird that you're sitting here debating whether or not you've ever loved your wife. Ah, I said it right there from my actions. Thank you very much. You try to. Does she know this? It is really weird that you're sitting here debating whether or not you've ever loved your wife. That is kind of interesting, right? Yeah, I mean, I would have to say no. Does she know this? Yeah, she does. Interesting. She knows that you've never loved her. Yeah. And what does she have to say about that? What did she said? How long is it gonna continue like this? How long has it been? Yeah. 5 years. And how long did you tell her? Someone said put her on the phone. How long did I tell her? I'm not gonna tell her that, but she can figure that out by actions, right? Like. By the way, so you did not tell her a time. So you didn't tell her a time. For the people in the. So you did not tell her a time.
Stop responding to the comments.
All right, I didn't tell her, right? I didn't tell her I didn't love her. And this is somebody that you married. Why did you marry this person? Because I'm selfish, I guess. I married her for myself.
Wait, and you're doing all of this with the Holy Spirit inside of you, right?
Interesting. That's how wicked we are.
You have this lack of love. You're weak with the Holy Spirit.
Damn. Yeah. Holy Spirit must not be.
You told several lies.
Are you gonna admit that you were wrong? You
I was not
literally
wrong.
played. You literally played that back to
You
prove.
said no. You said that we didn't ask you why. You were wrong. I said yes, we did. I said also asked you multiple questions about why you don't love your wife and how long it's been since you loved your wife. You said we didn't ask you why.
This again is such low hanging fruit.
Did you not say that we didn't ask you why? That was the whole point of me playing the tape. And
That's
I
not the whole
responded
point.
to you. Yes, it is. And I responded to you and said, yes, we did. Also asked you question after question after question.
Look, can I speak now? But what was the bottom line of
You
why we
said,
went back
you
there?
said, you said that we didn't ask you why.
That's
You
not why we
told
went
us
back
yes
there.
it is. You told us you
No.
didn't love your wife and you haven't loved your wife since after y'all got married. And as we just heard you say, it's been 5 fucking years. Also asked you when you told your wife, what did she say? You said that she said, how long is it gonna be like this? And then you turn around in this same conversation and said, I'm not gonna tell her. She's gonna have to find out from my actions. She's gonna have to find out on her own. But then you say, right, that you went and told her after you had this conversation with us and told her that you don't love her because of your actions, and you said that she still don't accept that. But earlier in the conversation, you claimed you told her that you don't love her because of your actions.
You have so many fans and they believe you and these things, and
Shut
you
the
don't
fuck
even
up, you
admit when you're
liar.
obviously
You are,
wrong.
you
No,
are,
you,
we all just fucking heard you. We
you are
all just
spinning.
heard you.
You are spinning the truth
The truth of what? What's the
and
truth?
trying to
What's the truth?
that that was a major L in replaying the video because you
What
didn't
what's the
prove what
what's the
you.
truth? What's the truth?
The truth is that yesterday I said I don't love her, and the reason why I'm saying it is because of my actions.
But did I
And
say, hold
then you
on,
asked,
hold on, hold on. Did I say that you didn't tell us yesterday that it was because of your actions?
yes, and if
No,
you could
I
let me
didn't.
speak for
You
30
made the claim
seconds.
that we didn't ask you questions and that we did not know why you were saying that. And I told you, you're literally saying that to defend your God. You're saying to yourself, well, maybe I don't really love them because if I'm willing to deceive them, then I don't love them. If I'm not doing XYZ, then I don't love them. And you're literally only saying that to defend your God because you were trying to get ahead of the point. So I couldn't say that your God being deceptive doesn't have anything to do with love. I literally told you that yesterday.
You didn't.
I know why you said you don't love your mama, you don't love your sister, you don't love your brother, you don't love your wife. You were literally trying to deceive us in this conversation so you could defend your God. You are
No,
the
I
one
was
who made,
not.
yes, you were. And you are the
No, I
one who
was
made
not.
the claim, yes, you were. And you are the one who made the claim that we didn't ask you why you don't love your wife, that we don't know why you said you don't love your wife. And that you went home and told your wife, hey, I told people online that I don't love you, but here's why. Here's why I said it. But we clocked your ass yesterday and told you why you were saying it. Your fucking lying ass.
You told me why you think I am saying it, and you're using it as a
Motherfucker, you went
fact.
and told your wife why you said it. You went and told your wife exactly what I said. That there is a reason you said it. You are saying it because first off, you tried to play on the fact of, well, if I'm not doing XYZ, then I must not love my wife.
Which I
And
said
I
yesterday
asked
too.
you, and no, well, yes, you did. And I kept telling you, you are only saying that to defend your God.
Which is your opinion, and
No,
you're
it's not.
saying it
No,
as
it's
its
not.
fact.
No, it's not.
It is
Because
your
what? No, it's not.
opinion,
No,
and
it's
you
not.
said,
No, it's not.
yes, it
Because
is.
I
How
asked
could
you,
you
do
prove
you love
that?
your wife? When you tell your wife, do you love her? Are you lying to her? And you said yes. You said you have not loved your wife for 5 fucking years. You said you didn't care about telling her. She would have to find out on her own.
Wait. We are past that. The
No, we're
point we're
not
at
past
right
that.
now.
No, we're not past
Yes,
that. We're talking about your ass on here telling people you don't love your wife because you want to defend your God.
that part is where we are right there. That part, stick right there. Why am I saying this? You're telling me that I'm saying this to defend God, and this is why I'm telling you that that's your opinion, and you're saying it as fact.
That the fact that you went and told your wife that the reason why you said it is because of your actions. Like you're manipulative as fuck.
But I said the actions thing yesterday and today, so at least
And
I'm
that you
consistent.
exactly, and that's exactly why I
Wait,
said
wait,
you
wait,
are
wait. You're
only
sounding
shut up
like
talking
five
when I'm talking,
people.
motherfucker. Goddamn. Every time I
Those
open
five
my
of you
mouth,
are
you open yours.
talking.
Shut the fuck up. Both of us cannot talk at the same time.
Amen.
That is exactly why I said yesterday you are only saying this because you are trying to get ahead of the conversation. You wanted to get ahead of the point that you knew I was getting ready to make when I asked you, is there anybody in your life that you love? When you said that God is all loving and he's not deceptive. You knew that I was getting ready to make a point that being deceptive has nothing to do with loving. And that's why you were willing to say you don't love your wife, you don't love your mother, you don't love your father, you don't love your brother. That's why you were willing to say that shit. And in your mind, you're like, well, I'm just going to say I don't because obviously my actions don't show I do. You're like a kid fucking lying, like literally lying, but trying to pretend like you're telling the truth in a manipulative way. And this is exactly when I brought up Abraham. I said, you're telling half fucking truths to defend your God. Fucking manipulative piece of shit.
Is this how you usually do lives? I wasn't even trying to talk while you were talking. I was just trying to say, yes, okay, technically I was, but I was trying to talk to tell you you're echoing and it sounds like about 5 of you are speaking.
I don't need you to
So
tell me that. I know about the fucking echo. I don't need you to tell me that.
So what sense does it make if someone says they can't hear you properly because there's a whole bunch of echoes if you're just gonna cut
drop
them
down.
out?
Drop down.
So you bring guests here to bully them, but
I
and
find
not
it
give them
funny
a
that your
fair.
ass can hear me now.
Yeah, I can hear you. Well, it's let's say it takes a lot of effort to figure out what you're saying when you're yelling with the echo. It sounds like a movie or something.
Okay, so you can drop down. You know that, right? Like nobody is fucking holding you hostage here.
Anyways, I still want to make my point.
Oh, so the echo is not that fucking bad, huh?
Oh, yes, it is, but I'm
drop
willing to
down.
struggle through it.
Then
I'm
drop
willing
down.
to struggle through it. I'm willing to struggle through it. Unless you know you don't have a point and you put the echo on
Motherfucker, I
to
could give less
make
than a
me
fuck
drop
about
down.
talking to you. Like you about to go back and talk to Nelly because you're a fucking liar.
Still didn't prove anything except to try to call me a liar and to tell me the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying because you don't have any answer to it. This conversation has never gotten past the first question of, okay, yeah, we did discuss about deceit and so on, but I guess I said something they didn't expect me to say, and this just derailed the entire conversation.
Nelly, are you gonna pick back up with him?
No, I'm done.
Okay. Bye. Bye, mutilation. Goodbye.
Bye.
That dude is a liar.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the reason I didn't want to talk to him no more. Once you brought that back up, and nah, that's okay.
Oregano?
Oh, hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? I missed that entire last conversation. I got here at the end, so I don't know what you talked about.
It's okay, I don't let people piggyback. How old are you?
To I was about to say 23. Goddamn, we were pushing it. I'm 24 now. Getting there.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I'm not sure. I was raised Christian or Protestant, I guess.
What
But
do
I'm
you
at the
believe
point.
right now?
Yeah, so right now, I guess I am at a point where I'm just trying to understand more. I'm not really sure. Like, I still have, like, a feeling that I, like, have a fear for God and a belief, but at the same time, like, logically, I think I have, like, a lot of things I don't understand. And I'm also, like, I was raised Protestant, but I never like it's not like I finished the Bible or even like read a full chapter. So I also don't really have the knowledge I would need to make that decision. But
What was the reason
logical
that you
problems. Uh-huh.
requested? What was
Oh,
your
I
reason
thought
for
this was
requesting?
talking about yeah, actually yeah, this was I should probably ask. I thought we were just talking about like the things right here, the topics,
Yeah,
right?
we are. So I'm asking like what?
Well,
So
actually, I had a question, but I didn't know if it related to one of these topics because I didn't really understand what the topics meant.
no, so the topic says, "What do I have wrong about the Bible?" So this is for people to come up and tell us what we
For
have
me
wrong
to
about the
disagree with
Bible.
you and you believe?
I like,
Oh,
I don't know why people
Buddha.
talk at the same time. I don't understand that.
I'm sorry.
Yes, it says, "What do I have wrong about the Bible?" So it's not for me to answer questions from from people that I guess that's researching or seeking. If you hang around the chat, some of the questions that you have may get answered in the conversations that we have.
Yeah, I get what you mean. All right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're
Bye.
welcome.
I don't know how to leave. Oops.
It's okay. I'll take you down.
Okay.
She sounds young.
Yeah.
Yeah, she sounds really young, but she says she's going on 24. Jesus, Jesus 333. Okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. There are people in the guest request on the backup account. Son of Man in City. If you are trying to come on stage, please request through the main account. I can't bring you up through the backup. All right, the guest box is open, y'all. 21 and up. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist. It is hot in here. I don't know if my daughter turned the heat on or what. You said not him again. Who is Son of Man? I don't know who that is. We've talked to him before.
I I've heard the
Mm.
name, but I only know of one son of man. It's not him though.
Right. I think she done turned that heat on. I'm about to burn the fuck up. I don't watch Jubilee Tulip. I don't watch Jubilee's debates. Unfortunately. I honestly I think those debates are geared at entertainment. Right, like I don't. Yeah, they are very, yeah, like they don't have, they're not, they're for entertainment, like for, just so somebody can brag about a win. This is why I be saying in here, like my purpose is not to debate. I don't care about a win. My purpose is understanding and sharing information. Jubilee, that it's not like I don't like their format. Game show debates, yeah. Hey, your wife is in her bed sleep. Go there. Go there. Like when someone tells you they don't want to talk to you, like sticking around is crazy. Hey, Hey, do that. Did you come up on purpose or is this an accident? Do that. I think she accidentally came up in her sleep. Do
Mm-hmm.
that. Yeah. Don't come back. Don't come back, mutilation. There's nothing anybody's gonna want to say to you. Go make up with your wife. Go do the actions you need to do to stop lying to your wife whenever you tell her you love her. Don't fucking come back in here. Danny, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Hey Danny, what's up?
Hey, thinker. Hey, Nelson. Um, hey, Selena. What's going on? So, I called my mom the other day. I was just checking to make sure that she didn't get raptured, and so she's all good. She's still here, but she was just laughing at it, and I forgot what she said, but pretty much I was just telling her, like, I don't believe in the Bible or anything having to do with Christianity. And so, and she was just like, "Why?" And I was like, "Well, the things that I've read and discovered just from the Bible is just horrible. So I wouldn't want to follow it." And so she actually said that she was open to listening to what I learned. And
Oh
so,
wow.
right. I'm over here. I'm excited right now. But the thing is that she's 78. And so, I know you're not too old to change or anything like that, but she's I just wanted to know, like, what are some of the scriptures and things that I could introduce to her, because I don't want to just like dogpile her or anything like that and overwhelm her, but I want to just give her the information so that she can find out more, because I see that she's actually seeking more knowledge right now, because she was talking about how she just got the Ethiopian Bible, and I was telling her that you should look into getting the NRSVUE so that you have a better translation that's closer to Hebrew. But I also wanted to some things that I should point her to and discuss with her that would be like good starter points. So I was
I,
wondering if
I would say let her guide that because
okay.
like she may have her own questions, and it's easier on them to accept the information if it's already something that they're questioning. So, like, just if she says she's open to it, just be like, so what are the things that you're interested in, or things that you've questioned, and just start with that.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think my mom has ever necessarily questioned because she
You'd be surprised.
well, okay, you're right, because she hasn't articulated that to me, but we're still kind of growing together and learning a new relationship, just from everything that's transpired between each other. And so I want to kind of do it in a way where we can actually grow with each other. And so yeah, I guess since she hasn't articulated any questions to me, and I know she really won't question God, um, do you think, like, if I just went with through Genesis, just the first books, and just had a conversation with her, could that be a good just opening step to just showing her what is in the Bible that's generally not taught?
Do you know what she believes about the Genesis story?
No, no, not at all. Not at all. I know she just generally believes that, God created woman and man, and and the tree, just pretty much the general basic knowledge, but I haven't delved into what she meant.
Because I don't think like I think like going through the whole story if she doesn't like it really depends on what she currently believes about it. Because the conversation should be focused on discussing the belief itself, right, and attacking the belief and the holes in it. And it's difficult for me to say what where to start with that if I don't know what she believes about the specific stories in the Bible.
Okay.
And so I think the best way, like, do you know what she believes about the God period? Like,
She is very wholeheartedly, God. So John 3:16, she believes that God is our creator, he's our father, prayer, it pretty much
you
like
can
the
start with those things, right?
uh-huh.
The idea that, so if she believes in John 3:16, then she believes that Jesus died for her sins, right? So start with the history behind the character Jesus, right? Like why the character is important in the story. What his mission was for the Israelites. A lot of times, believers don't quite understand the significance of the difference between Israelite and Gentile in the story,
Yeah.
and how that relates to them. So starting off explaining that, like that, I think that would probably give her a good foundation for the other stuff when you start sharing the other stuff that you're learning. Start with a history of Israel,
Okay.
of Jesus as an Israelite, right, and then who the nations were, and then that way when you get into explaining that the law was for the Israelites and Gentiles was never under the law, and how can, like, asking questions like how can you be responsible for sinning against a law that never governed you, that was never intended to govern you, right? Like that's like you know another country expecting the citizens of another country to abide by their laws while they're in their own land, you know.
Okay. No, there was I remember you were talking about there's a scripture that was saying how, Gentiles would be um, suckling the Israelites and being their slaves essentially. And I forgot where it was at, and I wanted to share that one with her.
There's several like Isaiah 14, Isaiah 60, Isaiah 62, 65, Revelations 21.
65 and Rev said 21. Okay. Okay, so Isaiah 14, 60, 62, 65, Revelations 21. Okay. Okay. Well,
Yeah, and
yeah.
if anybody's wondering why Danny can come up and ask these questions, and I didn't allow the younger person to do it. Danny is a mod in this space, but she's also a nerd and she's a dragon on top of that. So that's their benefits that they can come up and, if you are a nerd, you can come up and ask deconstruction questions like what Danny is asking right now. You don't have to stick to the topic. But if you're not a community member, if you come on stage, you do have to stick to the topic. So if anybody's confused as to why Danny is allowed to do that, that's why, and that's for the people who are new here. Sorry, go ahead, Danny.
No, no. Yeah, I think that okay, yeah, I'm gonna share with her these scriptures, and then I'm gonna do some more studying on uh Jesus and the history and everything so I can concisely explain it to her. But yeah, I just want her to just get a more understanding, because sometimes I think about how if God is real, right? And they're going and they have to be slaves. It's actually physically bothered me at times. Sometimes I'd start to want to cry because I'm like, I don't want my mama to be dealing with that, because my mom at 78 years old is still out here being a civil rights activist for workers unions, and she goes and feeds the hungry. She volunteers with kids at school and everything. Like, she's just go 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 for the community. For her to turn around and be a slave, and then especially going through Jim Crow and everything else, I'm like, I couldn't even fathom it. I couldn't fathom it, and I would want to break down every gate in heaven and get my mom out. And so for me, I'm just like, I just want her to know, at least, like, here's all the other sides to it that they don't talk to you about. So yeah, I appreciate the information for sure, and I will come back and report back to you on what I got.
Yeah, please do. And then like I have a feeling that she might be just like, does your mom watch the news and stuff?
Yeah, she does. Not like heavy heavy, but she does watch it. Yeah.
She might, there she might have already have her own doubts, and she just hasn't articulated them with you. And as y'all start these conversations, you might realize that your mom, all along has, been thinking the same things that you have been thinking.
Yeah.
For her to say, well, I'm open, to hearing what you have learned, and then for her to even be looking into the Ethiopian Bible. Usually when a black person turns to the Ethiopian Bible, is because they already has sensed something wrong in the faith that
Mm.
they currently have, right? And they're looking for what's true about them and this belief system. So she probably is already there, and she just has not felt comfortable articulating it yet. But as y'all have these conversations, she'll most likely open up to you.
Okay, because I was looking, I was like, she's been, light type religious. I feel like most black people I run into, they go to church here and there, but they'd be like, I'm Jesus's children, because that's what you're supposed to say. But it's just been lately, I've noticed that she's been getting more and more into the Bible, and I was wondering, like, what's the shift? And I think I'm gonna ask her that, because I'm wondering, is it, because you're getting older and getting closer to passing, or is it a seeking? So that actually, yeah, that's actually giving me a few more questions to
It
ask.
could be that she's noticing the stuff that's happening in the world, all the messaging around white nationalism, right,
Hmm.
Christian nationalism. Like it could be a mixture of things that's making her say, "Well, I'm open, you know, to hearing what you've learned." Because she could be seeing and noticing things.
Hmm. I know, I think she does. I did notice though that she I get her stance on just me being queer has changed. And so she essentially, when we started reconnecting with each other, a lot of the reasons for us not being together and me just leaving was because of the Bible, because of the belief and everything. And so she's always articulated that she loves me, and she loves me regardless. She doesn't want me to ever, disappear or anything like that, no matter for who or for what. And so I'm wondering if, seeing how it's been constantly preached, how, we're abomination, and we shouldn't, and we shouldn't agree, and all that, that maybe that's a catalyst for it, or a part of a catalyst for it, because she's she's even just provoked. She's come out and apologized to me about the things she's done, taking full accountability, and sometimes even taking accountability for things that she didn't even have to. And and essentially is going against what's been taught of, you're not supposed to condone this, because she's met my partner. She asked about her consistently, or excuse me, them. She asked about them consistently, going out, getting gifts, and just pretty much treating them as if they're her child too. And
That is so good. And like, do you think that it could be that she has noticed your life? Like, she's noticed you, and she could possibly be thinking to herself, like, what is it that Danny has that Danny can, Danny has peace, or it could be something about you that she's noticing, and she's opening to hearing what makes Danny Danny, right? Like,
mm,
why you're able to live in your truth, and confidence, peace of mind, right? It could be that. Also, the fact that she loves you, and the fact that she's, even extending that welcome to your partner, I think it's a big step, you know,
right.
for your mom. And I think it's also, a statement of saying that she is ready to deconstruct in something. She may not be ready to deconstruct fully,
Mm,
but even that in her actions is letting you know that she's willing to deconstruct some of her belief, at least.
yeah, yeah. No, and okay, yeah, that does make sense, because it is a shift. I've very much seen a shift, because I remember I had told you about how she freaked out before when I said that I didn't care about what anybody thought about me. And she felt like you're supposed to worry about that, and you're supposed to be humble, and godly people are supposed to worry about what other people think. Just all of this crazy nonsense that in the end she seen was just detrimental, and that I just consistently stayed on the path of like, oh well, I'm not really gonna worry about what other people gotta say, until I started listening to that voice of, maybe you should. And she started seeing how my light was just dimming, and how I was just becoming a shell. And so I don't know if that stuck with her or something, but
Yeah, it probably did.
yeah, because I mean, she's been such a phenomenal mom, even to the point where my partner's son, he think he's slick. He up here being like, "Can you well, what do I call you?" Like, from off rip, he wanted to call her, I think, Granny or something like that, and just asking her to send him loaves of zucchini bread. He hates zucchini, and he wants zucchini bread, and she's just up here like, okay, and then just sends it in the mail. Just little stuff like that, just to see everybody smile. I mean, she wants to see everybody smile. And so, yeah, she's taken in everything about me wholly and fully. Even into the fact of, I asked her, like, how do you feel about me being mass presenting? Does that bother you? And she was like, no, well, at one point I was just worrying about if you felt like a girl and all that, and I was like, well, no, I very much feel like a woman, mom. I'm just mass presenting. She's like, well, you know what? I don't care, as long as you look good, as long as you look fly. That's all I'm worried about. And so that right there made it feel like the bond, that church bond of rebuking the spirit of homosexuality that they always talk about, was broken. And it
That's
felt
what's up.
it felt like there was such a chain lifted off of me, just being able to hear her say that with no constraints.
That's what's up. Yeah. Yeah, definitely keep us updated on your conversations with your mom. Shit, she might end up start coming into the lives.
She,
She
you
might.
know what? I would have to. I might have to put her in like Mama Bash, because my mom, she's one of those like cut. She don't like cussing. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
so she'd be like, "Oh no, they're cussing," and I'm like, she only pulls a cuss out when she mad. But you know what I'm saying. But other than that, like I might introduce her still. You know what I'm saying, when it might be like a chill guest or something like that. But for the most part, yeah, I do want to introduce her to the
No, I
deconstruct.
don't want to give your mama a heart attack. Mm-mm. I know how the older communities are. Like, I swear, if my mom heard my live, like, she'd be like, I almost said my name because she would call my name and just be like,
Right.
Thinker. I was like, what are you doing on that internet? That's how she sounds. Like,
Right, right. Because my mom still be like, "Hey, hey, hey, now, watch your mouth, watch your mouth." I'll be like, "Mama, I'm an adult, like, calm down." But yeah, so okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna take baby steps. I don't want to throw her in there too fast, but um, yeah, it would definitely be cool if she does start deconstructing. But I'm gonna keep you posted for sure.
all right, sounds good.
All right, all
All
right,
right,
well,
have a good one.
all right. See you.
Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. All right, there's somebody in the backup account. I can't bring you up. If you are 1124 World 41, if you're trying to come on stage, you have to request through the Thinker, the main account. I can't bring you up if you entered the live through my backup account, El Joso Ray. You have to enter through Thinker and request to come up on stage. You know, the guest box is open. I'm a give me just a second. Hold on. Let me see if I do it this way. Because if I play I'm gonna show y'all the video that I posted that TikTok said was substance abuse. Reese, are you in the guest box on purpose or an accident? Let me see. I can send this. Okay, I gotta email it to myself right quick. Hold on. Like, it does to me. It does not make sense that they are saying this is substance abuse at all. Hey Shinron, how are you? Reese, were you in the guest box on purpose or on accident? Oh, what did I just do? Okay, hold on, it's loading. Goodness, I gotta go through a whole lot. Okay, What I couldn't see. Keep at sky, yeah. Goodness. Okay. Now, this is what TikTok said is substance abuse. Are you not gonna? What? It was just playing. Hold on, y'all. Now it doesn't want to play. What the fuck? That is weird. It's gone. What? It just is gone. That's weird. What I couldn't see. Keep at sky, yeah, I advise thee. You can do that easily. Proclaiming lineage from scripture. Avadi my head, no. You should know. Keep at sky, yeah, I told you so. Avadi my head, no. Why you look like that? Now what did I just say? Run the track back. That's you should know. But if you did, you wouldn't be claiming this role. My ancestors were West African, had tribes and tongues. I wouldn't give that up for a story undone. So before you claim what you can't translate, at least cite your source before you preach and debate. You say yes, people, I say prove it, boo. If you Hebrew, then what did I just say to you? What I couldn't see. Keep at sky, yeah, I advise thee. You can do that easily. Proclaiming lineage from scripture. Abadim haye, no. Now what did I just say? Yeah, I thought so. I said, what you gonna do? Can you break it down? Or can you post a clue? Talking tribes and bloodlines, yeah, that's cool. But translation don't bleed generations, fam. This ain't you. You quote scrolls like they family proof, but your sources be TikTok, not actual truth. We study context, you copy and paste, and you call it revelation, claiming bloodlines from a Deuteronomy page. You wear Hebrew names, but forget the roots. Misquoting prophets and designer boots. Lineage ain't learned, it's lived, it's traced. It's not a meme, it's a documented space. You should know. Keep at sky, yeah, I told you so. Vavadi my head, no, why you look like that? Now what did I just say? Run the track back. Run it back, 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 run it back. If you Hebrew, you should've known. Cause I just read your whole argument in Hebrew. Now go study that. Right. So what is substance abuse? They have violated it 3 damn times. I've posted it 3 times, and each time they violated for substance abuse.
I don't see it.
I don't.
It's a song. Yeah, gee.
Yep. Try posting one more clip. What do you mean one more clip?
I don't see nobody getting clipped for people using that song. I smoke, I drink, I'm supposed to stop, but I can't. They using that on TikTok now too. That's an old song.
Oh, you said 1 minute clip. Post a 1 minute clip. I'll try that and see what it do. I thought that it could be the effects, so I changed the effects and I only used because it's not flashing. All it is a color on the background. It's the what's flashing is the captions. But I took the effect off and posted it, and they flagged it. They still flagged it. So what they're doing is they're restricting it to audiences over 18 years old, and they're saying it's because of substance abuse. So I don't know. Hassam, Hassam, are you in the box on purpose? Shinron, are you in the box on purpose? Keep in mind, if you're not a nerd and you come up, you have to address the topic on the board. Like you won't be able to go off topic. Okay. So are you, Shin? I know you're not a believer. Are you coming up to tell me what I have wrong about what's on the post? Thank y'all. Yeah, like because you're not a nerd, you have to stick to the topic, and the topic is what do I have wrong about the God of the Bible?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so my fault. Yeah, I wanted to come up and maybe suggest something about the video. It was kind of
Oh,
getting hard to
okay.
type. I was driving at the same time.
Okay, go ahead. What how can I get it posted?
I was gonna say,
Or
my fault. I was gonna say possibly the effects. Maybe that's what it is. But then also too, I heard you read like I guess somebody said maybe posted like within 1 minute. But I don't understand why, and not to like discredit that person, but I don't see why making a video longer than 1 minute would make it like say something about like substance abuse or whatever too. So that was like the only thing I had to say, but that was a little bit like too much to type, I guess. But that was pretty much it. If it's not any one of those two things, I guess I'm not sure why they would keep on flagging it like that. So sorry about that.
no, that's okay. And I thought that it was the effects, and I took the effects off, and they still flagged it. And then I thought like about the fact that they're restricting it to 18 and up because of substance abuse. So like if it was the effects, I think they would like TikTok has they would put a thing over it like
A
a
blur.
warning label. Yeah. If it had to do with the effects. CapCut DIA. I used CapCut. So yeah, I don't know. You said it could be the file name, but I'm not posting a file. I'm not uploading a file.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know because I've gotten a few flags, but it's only for like language and I think language and probably like actual music, copyrighted music, but I've never got that particular label, so I'm not sure why they would continuously put it on there when it sounds like it may be a little. Is it AI generated?
No,
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know. But they all every time they always fucking with my shit. I I have no idea, and I'm thinking like maybe I got like some restriction on my account where my account is for 18 and up that I don't know about that I need to go in settings and fix or something. I don't know.
But that be when's the last time you uploaded a video, like just a regular video?
Yesterday, I uploaded the video responding to the guy, the Rapture guy, and that video is sitting at 400 views. They didn't even let that go. Like it's weird. Like for me to have 319,000 followers and like people don't get to see my shit because they restrict it.
It's like you shadow banned.
Well, yeah. Like if I talk about Jesus, anything else, my videos get views. But if I like it when I upload these songs, especially the "fuck you" song, they violated the "fuck you" song immediately, and then I won the appeal on that one. But like it's the video that I did about the concubine, the Levite concubine. That one is restricted to 18 and up. Even though it's restricted to 18 and up, it still got, quite a few views. But had they not restricted that one, it would have reached more people. But for some reason, they restrict my shit. I don't know.
What was it? Hold on now, because I don't. This is a brand new page, so I was off the app for a little bit because my other page got clipped or whatever. But what is the Levi concubine? I don't know if I remember that.
The where the Levite threw his concubine out to get raped and abused in his place, and then he cut her body up. Here's the
Oh,
thing.
with the
I was
Benjamins or something.
Yeah. Here's the thing though. I was responding to a Christian who had made a video about that, who had went viral. Now her video had a lot of views, right?
Uh-huh.
I was responding to her video that was already viral, yet they restrict my response
Hmm.
to her to 18 and up.
Yeah, that's probably a result of. It's probably bitter, like butthurt people reporting your page and reporting your content. But since it's not, you're not actually doing things to violate, they probably report it as like adult content or something like that, which is probably why it's almost like a shadow ban.
Yeah, yeah. But I'll figure it out. I don't know.
Yeah, I hope you
But
do.
thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Have a good day.
You too.
Hassan, are you in the box on purpose? OC four L soup. Oh, I was getting ready to ask, like, what do you mean? It's true. I thought you were talking about the Israelite thing. Hassan, are you in the box on purpose? Reese, are you in the box on purpose? All right, y'all. It is 1:32 a.m. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. We had a late start, and so I did miss the algorithm push. So it's kind of slow for a Sunday night. Okay, thank you, Hassan. Hey Reese, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing good.
That's good. I was reading the topic. What do I have wrong about God of the Bible? I don't think you have anything wrong about him. Is he a deceiver? Yes. Is he a slave master? Yes. Does he cause division and confusion? Yes. I've been serving the Lord for 27 years. And my baby sister has been in a vegetative state for 7 years. And when I say that I've been serving him, like fasting, praying, preaching, teaching, my mom was a pastor. So I worked in the church, did the devotion, cleaned the church, did the Sunday school for the children, everything, and I've been praying and just fasting and praying for her to come out of this state. And he has done nothing, nothing at all. I mean, when my mom died and my dad died, I moved to Virginia and I joined a church here in Virginia. And the first church I joined, the guy told me, because I was asking too many questions, he told me that I need to stop thinking so much. Stop thinking so much. And I was like, I'm not gonna never stop thinking. So I told him that I was quitting the church. He told me that I needed my release papers to
What?
get out. Yes, that was the first time I ever heard that. He told me I needed my release papers to get out of that church. So they ended up mailing them to me. So I got out of that church. So I went to another church because wherever I went, my family always followed me. Um, and I went to another church, and that pastor told me that either he was my master or the person that I was on the prayer line with was my master. And I was like,
What?
yeah. So I was like, a master. And there's been a lot of things in the Bible that I have read because I've studied the Bible, but I never was in the Old Testament like that because they always tell you to read the Gospel and, the New Testament. We're not under the law anymore and all these things. But I couldn't follow that. I could not. So I have not been in a church since then. I have not, and I do not plan on joining a church. Deconstruction, I never knew what that was. But in 2020, when I got cancer, I was like, where are you? I suffered bad through the chemo and the radiation. I made it through it okay, but where are you? I'm fasting. I'm praying. I'm doing everything that I thought that I was supposed to do, but nothing happened. Nothing, nothing at all. It was a silent moment in my life. And if I didn't have my granddaughter, I wouldn't. She was my sunshine. She helped me get through that moment. And I always gave God the glory. I always gave him the glory for everything. But he has done nothing in my life. Nothing. Everything, like I've been listening to you guys. I follow you. I follow Oso. I follow Zena. I follow all you guys. And, I always hit the like button a lot. And I come in on accident because I'm not used to being up here on the stage like this. But he ain't ever did nothing for me, really. Everything, every effort, everything that I've ever tried to do, I did it myself. And it's hard. It's hard because when you used to having a God in your life and you talk to him and stuff like that, and I've been listening to you guys, and you make a lot of sense. You make a lot of sense. And if I'm continually talking to him like this, and I'm trying to get an answer from him, like, my baby sister is all I had. She all I had. I didn't have nobody to go to and talk to. She was my go-to. And she's my baby sister. I'm 53 years old. She's 43. And she's living in a vegetative state right now. And he did nothing. He didn't do nothing at all. He did nothing for her at all. And I'm just like, you said that if I ask anything in your name, that you would give it to me. That's what he said. I call him out on his word all the time. And he has never answered me. He has never answered me. So I think that a lot of things that you guys say, I follow you guys all the day, all every day. I listen to you guys in my ear every day, and it keeps me. It keeps me. And I've learned so much. I have no Christian friends no more because they don't want to hear what what I have to say. They don't even listen to me anymore because they think I'm crazy. But I'm not, because I know I've had questions about this word because I wasn't indoctrinated when I was a young girl. I didn't find out about Jesus until I was 25. So 27 years of serving him, he has done nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing. My mom died, my dad died, my baby brother died, my baby sister's in a vegetative state right now. What? What?
I'm
Like,
so sorry, Reese. Go ahead.
like,
Keep talking.
Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know, I'm just grateful for you guys. I love you guys so much. I don't even know you guys like that, but just to be able to hear, you know, the truth, the truth about this word and who God truly is. Because a lot of times when you regurgitate things, God is good all the time. God is good. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not good all the time. And all the time he's not good. And I just wish that people would stop saying these things that are not true. They're not true at all. They're not true at all. I think about what you say about the devil in the garden and how he's the one that told the truth. It wasn't God. God lied, and it was the devil that told the truth. So I I'm done with it. I'm done with it. And a lot of people don't understand it because they used to me saying, you know, God is good all the time and all the stuff that I used to say to people. But I'm done with it. I am so done with it because I'm learning more. When you're talking and everything, I keep my notes and everything, and I'm writing down stuff. Because like I said, I didn't read the Old Testament like that. I had no idea of who this God was. I didn't know. I did not know, and I guess that's due to my ignorance. But I
We
didn't
were
know.
all ignorant, Miss
Yeah,
Reese. We
I
were
didn't
all
know.
ignorant in it, and like I just want you to know that you are heard and felt and validated in how you feel. And I'm sorry to hear about your sister, your mom, your dad, and your brother. I'm sure, like, as you were going through this and you're having these feelings, and you were talking to your Christian friends and the religious leaders that you had at the time. There were conversations that was trying to convince you that it was all for the good of God, right? Like all things work out for the good of him who loves him, while ignoring the reality, right? Of, hey, this isn't good, right? My sister I'm praying and I'm asking this God to work the miracle that y'all have taught me that this God can do, right? And the
Yes,
reason for me believing in this God, and it's not right for them to try to gaslight you and try to tell you, well, he is working the miracle. He's working the miracle in you. He's making you stronger. Or you just don't know what he's doing while she's in the vegetative state. Like they'll try to convince you to see it in some, I don't know, a mythological mythical way, other than like facing reality and dealing with the fact that this thing that you're supposed to be able to go to and depend on isn't actually showing up, and it doesn't do anybody any good mentally, right? To
no.
continue lying to themselves, and you can't get the courage, right? The support, the strength that you need, if people are telling you to ignore reality and ignore your feelings. I When you were talking about the devil in the garden, if I were you, I would even just start looking at it like that. The serpent in the garden isn't even the devil. The Christians call it the devil, right? The story doesn't even say it's the devil. And
Right.
the reason why I'm saying this to you is because there are going to be people in your life who are believers, right? And when they hear you say the devil told the truth, they're going to use that word devil against you, right? And it's helpful and powerful to for you as the person who is coming into knowledge, to hold to the fact that the serpent, from the Christian perspective, the serpent is being demonized into a devil, because the story doesn't actually say it's a devil. That way they can't demonize your truth, right? And to you, they're going to do it anyway, but so that you have that boundary, put up and that knowledge, that power put up, so that you know that you aren't a devil. The truth that you're learning isn't the devil, right? It's the believer demonizing knowing truth. And there is a video that somebody tagged me in. This is how I know they're listening to us on TikTok, because a pastor did a sermon telling his church that the serpent told the truth, right? And he quotes Genesis 3:22. So he's telling them like, okay, so the serpent actually did tell the truth, and then flips it and says, but check this out: the serpent deceived them with the truth. No, he said the serpent tricked them with the truth, and he said, and now there are people trying to trick you with the truth, and this is their way of trying to keep people in the church, because we've been telling y'all for years that the serpent lied. Now y'all know the serpent told the truth. So how are we gonna keep y'all in these seats? Oh, the truth is a trick, right? And so, with that narrative, when you're talking to other believers, and you're talking about how you're healing, right? How you're learning, how you're growing as an individual, they're going to try to demonize that word devil, right? So just remember that the serpent in the story wasn't actually the devil. A Christian named him the devil or called it the devil. And so you know that you're not a devil, right? You're not a demon. There's nothing wrong with you learning the truth and accepting facts and accepting truth. That doesn't make you an unholy, unrighteous, whatever they're gonna try to call you. That's what I want you to make sure that you hold that truth to you as you go through this as well. Does that
Right.
make sense?
It does. I just have to stop talking to people about it. My sister told me don't tell people, the stuff that I learned, because they all keep leaving. So I'm here by myself now. I don't have nobody. I listen to you guys all every day. Every single day. I go to sleep with you in my ear. I listen to everybody. Zena, also, um, it's a few of them that I listen. Fluff. It's a bunch of you guys that I listen to um every day to keep my peace, because I know I know what you guys are teaching is the correct way, and the things that the people are teaching in the churches are the wrong way. And I appreciate you guys. I really truly appreciate you guys. And if I didn't have you guys here with me, I don't know. I really don't, because I've been serving this God for so long that I just I didn't know. I just didn't know. I didn't know. And then I've been teaching people the same way that the church taught me. And I feel guilty that I taught them that way. That makes me feel really bad because I didn't
you
know.
yeah, you didn't know. Like, you can't beat yourself up. We all did. Like, I was a missionary, and I preached, for this God. I taught my children about this God when they were younger. We all did, but you can't beat yourself up about it. The only thing you can do now, right, is just live for today, move forward, right? And then keep in mind, knowledge, the let me see, how am I trying to say this? Gaining of knowledge. When you gain knowledge, understand that that knowledge isn't always permanent, right? Knowledge changes just like we do. At one moment, because we don't always know everything at the same time. And as long as we continue to seek and allow our minds to stay open to accept and reject information, it's okay to not know something, right? I think the idea of needing to be right is a learned practice, right? It's a learned core value that all of us, all of us, kind of suffer from because it doesn't feel good to be wrong, right? But allowing yourself to be wrong and and realizing that you are not superhuman, you you are going to make mistakes, and it's okay as long as you are willing to correct those mistakes and move forward. That's all you can do. Like
Right.
beating yourself up ain't gonna change the fact that you preached for this God or that you convinced people to worship this God. That happened in the past. You can't go back into the past and change it. It ain't you. You're not gonna be able to go to everyone and knock on their door and say, "Hey, I was wrong." If you see them, right? And the crazy thing about it is though, even though you convince them to worship the God because they've adopted the belief, I don't even think it's your responsibility to even bring them out of it unless they're receptive to it,
Right.
right? So all you can do is forgive yourself, right? Know that you are human. We all did it because we were all trying to do the right thing. We were
Right.
trying to love the God, to obey because we loved the God and we loved humanity. We wanted to be good people.
Right.
And when we realized and recognized that the goodness that we wanted to be wasn't in this, we jumped the hell up out of it because that's not that it ain't us. So you didn't you wasn't trying to harm them. You were trying to help them. It just unfortunately we were lied to.
Yeah. I just sometimes I wish that my mom had knew better when she taught us what she taught us. Um, but she didn't know no better, and she's not here no more. So I can't tell her what I've learned now. You know, and I can't go back and change the hands of time. We can't get that back. I know we can't get that back, and I just feel guilty of the people that I did tell this stuff to. Being taught the way that I was taught, that's how I taught other people. Like, they call me evangelist. And I was a Sunday school teacher, devotional, leader, the bathroom cleaner, the church cleaner, everything. I did everything. And I devoted my life to this. I went 10 years without being in a relationship with anybody because, things that I thought was right, and it was not right. It was not right at all. But that's what I thought, you know? So it hurts. It hurts. And when I found out, I was very, very, very disappointed. Very disappointed that I didn't know no better. That I didn't know no better. And like I said, I know I can't go back and change the hands of time. It is what it is, you know. And I'm just so grateful that you guys are here. That I found you first, and then I found everybody else. But when I heard you, I was just like, this lady right here is thinking like how I think. And you don't find like-minded people like that in this world like that. And what you were talking about and everything like that, I was just like, wow. And like I said, every night I go to sleep with you in my ear when you're on. And if it's not you, it's Dina or Oso or, the other people that deconstruct lives. But I never knew what that was, deconstruction. But I know that when I had the cancer in 2020, when there was nobody there, we were in a pandemic. I had nobody. That's when I realized that what was going on with me, and how I had to change my mind and the way that I was thinking about things. Because the teachers and the people in the churches, they will have your mind all confused what they how they teach and what they teach about. Cause I feel like what you guys teach about is definitely truth. Definitely, definitely the truth. And I just wanted to get up here and say that, you know, share my story because I know you probably see me hitting the likes a lot on your live and all the rest of them too because I really appreciate this because I don't have nobody to talk to. I don't have nobody.
Well, you
So,
have us.
thank you
You
for that.
have
I'm trying to
us.
figure out because when they said that the live was gonna shut down, that the TikTok was gonna shut down, I deleted my app. So I had to go to Canada to get an app for TikTok. And now I don't even know how to buy uh to get gifts and stuff like that for people because once I realized how to get back into my old account, I was able to send you guys gifts and stuff like that. But now I can't even get a subscription if I want to. And I would love to subscribe to a lot of you guys, but I haven't figured it out. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to
It,
do it.
it's okay. Joshua, can you send Reese a link to the Discord? Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and add you in the Discord. That way, you can stay in contact with us, um, so that you don't have to ever feel alone. And a subscription is not gonna, block you from that. Okay. So, do you know how to use Discord, Reese?
I don't. I don't. I know
Okay.
somebody had sent me a subscription months ago, and I guess it ran out or whatever. But I never got into Discord because I need this. I really do need this because I'm by myself. I'm by myself. I moved here to Virginia with my sister, and she got married the first year we was here when I was thinking that, we was gonna come here and kick back and chill out together and do this and that or whatever. But it didn't happen like that. So I'm here by myself in Virginia and I don't have nobody. My mom and my dad is gone. My baby sister's in the better state. I have nobody. So you guys, you lift my spirits every day and I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much that you guys are just here and that you're doing what you're doing. I appreciate it so much. I really do. I really do. Because without this, I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. Without this, I don't know. I don't know.
No, I'm so glad that you came up and shared your story and finally said hi. When I saw you on Birdie's Live, was it Saturday morning when you went up on Birdie's Live? And I felt like I already knew you because honestly, I thought you were already a nerd. Um, when I saw you on there because I see you in the live often and I see you pop into the guest requests often and I think you're popping in on accident. So I just when you were on Birdie's Live Saturday, in my head you were already one of us. So just know that you know we do see you, we're here for you. Joshua just sent you a friend request, so if you can send them a friend request, accept their friend request, so that we can get you into the Discord. And that way you'll always be in contact with us. If anything happens to TikTok, you'll know where we are, right? We'll be on Discord, we'll be on YouTube, or whatever app we go to after that. That way you can stay in contact with us and you won't ever feel alone, okay?
I appreciate it. I really do. And I'm so grateful for you guys being there. I'm so grateful. I thank you. I thank you. I
You
really
are so
do.
welcome.
And I love all you guys. I really do. Like, you guys have a place in my heart that you just don't know that it's there, but you got a place in my heart. And this is for real. This is genuine when I say that you really have a place in my heart. Cause a lot of days I don't know. I just don't know, cause I'm disappointed. In what I believed in, and I know you said don't beat myself up, so I'm gonna try not to continue to do that because I have been.
It's okay to feel your feelings, right? Don't deny what you're feeling. I don't want you wrestling with yourself on the inside.
Right,
It's good to acknowledge that you're disappointed. That's a real thing, right? Like you're disappointed, acknowledge that, and then allow yourself to deal with that. Whether that's journaling, right? Talk if you gotta cuss this God out in on paper, you know, if you and I don't know if you curse, but you know what I mean. Like if you got to like write down about how angry you are, right?
right,
About being lied to, and acknowledge I'm disappointed, right? I did this, I did that, right? Allow yourself to feel those emotions, deal with those emotions, and heal through those emotions. So like
right,
it's okay. Everything that you're feeling is okay. It's valid. Your emotions and your feelings are real.
right. I hear you, and I thank you. I really do. You just don't know. It's been a long time. I've been waiting to get up here to, talk to somebody about how I'm feeling. And I appreciate you. I really do. I really, truly do.
You're so welcome. I love you.
I love
Um
you
and
too.
and I'm gonna be looking for you in the Discord.
Okay. I'll
Okay.
be
And
there.
okay, if you need help on downloading the Discord app and setting up, it's really easy. Like when you click the link, it'll take you to the App Store to download the app, and then it'll take you right to our server, and you just create a username, and then just follow the prompts, and then you'll be in there. It's a lot of stuff in there. There's a lot of channels in there for you to like explore. But if you go to the Thinker live chat, that's where you'll find us hanging out, talking to each other, and that channel mostly. Okay,
Okay.
but just reach out if you have through TikTok DM if you have any questions on downloading the app and getting into the server.
I will. And thanks again.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome. Did you have anything else?
Oh, that's it. I appreciate you talking to me tonight or this morning.
Of course. I'm glad you came up and shared your story. Like I said, I see you in the guest request box several times. So I'm glad you finally came up and talked to us.
Yeah, me too. It makes me feel better. It makes me feel better. And I will definitely be in the Discord and, hopefully I can, just connect with some people and get on with my life.
There are several nerds who live in the same area as you.
Mhm.
And so you might be able to connect, with them. You might find a cocktail buddy or a coffee buddy, a person to go and sit down and have coffee with, and then we take trips together. And so we're planning one for next October. So there, may be an opportunity for you to meet us in person and put a actual face to the names, um,
That would be
and to
great.
the voices. Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
So
that would be great. I heard about the trips that you guys took and Pink Beard and you guys went to his show and everything. I follow him too. I follow all you guys. Everybody that you can name, I probably follow all you guys because that's all I do every day. And like I said, I really appreciate you talking to me. It makes me feel better, to know that there's somebody out there that I have, and I'm not alone in this thing, when people keep walking away and leaving because of my decision to change from the God to no God. Um, it makes me feel good. It makes me feel so much better.
That's good. Take a deep breath and just let your shoulders hang and let go of all of that. It's heavy. Like I can remember when I was going back and forth with my family, my heart was so heavy because they didn't understand why I had the questions that I had, and the arguing and the name calling and the you going to hell and you demonic this. My heart was so heavy. But the moment that I decided, right, like I have to do what makes me
That's
feel sane, right, and what gives me peace,
right.
and that I can't care what other people think about me. Like I can't live for them, right? The moment that I decided that, and I set the boundaries around my heart and the boundaries around my mind, the weight that was lifted, the sleep that I now get, I sleep like a baby. Like I barely dream anymore. Like I'm resting.
Mhm.
When I lay down to sleep, I literally rest, and I didn't have that before.
That's what I need.
Yeah.
Mhm. I need that because I'm not resting. I'm not resting at all. Not at all. I need that. Um, you telling me that lets me know that it's possible. That it's possible that I can have that. But I'm not sleeping. My sister think that the change came within me when my baby sister went into the vegetative state, and she could be right. Cause like I said, she was my go-to. Whenever I had anything wrong or I want to talk about something and somebody give me some solutions to some problems or anything like that, even though she was 10 years younger than me, or she is 10 years younger than me, she still gave that to me. She gave that to me. And now I don't have that anymore. So I'm trying to deal with it the best way that I can. And I just thank you. I thank you for, letting me into the Discord and try to be connected to some people, 'cause me being here by myself all the time like this and not having no human to talk to, I know this can't be good. It can't be good at all. It can't be good. And I'm trying to deal with it the best way that I can. So,
Do
like I
you
say,
do you follow Mama Bash too,
I
Rose?
do. I do.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Have you heard Mama Bash talk about the guilt that she feels as well
I
for?
have.
Okay. I think that you and Mama Bash, like having conversations with Mama Bash would be helpful too, with that, and being able to help each other through that guilt as well.
Right. I'll reach out.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea. She's such a lovely young woman.
Yeah, I love her spirit.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep. So,
Well, thank you so much for coming up, and I look forward to having conversations with you in the future. Hopefully you'll come up more now that you've broken the ice and you've come up and said hello and shared your story.
right.
Yeah, we'll see more of you.
Yeah, I'll be up more.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
All right.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Man, that's deep.
But man, it brings back memories of when finding out that you were lied to. And like I don't think like believers think that. Whew, they think
Yeah,
that we just were never believers and we just didn't give a fuck. This shit hurts when you find out.
yeah. The truth hurts. That is the facts.
Yeah,
The truth hurts. Mm-mm-mm.
it ain't no joke. I'm trying to get the box opened. Let's see. I have no
So, say I see
idea.
7 people, and I don't know how many of those are.
Uh, Hector, are you in the box on purpose? Theo, I see you in the box. What are you coming up for today, Theo? Ooh, Lord, girl. Oh, wait, I thought that was the guest. Is that your husband, betrothed? I
Yeah,
dropped the guest because I thought that was the guest going like that.
sorry, yeah, he left.
Oh my God.
That was
Thank you,
gorgeous.
Happy. Yes.
That was gorgeous. Do it again.
Oh, that motherfucker cost some money. Thank you,
I
Happy.
know.
I fucking love the Zeus gift. Just the way that it, man. Thank you, Happy and Free. I appreciate you. Yeah, that you can't do that one again. Secret. Hello, Secret. Okay. Oh Lord, should have known that was gonna wake Oso ass up. Happy you woke Oso up. You thought you was on a different
Mm,
account. Uh, Theo, Theo, what are you coming up to talk about, Theo? Oh my gosh, Happy! Damn!
Wow. That is
You! Oh
nice.
my
nice.
gosh.
That is really nice. Thank you so much for that one.
He
Thank
sent you
you.
that twice in a row.
Yeah.
I was looking at the gifts the other day and I saw that that was the most expensive one you could buy, and it was a lot of coins. I was like, dang, I wonder what that one looked like. I ain't never seen it before. And I accidentally got kicked off your live and got back, and you were talking about the Zeus. And I'm like, shit, I just missed it. And I was a Christian for so long. Is Zeus supposed to be, a representation of that top dog? And I didn't get to see it. And then it happened again. I was like, oh, must be my lucky day.
Might be a god, or maybe
There might be there probably, there is a
maybe it's
God. I
just
mean,
happy and free.
maybe I'm not supposed to give up. But I wanted to
Yeah.
talk to the host
You are talking to the
because,
host, love bug.
yes, because I heard you saying um, that you
Hold on.
was a Christian.
Yeah, but I actually don't allow people to come up from the chat and just start random conversations. First off, I need to know your age.
44.
Okay. And I assume that are you deconstructing or are you now an atheist?
I'm not an atheist at all. I don't think I'm good. I don't assume I'm going to end up with that conclusion.
Okay.
I hope not. I have high hopes that that's not what I'm going to end up believing, that there is no God at all. I just don't see, I don't, I don't think I'd give up.
Do you believe in the God that we are discussing? Are you deconstructing from the God of the Bible or?
Well, I have to say I still believe, but
Okay.
how much belief do you have in the first place? You know, because a lot of that is faith that they ask you to carry. And you know, I kind of, when I, as during my deconstruction, the first thing that I uh felt was like, I don't like the Old Testament, I only like the New Testament, right? And it's just like Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Then it was like, okay, I'm not a Christian, but I'm a follower of Christ for sure, right? And then I went back to the Christians, like, okay, you know, they still love me. And then we were at Bible study and I was reading, and for some reason, I don't know why I said it out loud. When I was reading Genesis, I assumed the garden, the snake in the garden, I associated with the man that died on the cross. Like I put those two and two together. Like I figured it represented each other. They said this book, the Old Testament mirrors the New Testament, and blah 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 blah, yin yang. So I just thought, oh, I finally got something right, and then they kicked me out of the church.
Oh, they they kicked you out of the church.
Hmm.
Okay. So okay, so you still believe in Jesus. So what do I have wrong about your God then?
Like I just want to know
Pertaining to the
why.
topics there.
Okay, so you, well, I mean, you don't believe in any God at all.
No, I'm atheist.
So then you're mad that other people worship a God.
No, ma'am. Just
What
answer the
what what
question,
do
please.
I have wrong about your God? There's
About the
topics
God of the
on the
Bible,
post. Yeah, what do I
the
have wrong?
deceiver. Well, I don't know if he's a deceiver or she or whatever that got, if it what it, if it even is defined by sex, but I don't know if it's a deceiver. But a slave master, I'm not sure, but he definitely condoned it. Caused division, most definitely. Confusion, yeah, he did that on purpose. He said, or she, or whatever.
Well, I mean, I think the fact of you saying that you don't know whether to call it she or he, right? But it's something that you are communicating with, or believe that you are, or believe that, I don't know, I guess that is the God of you, based off of information that you were given by other humans. And then saying, like, to me, that is deception, right? I guess with you saying, okay, yeah, he definitely condones slavery. He definitely causes division. He definitely causes confusion. Why are you choosing to worship this God if you don't think that I have that wrong about it?
Um, You know, at first that's a good question because I think a lot of people do it and they don't know why. It's just a habit. You know, I went to private Christian school as a child, so it's like I already thought that just like, you know, assumed at birth, I guess, pretty much there's a God. You didn't question that. That was just like automatic, like you got a mom and you got a dad, right? So maybe that kind of got in there, you know, that just like DEI, slid them in there, and then what you call it, Christianity, of course, because this is America, right? Where homemade from colonizers and slavery and all this other horrible crap in our government, right? And then it was just easy, right? I just believed in it. I felt things. I felt things. I felt it, right? So I justified it with, oh, they're putting hands on people and speaking in tongues, and these people are falling on the floor. Like, who can do that, you know? And it's got to be real. And then I prayed one time for Jesus to save me, and He saved me. I called on Jesus, and it happened. So, like, if I didn't say God, I didn't say my guardian angel, I didn't say my ancestors, you know, I didn't say, you know, give me a quick idea, you know, I said, Jesus, help me, please. And I cried, and then, like, something happened to me, and then I didn't die. And then I felt like Jesus saved me right there. So I thought, you know what? Don't give up on Jesus because if he was a real deal, like why would the devil save your life? You know?
So basically, you're saying the reason that you worship a God that causes division and confusion, um, you know, condones slavery and tells people that they can own other humans as property, is because you validated that he is real because he you called his name and he saved your life, is what you're saying.
Well, I don't think he. They say God is unchanging, right? But um, I don't think he ever changed, and I don't want to judge him or anything for the things that he chose, but in the beginning, like if you read the Old Testament, he just wanted a certain groups of people, right? He just wanted a certain people. So like in the beginning, I don't even think he wanted everybody, right?
Well,
Good thing
what
he
I'm
wasn't
saying
born
is,
back then,
hold on, hold on,
but
hold on. I don't want you to go into a long tangent again. What I'm saying is, you, regardless of that, right?
I don't think he's going to
You,
make us
I'm
do
sorry,
that to
baby
us anymore.
cakes,
That's
baby
why
cakes.
I believe
Can
it.
you
Yes.
not? Can you not? Okay. Um, what I'm asking you is, regardless of all of that, right? Like, right, that this is your man, right? You know
Hmm.
that he has red flags, right?
Right.
Because you called his name and he answered and he did a thing for you. He, like you said, he saved your life. That's why you believe in him. Is that what I'm hearing though?
Well, I believe in Jesus. He's not the same as what was you're speaking of as deceiver, slave master, cause of division and confusion. That was Yahweh, or that was Moses's God and Abraham's God. And yeah, they say the New Testament. Jesus is worshiping the same God or talking about the same God, but part of me thinks like the New Testament more so just glorifies Jesus as God than God himself, even though like he's saying, don't give me credit, but I'm your savior, I'm your redemption. Well, I'm not trying to get like in good with God if you're my redemption, because I didn't even want to get God didn't even like me. He was mean and I was scared of him in the first place. It said fear the Lord and I did. Not because it said so, but because
I need you
nobody
to
had it
like,
with me.
baby kid, I need you to like bite size it so that we can have a conversation. Okay.
Yeah, I believed in Jesus, but he was not the person that did all those things that you're saying. So,
Okay. So Jesus and the God in the Old Testament and your belief system are two different deities. So when Jesus condones slavery in the New Testament, when he's talking to the Israelites in Luke chapter 17, like, first off, before I even go there, Jesus uses slavery in his parables a lot when he's teaching the Israelites on what to expect when he returns. And he's teaching the Israelites on how to view themselves, right? When it comes to the Father, right? And in Luke chapter 17, verse 7 through 10, I'm going to pull it up and we can look at it together. And while I'm pulling this up very quickly, I just want to I just want to check what your understanding of the word condone to me. Like, do you know what condoning, like
yes,
what it
I,
means
yes,
to
I
condone?
do.
Okay. And so condone is to allow, to accept or allow something to continue, typically like in a moral practice. And so here in Luke 17, starting at verse 7, Jesus is talking to his disciples and he's teaching them a lesson, and he uses this he uses slavery as a way to do that. So he says to them, who among you would say to your slave who has just come in from plowing or tending sheep in the field, come here at once and take your place at the table? Would you not rather say to him, prepare supper for me, put on your apron and serve me while I eat and drink? Later you may eat and drink. Do you thank the slave for doing what was commanded? So you also, when you have done all that you were ordered to do, say, we are worthless slaves. We have done only what we ought to have done. So this, in reading this, this tells me that Jesus was aware that slavery was a practice in first century Rome, which would have been the time that Jesus lived, right? He was aware that Israelites had slaves. He was aware that Romans had slaves. Like, he was just aware, right, that slavery existed. And when he is also aware of how slave masters treated their enslaved. He's aware that they have them in the field all day working, and then when they're done working in the field, they go. They're expected to go and cook dinner for their master, and wait until their master eats, right, and drinks, and then the slave can eat and drink because they're worthless slaves to the slave master. So he knows that that's how the slave masters
I mean, we
treat.
know how
And
that went. We
I'm
know how
sorry,
it
I'm
went.
sorry,
Like they
baby
did
cakes, baby
everything,
cakes,
right?
baby cakes, baby cakes. Don't interrupt me while I'm talking, right? Like I sit and I listen to you when you talk, right? So it's my turn to speak now. We know this because Jesus says, "Who among you would say to your slave who has just come in from plowing or tending the sheep, tending the sheep in the field, come here at once and take your place at the table?" Then he says, "Would you rather not say to him, 'Prepare supper for me, put on your apron and serve me while I eat and drink? Later you may eat and drink"? That's how we know that that's how slave masters were treating their enslaved people at that time. And because Jesus is saying this, right, and using it as a parable, we know that Jesus is aware that this is how slave masters were treating their enslaved people at the time. But Jesus goes on to say to them, right, so you also, so when you have done all that you were ordered to do, and he's talking about like when you've done everything God wants you to do, say to yourself, we are worthless slaves. We have done only what we ought to have done. So this the purpose of Jesus using this, using slavery as a lesson to the Israelites, is to tell the Israelites, like, you are slaves of God, right? Like, you were bought with a price, and you shouldn't expect a thank you, a miracle, a blessing, because you are just a worthless slaves, right? Like your righteousness is like a filthy rag to this God. You should just say to yourself, I'm only doing what I'm supposed to do as a worthless slave of God.
Can I comment on that? Respond to that?
That's why I stopped
Okay.
talking.
I don't think that this was really an emphasis on him justifying slavery, this passage. I think in more so it was just like, you're supposed to be a servant to God. This is how you serve God in that same reverence. I don't think it like justified it or whatever. I don't think it shows his acceptance of it. He was more so like just explaining something else. But even at the same time, I get it. Like, why would we want to serve a God that, thinks of us that way? I don't like the part where it says, when you've done all those things which you are commanded, say, we are unprofitable servants. We have done what was our duty to do. Maybe God wants that from us. He wants us to humble ourselves. He wants us to understand that, without him, we are nothing. Maybe we broke his heart and we got to tell him time and time again, we're unworthy. And maybe what we did was that great of something bad, maybe rejecting him, the whole rejecting him. Like, how it feels when your baby daddy don't want to be with you no more, or you're
I
one of
don't
your
have a baby
parents.
daddy.
Okay, so, well, I'll give you another example. One of your parents don't want to deal with you, or, just rejection, period. That's hard, right? How, how
No.
you think?
Okay, so let's go back for a second, because this is why I asked like what your understanding of condoning is, because I never said anything about him justifying it. Justifying and condoning are two different words, right? And they mean two different things. So condoning slavery is to accept that practice and allow it to continue. And that's what Jesus did. Jesus never spoke out against the practice of slavery.
He never spoke out for the practice of slavery
He's
either.
he spoke
It existed and
about
he spoke on
I'm
it. And
sorry, he spoke about slavery. He used slavery in his parables. He says that he's going to beat slaves when they return for their disobedience. He's going to stab them. He's going to have
he
his
said
slaves
that.
bring. Yes, he does.
Where
But
does he
hold
say that
on,
he's going to
hold
beat
on,
them and
hold on,
stuff?
hold on, baby cakes, hold on. the fact that he sees it fit, right, to use the practice of slavery as a teaching mechanism for how he's either going to punish bad people, right, or people that reject him, or how he wants his followers, or God wants his followers to be, right, shows that he didn't necessarily have a problem with the practice of slavery. Jesus was a follower of the Torah, of the law of Moses. The law of Moses outlined the regulations for how to do slavery in the land of Israel. He didn't speak out against that part of the Bible, of that part of the Torah.
I don't think he would speak on the laws because he abolished the law and he came to fulfill the law.
He did not come to abolish the law. He literally says, "I did not
But he
come
came to
to
fulfill the
I'm
law,
sorry,
I'm
baby
saying.
cakes, baby cakes." He said he did not come to abolish it. He said he came to fulfill the law, right, which means to follow it. But he like he spoke out against eye for an eye. He says, "You have heard that it is that I said eye for an eye, but I say, do not do eye for an eye, turn the other cheek." He spoke out against things that he didn't agree in the law. He spoke out against divorce, right? He says Moses allowed them to get divorced for the hardening of their hearts. So if he didn't if he had an issue with slavery, he most definitely, especially if you think that he's God, he most definitely had the authority, right, to say, I told y'all that it's okay to enslave people, back in the late Bronze Age, but now I don't think that anymore. It's not okay to enslave people. Instead of using slavery as a teaching mechanism.
Well, I mean, fulfill does not mean what you said it means. Fulfill means completion, or it means to fulfill a duty, carry out a task, satisfy or meet a requirement.
Does that mean that you never have to do that requirement again?
Yes, because it's satisfied.
Okay,
Those
so
things were done. Yeah, I believe
okay,
so.
let's go to Romans chapter 9.
Okay, what verse?
Hold on. I think it starts at verse 13 maybe. Let me know.
That's
Hold on.
6.
Nope. Um, oh, 13:9. I think it's 13:9, not Romans 9. Hold on. It might be 13:9.
Right when you said Romans
Yeah,
9, I
here we go.
opened.
Right
I
here.
thought it was
Romans
straight to
13.
Romans 9.
It's Romans
13.
13. Start at verse
Ugh.
8. Owe no one anything except to love one another, for the one who loves another has fulfilled the law. Okay? He says, the commandments: you shall not commit adultery, you shall not murder, you shall not steal, you shall not covet, and any other commandment are summed up in this word: you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Love does no wrong to a neighbor. Therefore, love is for
Mm-mm.
the. Can you not do that, baby cakes? Therefore, love is the fulfilling of the law. So, what Paul here is saying, that when the greatest commandment of the law is to love your neighbor as you love yourself. And he's saying, when you don't commit adultery, you are fulfilling that law of loving your neighbor as you love yourself. So if you when you fulfill the law of love your neighbor as you love yourself, do you no longer have to not commit adultery? Is that what you're saying? Since the law, you're fulfilling that law?
That was the law that was given, okay, afterwards. Jesus
No,
fulfilled
no,
the
no.
law.
I'm not.
About the
Listen,
laws
this law. Hey, hey, hey,
of the
hey. We're
Jew.
talking. Hey, baby cakes. We're
I thought we're
talking
not going
about
to be
what we're
interrupted.
talking about what the word fulfill means. I don't want you focusing on what law we're talking about. The word fulfill, when he
Right.
says
Right.
that
You were,
we are,
yes.
hey, baby
Yeah.
cakes. So you don't have to where you can commit adultery now since you fulfilled it one time.
Where does it say that? Just because it was just because it was the law given more than once, one time, and to more than one peoples, doesn't mean that it's what you're trying to say. And I also want to
You
add that
fulfill, baby cakes. What does the word fulfill mean?
do you know what a false witness is?
Baby cakes, what does the word fulfill mean?
Okay, I already gave you the exact definition. Once again, maybe you just didn't
Okay.
catch it the first time.
Okay. Sure.
It means to bring to completion or reality, achieve or realize something, gain happiness and satisfaction by fully developing one's abilities or characters. Fulfill. I don't know, like how many more ones do you want me to do?
The definition of fulfill is in the word. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Okay.
To
So
fulfill something means
hold on. Hi. To fulfill means to
to complete a
accomplish,
goal, satisfy a goal.
complete, or to bring to its intended purpose. That's what that means. Okay. All
Yeah.
right. So
With
we have.
satisfaction.
Can you stop?
That's a
Like you
big part.
started out cool. You started out cool, but baby cakes, don't get it twisted. Okay, because I will cuss you the fuck out if you
You
keep
know
up.
the devil gets mad quick.
I don't give a fuck if you call me the devil. You can call me motherfucking Lucifer.
You're not the
Lucifer.
devil, baby. You're not the
I
devil.
don't give a fuck. You can call me Lucifer. But the moment that you flip that fucking switch, that motherfucker is gonna stay the fuck on, and you ain't gonna like it. Okay? I've been trying to respect your ass since you've been on this stage. Okay? But you are asking for something else. And I have no problem giving it to you. What I am trying to understand from you in this damn scripture here, when Paul uses the word fulfilled, and Paul says that the commandments are fulfilled when you love your neighbor as you love yourself. If Paul is telling you that your commandments are fulfilled, does that mean you don't have to follow these motherfuckers anymore?
It means that you are not
Answer the fucking question. I don't give a damn what you think about me. Does that
yeah,
mean you don't have to
for when you have to, when you have
does that
to.
mean you don't have to follow these commandments anymore because you are fulfilling them when you love your neighbor as yourself?
Baby, you never had to do anything. God gave you a
Answer
free
the
will.
fucking question.
Well, answer my question. Are you a fucking retard?
Does that mean
Wow.
you don't have to fulfill the law anymore? You can now murder now because you fulfilled the law.
Is it my turn?
Answer the fucking question. Yeah, I heard her say a slur.
Are you gonna start talking while I'm talking again?
Jesus's children always, they always come up here and bring chaos.
You're Jesus' child, okay?
You are Jesus's child.
Okay, all right. That's like me saying black girls always run
You
their
are,
mouth too
shut the fuck
much.
up, you racist ass bitch. I knew you were waiting to come up here and be
You
racist.
categorize
I knew you were waiting to come up here and
fucking
be racist. You
what?
fake as fuck. You fake as fuck.
The devil's a liar.
You fake. Fuck you. You are fake as
Wrong.
fuck. You are fake as fuck.
I mean, lose your
You are
credit.
fake as fuck, and you couldn't fucking wait.
Drop
And that's why your ass was like, he only liked certain people. He only wanted certain inclusive people. Bitch, you was clocked from the very fucking
You
beginning.
don't know
Yeah, you
because
don't have to mute her. You were clocked from the very fucking beginning, bitch.
you make no sense. Like you,
Yeah,
you
you
have
make no
no, you have
sense.
no
You make no sense.
validation in
Now I ain't
anything
finna
that's
do nothing but
coming out of
fucking
your
play with your
mouth.
motherfucking ass.
So you want to go to
Like
shit
you're
You're the
you're
talking
you're
fucking
you're
idiot that
shit?
used the word fulfilled in the definition of the word fulfilled, bro. You're the
You
idiot
want
that did that. They teach you
you
that in
want
grade school that the word can't be in the definition of the word.
what do you mean? I mean, what's wrong with
Holy
what's the
fuck.
point of the definition
Maybe
of
that
fulfill?
maybe
If
DEI is how you
you're
got out of
fighting
high
over the
school.
definition
You
of
ever consider
fulfill
that?
that proves
Did you
what?
know that DEI benefits white women the most?
DI does not benefit white women the most.
God
Number
It
damn,
one,
does.
I'm
We
clearly
we
it
tired of
see it
hearing
did
right
that
because you
now.
can't even
statement.
speak English correctly.
Not her, not her,
Because
cause she didn't go to college.
I'm not
Hey,
white.
it
Okay,
didn't benefit. It
sorry.
didn't benefit her,
Oh,
cause she didn't fucking go to college and she ain't got no goddamn business. So she
that's
I'm
don't
not
true.
know.
white. Sorry.
That's
She
true.
don't know what DEI did for white women, cause she ain't got shit.
That's true.
She
Bitch,
ain't
because
got
it's
shit
slim
but
Kamala,
Jesus.
and if she ain't white,
What?
Did that do what you
it's
thought it
slim
was gonna do?
Kamala, and if she ain't white, DEI stood
Girl,
the
I
mayor of
still
my
didn't hear what you
city, and if
said.
she ain't white, so it's supposed to be black women, and
Rachel,
native
Rachel,
women
Rachel,
helping out the white
Bitch, you
folks because
ain't
they
Rachel,
ain't helping
neither.
me out.
You
Rachel.
are neither. You are neither.
So then
You are
what are you trying to
neither
say?
one
Like
of
what's the
those.
subject here? What's the subject here? Your hate? Your hatred?
Bitch, you started with that shit. I told your motherfucking ass you turn that light switch on, that bitch is
I didn't
staying
turn
on.
nothing.
And it's gonna be an expensive
You need
ass
to go
bill,
back and read
motherfucker.
this script tomorrow, baby.
You asked for the shit. Why you whining now? Why you screaming, what's the hate? What's the subject? Hate? Bitch, you asked for this shit.
No, I asked for it. I'm the one who requested to come up, but you
You
couldn't
just,
answer my
that's
She's
what
question.
a
she
That's
just
what she
said.
dumbass.
She
said.
just
She's
said
a
you asked
dumb
for it.
ass.
Holy
Oh, you
shit, you're an
stupid.
idiot.
I said I
Now
asked
I
for it,
asked
You
for it.
real
and
Oh,
you
life
dumb
still
fuck.
stupid.
That's what
ain't
I just said.
answer my question. Are
Holy
y'all that
shit.
dumb? Are y'all that dumb? I'm not saying you
Oh,
didn't
yeah. We're
ask
the
for
ones that
it.
don't
I said
understand what's
you
going
asked
You
on.
for
original,
it.
100%.
$100%.
So do y'all get
1000%.
paid for this shit or
We're
what?
You
also the
original,
damn near
sweetie.
50-year-olds that have baby
Are you
cake as a
doing this
fucking
for the
username.
love of your dirty, wicked heart?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Imagine being damn near 50 and your username being baby cakes. Like, yeah, we're the
Yeah,
ones that
imagine
talk.
that the Lord has kept this woman
We don't
nice and
believe
tight
in
for
imaginary
long and
friends and
strong
shit, and we're the ones
years.
that are off,
Okay,
right? We're the ones that think that an imaginary friend fucking
don't get
saved
mad.
us
Don't
in
get mad.
real life.
Don't get mad. My
We think
body
that an
stays. I'll
imaginary friend
pray.
fucking
That's what
saved
he
us
meant
in
by He
real
will
life,
renew you. You will have a
right?
new
So we're the
body.
crazy ones,
Y'all
right?
think y'all gonna get a new body over time?
We
Y'all
go
wait.
around
Just
the
want
Tomorrow.
y'all to
internet as
know.
a 50-year-old talking about I'm
Look,
baby cakes and Jesus
look. I'm
saved
not
me.
trying to argue with you, and I'm not trying to
To
You
the
fight
don't
with
have
you.
Christians
to
I'm
in
be
not
the
trying to
trying.
call
comments,
people
this is
names.
love your neighbor as you love yourself, and this is why we say fuck y'all. Don't nobody want y'all
I
old
think he was
crusty,
smart.
dusty ass, fake ass love. This is love your neighbor as you love yourself. This bullshit right here. This motherfucker couldn't even sit on. She couldn't even have a respectful conversation, right? Like
That's rude.
I let her dumb ass talk shit for a good 2 minutes before I even turned the fucking light switch on. This is that fucking love your neighbor as you love yourself bullshit that Jesus peddles. This is the type of shit that Jesus creates.
Questions.
This is a Jesus baby. Don't buy one for your child. Christmas
False
is coming
prophet.
up. Leave them motherfuckers on the shelf.
False prophet. False prophet.
Bitch, do you know what a fucking prophet is? Ain't nobody preaching for your God, you dumb motherfucker.
False
Guys are
I'm not a
idiots.
prophet of your God, dumb bitch.
prophet.
I'm not a prophet of your God.
Prophet. False prophet. Yeah.
Do you think that God is going to look at this display and think, "Oh yeah, this is it"? She called
No.
the person that doesn't believe in God a false prophet. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, I raised up a pretty smart one. Do you think that's what he's going to say, or probably the opposite, huh?
They be dumb than a motherfucker. Like they don't even
Yeah,
know. Like they just be saying words. Them motherfuckers they didn't go to school. They don't pick up
right.
books. Like I'm gonna tell you how much their God don't love them. Their God knows that their asses can't read and don't read, yet he put the shit that he want them to know about him in a fucking book.
From
In a
hands
Mm,
down.
book.
mm, clock that.
In
It's
a
funny because
book.
Thinker at the top of the conversation said, "No, I'm an atheist," and now she's sitting here, false prophet, false
You
prophet.
want to
Like
talk
you
about it or
dumb
not?
fuck.
Don't it be hoes?
She says she does not believe in the
Don't it be
existence of a
hoes?
God. False prophet. False prophet. She's prophesying
Well, that's what you're
falsely.
doing. That's what you're
Hey,
doing.
dumb fuck. Dumb fuck. What was she prophesying?
She was prophesying
I'm glad you know you know.
agenda of the Antichrist of
She was
the anti
prophesying
God,
the
whatever you
agenda
want to
of the
call it.
Antichrist. Please explain how she did that.
Because she's trying to lead people astray. She's going
What does
with
Oh,
prophesy
you're
mean?
doing
What does
that. You're doing that
prophesy
all on
mean?
your own. Your
I'm
actions are doing that
not
all on its own.
never mind leading people astray.
Don't worry.
What
Just
is
keep
prophesying
doing it,
I'm
mean?
not
baby.
that's not even my
He's
Keep doing
agenda.
the
I'm
work.
not
talking.
trying to
Keep
lead
doing the
people
work
or
for us. Keep doing the work for us, baby cakes.
Well, if that's how you feel, somebody
Yeah,
gonna
what does
realize how dumb
prophesy
your
mean,
idea is
baby
just by
cakes?
listening to this
50-year-old
conversation.
baby cakes. What does prophesy mean?
Look, I just want to know, just because you don't
50
believe
year
there
old
is no
baby,
God,
50-year-old baby. What does prophesy mean? What does it mean to be a prophet? Hmm?
do you not know what a prophet is?
I'm asking you. Clearly, I
No,
want you to
you
tell me,
don't.
right? That's how it works.
Okay, so some people think prophets are just like a preacher or somebody that,
Just
stands
tell
in
me
front
what
of
it
a.
is. Don't tell me what it ain't.
They think they a mouthpiece for the divine, that they know what it is, and they think they
So
have a
you think
message
that
that they
this
can deliver to
atheist,
guide people.
you think that this atheist is a mouthpiece for the divine in a false way?
They no, not for the divine. They believe,
You said she
okay,
was
that
a
they speak
false
about
prophet.
God,
You
on
said a
God,
prophet
for
is
God.
somebody that's a mouthpiece
Prophets
for the
speak for
divine.
God. Prophets think they speak for God,
Okay,
right?
so when an atheist who tells you they're an atheist is an atheist, how in the fuck do they think they're a mouthpiece for the God?
Well, I can tell you I'm black, but will that make me black when you
And
look at me?
I could tell you you a
Come on.
dumbass. It's
Let's
not
not
going
be
to change the
stupid.
fact that you displayed you're a
She is
dumbass. Can you
stupid as
answer the
fuck.
question,
What's the
Rachel?
question?
How
Yeah,
is
she's
an
still a mouthpiece for
atheist
God. Yeah, she is.
somebody
She's a
who
mouthpiece
says
for
that
that.
there
Yeah.
is no God trying to be the mouthpiece of a God?
Yeah, she is, and she don't know it. That's how dumb she is.
Rachel, how does that make sense?
Because if you're not doing the works of God, you're doing the works of the anti-God. All
Okay,
right?
so
One or
is an
the other.
anti-God a God?
I cannot subscribe to atheism. I'm
Hey,
sorry.
Rachel, is an
There's no such
anti-God a God?
thing. Is
Good.
what?
Stay with Jesus. Atheism doesn't want your
Absolutely.
ass.
He needs your ass. All the dumbasses he can get. Is an anti-God a God?
No,
Oh,
God
okay, okay. And if
is
she's the
there
mouthpiece
is
of the
no other God.
anti-God, then and you said that a prophet is the mouthpiece of the divine. I don't, I don't know. I don't know. It don't sound like she's a false prophet, right?
Well, I called her a prophet because she
No, you
is
called her a
out
false prophet.
here.
You didn't call her a prophet. You called her
Right,
a
she is
false prophet.
false. Well, I meant the false
Um.
part, not the prophet part, okay? She's a false
Oh, okay.
ass,
So we
fake
can take
ass,
the prophet off.
loudmouth
We can take the
person,
prophet off.
disrespectful.
You
Yeah,
just
we can
meant
take the
false.
prophet off.
She's
We
false.
can take the prophet off because
She's
we
not a
know she
prophet at
don't
all
talk to
anymore.
God, don't talk to her.
So now that
Hey,
we
also,
figured it
I
out, it
just
don't make
figured
sense
out what
anymore.
this is. This is a. I can't stand that bitch stinker because she's so fucking cool, and I wish that I
Mm.
was her.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
this
raise
is.
yourself up some more, Lucifer.
Yeah, that's what this is. You
Well,
want to be
maybe if
me,
you glue a
baby
wig to the
cakes.
back of your head, you might be able to sneak into an NAACP meeting. You ever think about that?
I don't know what you're talking about, but you sound really
You ever think about that?
inappropriate.
Oh my god! Also,
If you glue it
I
on
don't
the back of your
know.
head,
I
yarmulke
don't
style,
know. Maybe
maybe you
I
could
don't
sneak
know.
into a meeting.
Maybe if you
You ever think
wasn't
about that?
gay, more girls would fucking want to be your friend.
Maybe if I weren't
Yo, what?
gay,
You know how
is that what
many
you said?
female friends gay men
gay men
have?
have.
No,
You
do
are
you
an
really?
idiot. You
You
are
don't get
an
it.
Why
You don't
do
get
idiot.
it.
y'all always bring gay people up in your filthy ass mouths?
Because gay men
Like,
always want
damn, they
Uh-oh.
white
ain't
girls
thinking
to
about
Not
your
like
to
us
ass.
just
be
started put.
judged, but they
You
don't
think that
Y'all
understand
get
gay
that
on
men
my
are the only
nerves with
men that
that
are
shit.
smarter than you?
a lot of Christians and a lot of men let go of this God because they think that he rebukes them, but that's not true. That was a lie.
Why the
He loves
fuck?
them. In fact, those are
Are
the
you
to them
gay?
they're
Are
probably
you gay?
perfect.
Are you gay?
Maybe. I know. I like men and women. I'm not gay.
I feel sorry for the
You
men
might not
and
be
the
gay,
women
but you
that you
are dumb as
like.
fuck.
You dumb as fuck.
Mm.
Holy shit, you're an
Oh,
idiot.
wrong mute buttons.
Oh, you know what?
I'm
Let me
done
get
with
to
your
my
ass.
last little thing
I'm
here.
done with your ass. Shut the fuck up.
This is the only thing she got right. Let's go.
Like, ew. I swear, trying to be respectful to you motherfuckers is just a fucking waste. To the person in the guest box with a username, I mean with a TikTok jail number, please add a username if you want to come on stage. King Cola, Diana, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? If you're in the guest request box on my backup account, I cannot bring you up from the backup. CO Star, Brody, Bros Day Official, Lord Edward. I cannot bring you up from the backup account. Uh, Diana, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Kayla? Hello, Kayla? Okay. I took Diana out, but she came right back in. She's not responding.
That's dirty, Diana.
What did King Cola respond?
Not that I'm assuming. Mm, I know someone did though.
I don't know what Theo I don't know what you finna come up here and say. Like you were just up here on Thursday, Theo. Remember we talked about you requesting every live. What
Okay.
are you trying to come up and talk about, Theo? What did Can you put it in the chat, Theo? Benga?
Nah, that's crazy.
That wasn't my fault. She did that shit. She wanted that shit. Like I was trying to have a respectful, peaceful conversation with her ass. She
Hmm.
wanted to get cussed out.
Oh yeah, definitely. I knew. I almost became incest at the first juncture, but I was like, you know what? I know she's trying to do that because there ain't no way you just throw that shit out there like that. It not be related to anything at all, and not make sense in the context that you're using it, and you think that I'm gonna just be like have a conversation with like you're clearly an idiot.
You
Like I'm
see the
not
way she
gonna.
said, "Baby daddy."
Yeah. Like you're
Yeah.
clearly an idiot, and what's the point of having a, you know? Fuck it, I'll wait till you get there first.
And then the believers in the chat didn't say shit. Y'all be sitting here. Y'all just sit here and watch them act that way on stage, and then you just waiting for me to respond, right? So y'all can call us demons and devils while ignoring the person on stage. Like, and then say y'all need to stop calling each other names and have a real conversation. Act like y'all didn't see us trying to have a conversation with her.
Yeah, she definitely got up with the intention of being fake nice and then uh like rage baiting basically.
Like seven,
Stefan,
8 hours away, bitch. Let me take a pill.
Stefan,
Yeah.
Stefan, Stephen,
Steph off
Balenciaga.
Stephon Balenciaga.
Did he say he was a fake white bitch? What did he say?
No, she said something about like it's 8 hours away, bitch, or something like that.
Oh, well, I don't know how the hell I heard I was a fake white bitch. I
That's
swear
false
that's what I
prophecy.
heard.
I had to call you on it.
You heard that too? Thank you.
That
I,
don't
I
mean
knew
it's
I
had to.
heard that. Huh?
I mean, you might have heard something that sounded similar to it, but that's not what he said. Matter of fact, play the
What?
audio back.
Mm-mm. That's what it sounds like. I'm just gonna keep that.
Wow, faith and false prophecy. Thinker, you've really done a 180.
Yep. Y'all, the guest box is open. He said, think it sounds like she's calling patients in the ED waiting room.
In the ED waiting room?
I guess she's saying that. She meant ER.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. I can see that.
What's the difference between the gold boxing glove and the silver boxing glove?
The golden, wait, like in real life, there's a silver bottom line?
Yeah, there's a silver one. Here's the silver one right here.
I know the golden glove is like a, oh, I said in real life.
No, on TikTok.
The gold is 10 and the silver is 5.
Yeah, but they like why? Why is silver 5?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'd rather wear silver than gold.
I do wear a lot of silver myself. I think it complements my skin color.
Yeah, silver be popping on brown skin,
Hmm.
brown bodies.
And especially mine, because I look like Corbin Blue.
Y'all, if y'all don't get y'all ass on this stage, I'm finna bring up Theo.
God damn. If Theo come up,
Somebody,
y'all gonna have to
somebody.
send a TikTok shuttle to get him down too. So
The guest box is open, y'all. If you are a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up.
motherfucker said bring Theo up. Fuck it.
Y'all gonna be like, Thinker, save us. Make it stop. Sheldon, hey,
Hey, what's up? What's
how are
up?
you?
I am great today for now.
That's good.
Yeah.
Did you come up to talk about the topic?
Yes, I did. And yeah, and I am 37 years old and I am deconstructing for TikTok purposes.
Okay. What are
Uh,
your thoughts on the topic?
um what if is okay, so it's the deceiver, slave master. Should I choose one or just the whole topic? It's the whole
It's the
topic.
whole topic. Yeah.
Okay.
Like what? So it's asking, what do I have wrong about the God of the Bible?
Oh, okay. Um, I don't think you have anything wrong so far because the deceiver, he has deceived a lot of people, and for the slave master, definitely a lot of like slave references in there. Yes, I am Jamaican. Yeah. And it definitely does cause division. Like I even see it in my own family how it causes division and confusion. Because it's like when you ask a question about the Bible, right? When you ask a question about the Bible or something about what God says or something like that, they always go to the Bible, which makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? Like
What do you
they go
mean?
straight to the Bible that most of the time don't make any sense. And
Hold
that
on. What do you mean by that? When you ask questions about the Bible, they go to the Bible.
not like to the Bible, but like to it. Not like it's kind of like when you ask like a question where it it kind of feels like it making no sense, but then they go to the Bible to like for like the Bible to be the answer, if that make any sense.
I'm still confused.
Okay.
So
I want to come up with a perfect example. Like for example, like they say, like the Christians will say God said something, but then when I pull it apart and it don't make any sense, they say the Bible has all the answers. And when I go to the Bible for the answers, it doesn't make any sense. Just the same. I think a good example would be like, for example, Noah and the Ark. When I ask questions about Noah and the Ark, they say I should read the Bible for more information. You know, is that making more sense?
I guess I'm confused as to like why that like why you would think expect them to do anything different. Like I guess that's what I'm confused about, right? Like because that's what that's their tool, right? Like if you're
Yeah.
asking questions about the Bible,
Hmm.
shouldn't they take you to the Bible to answer?
Yeah. Yeah. That's, I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah. I'm sorry.
That's what you're saying. You don't like that they go
Yeah.
there,
Exactly.
but what? Where should they take you if you're asking questions about the Bible? What is it that you want them to do?
I guess now that I believe like the Bible don't make any sense anymore like how it used to me, is I guess I'll have to come back another time and try explain what I'm trying to say. But I'm not so I'm not
Like,
sure sure.
are you trying to say they don't use logic or
Yeah,
science or
yes, that's what I'm
okay,
trying to say. Yes.
okay, okay,
Like they don't
yeah,
use logic.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I
I'm
agree.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm
No, no,
confused.
no, no. You don't have to apologize. I was just confused and I was trying to understand what it is that you were trying to say. But yeah, I agree. When we are like having these conversations, it's lost on them how to have a detailed conversation that expands into biblical context, historical context, literary context, linguistic context, and even bringing in our social context of today. They don't know how to discuss this book in that way and bring in outside resources to back up why they see a specific thing a certain way. They see questions or disagreements as a attack on their belief system, and they fall apart at the first sign of somebody disagreeing with them, like we just seen the last person do. For example, like us discussing what fulfillment means, and her belief that fulfilling a law means that it's abolished, and it was hard for her to even connect the concept of, because you complete a law one time doesn't mean you don't ever have to complete that law again, doesn't mean that the law is abolished. And they don't know how to go into those deep concepts and discuss them.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense to me. But yeah, that's like the that was like the only thing. This is I'll learn to expand my convo a little bit more so that like
No, no, no,
there's more
don't keep
understanding.
apologizing.
Yeah.
It's okay, right? Like I didn't quite understand what you were saying. We got to understanding because I asked questions, right? That's what that's how we get to an understanding,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So no, you don't have to keep apologizing for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And slave master. there are a lot of things in the Bible that speaks of slavery and how it's okay, you know. And I'm like, yo, like I did not know any of this. I did not know that it was cool to to have slaves, or God gave like the right away for these things to happen. And anytime I try to explain that to someone, they will say to me, no, you're thinking of it out of, you're thinking out of context. Like you're gone too logical. I've heard somebody in Jamaica tell me that before, that it's too logical. You think too logical, dog. You have to think like gotta give you the answers in front of you. And it's like, this still not making any logical sense, you know. Like if it is a duck, it's a duck, and God say slavery is cool, and basically just saying slavery is cool, and it's definitely not. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's the next point.
Yeah, and they try to convince people that it was basically like having a job, right? While ignoring the they may be your property and you can pass them down as inheritance, yet they still want to call it a job. And they become slave apologists and wonder how there was, a time in our lifetime, right? In our history that humans actually thought that it was okay to own other humans while ignoring themselves, saying that it's okay to own other humans because, hey, it's a job.
Yeah, yeah, for real. Like they'll find some form of like excuse, because I hear them as like excuse. Anytime a Christian speaks to me, it just sound like excuses. Like it's right there in the Bible telling you this thing, but you're trying to. It's like you speak for God Himself. You understand? Like you're speaking for God. Like, no, that's not what God meant, or that's not what God is talking about. You know what I'm saying? So it's just kind of, yeah, and that even comes with the confusion, because it's like, yo, I've lived around Christians my whole life, and they're speaking for God, but God never really directly, quote unquote, talked to me. You get what I'm saying? And then when I look in the Bible, and first off, I have ADHD, so like reading is a problem for me. So like for me to read and kind of understand certain things, and it don't make no sense to me, or it don't spark out to me, I'm not going to like try gather my brain around it. You understand? I rather like listen to somebody explain it to me, and I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. You know? So it have that form of confusion as well.
Yeah. Did you have anything else?
No? That's it.
All right. Well, yeah. Okoro made a good suggestion to try audiobooks with the if you are interested, right,
Oh no, for sure.
in reading. Yeah, try audiobooks.
Yeah. I mean, I am like reading, like I'm reading about, like when I read it, I do understand. Um I do understand that some of it, like most of it, or all of it, to that point, if I reach to that point, all of it makes no sense. Like, so I get an idea of like that don't connect with this, you know. So yeah, but I really want to try audiobooks.
Hey, Hassan.
Hey, Hassan. Good morning, all. How's everybody doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh,
I'm
you have
okay.
you have an
You have
echo.
an echo. I'm sorry. I'm on my tablet, so I'm not on the Bluetooth. I don't know what to
Toggle your
do.
Bluetooth.
Say again.
Toggle your Bluetooth.
Say again. Yeah, now it's echoing on my side.
Toggle your Bluetooth.
Say it again. Also,
Toggle your Bluetooth.
he's not on Bluetooth. He said.
Yeah, but sometimes leaving the app and turning your Bluetooth on and off or off and on or whatever fixes it.
Turn on my microphone. Okay. How about now?
He
Did you
said
do it?
to he said to toggle your Bluetooth.
Give me a second. Oh shit. I think I disconnected. Shit.
No, you still here.
Okay. Is it better?
No, the echo is still there. The echo is still there. So what we'll have to do is mute you whenever one of us talk, okay? And then we'll go on mute when you talk. Did you come up to talk about the topic?
Turn on my microphone. So I turned it on. How about now? Is it? I'm having technical difficulties. You know what? I was triggered by Reese. I do want to come up and talk about the topic, but if we're having technical difficulties, I needed to take a break, so I logged off for a minute and I came back, and I'm still a little bit triggered. Reese and I have a whole lot in common. I know the last time I came up, I didn't tell my story, and I didn't want to make that like back to back because my shit is pretty deep, just like hers. So
Well,
I'll save it.
if you want, if we can go on mute because the echo isn't there when we're on mute. So whenever we talk, you mute, and when you talk, we'll mute.
10-4. Um, you don't have anything wrong. I came up in the church. I came up in the Catholic church. I went to private school just like Reese did. And I started out high school in a Catholic high school, but I transferred to public school because it was just too much on my young brain. From there, I still searched. I got baptized like 3 times as a teenager because I went from Catholic to Baptist to Methodist, and then I joined the military. And when I joined the military, I ended up joining a Masonic lodge. And I was just overwhelmed with all of, I was overwhelmed with all of this religious stuff. And what I noticed is we live in this ignorance, and I think we've been living in the same ignorance since slavery. At that time, I don't think we had a basic understanding of the English language and their prose, you know what I mean, and their intent. And then they taught us wrong. They had the slave Bible and stuff like that. But it's 2025. How are we as a people still in the same status that we were when we were slaves with this religion? And I just kept battling with my belief. And I wasn't a sickly kid, but I'm a sickly adult now. I'm 54, right? And so I went through life as a young adult, and everything was cool, but I kept battling this belief. And then my parents got sick. My mom's been gone for 10 years. My stepdad passed away. My youngest aunt, who was just a couple years older than me, she passed away. I lost my older sister, and then my brother, right? And then my best friend passed away. One of my line brothers passed away. And I was left here by myself. I still have a younger brother, younger sister. They're 10 years younger than me. But my sister's an evangelist, and her husband's a minister. And my younger brother and his wife, they're in church. And I haven't spoken to my younger brother since December. And I periodically speak with my sister because she is a nurse practitioner. And she kind of made herself in charge of my medical care. The year my mom passed away, my kidneys failed. And I've been on dialysis for 11 years now. and I've been waiting for a kidney transplant, and I've been praying and hoping. And in that time is when I lost all my other friends in these past 10, 11 years. And I had an accident about 14 years ago where I fractured my skull, and it rendered me legally blind. And when my mom died, you know, I was just left to my own devices. A lot of my friends went away, and I was really trying to make sense out of things, and I started asking questions at that time. So the friends that I did have and the family members that I did have started to distance themselves because I became this demon. I was asking too many questions. Just like the last caller, I was applying too much logic to these things, and I was taking things out of context because I have a good understanding of the Bible. And then I joined this mega church here in Chicago, and they just make so much sense. They do so much for the community. It's an open book church, so all of the money that people tithe, you can research every dollar. Every dollar goes to the community. They got this food pantry and this outreach, and they've even opened a school. They do so much. The church just bought a liquor store, and they turned it into a mental health facility. They're doing all the right things. The pastor's doing all the right things for the community. But come Thursdays, well, Sundays and Thursdays, they're thumping this Bible, and the church just gains more and more members, and it's getting bigger and bigger in the community. And I believe that they're using what they're doing for the community to increase membership, and it's working. And these people are coming out like drones, and it's amazing. I sat there and watched it for so many years, and then about a year or so ago, I came across your live, and everything that you say, and everything that your panel says. And then you start applying theology to it, and it just makes perfect sense. And started riding with you guys every day because I'm by myself, and it's difficult. And Reese, if you're still listening, I want you to know you're not alone. There's so many of us out here like this. You have to let that shit go, and you just got to continue to ride with these wonderful people that are doing us a great service, that help setting us free. I know you want to believe in this God. I know you begged and begged and begged this God to bring your sister out of that vegetative state and to heal you. And it's not true. What they told us isn't true. What this deconstruction panel is doing is giving us everything we need to set ourselves free. And we have to just keep riding. We have to keep learning. Just like you were in church every Sunday, and you would go to Bible study, and you would go to Sunday school, and you would teach. We have to do the same thing to get out of it that we did when we got into it. And that's the only way we're going to be able to make it out. And I'm riding with you guys. I'm 10 toes down with y'all, and I'm with you every step of the way. Keep teaching, please. Keep doing what we need. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the research is wonderful, and it's now leading me to want to learn Hebrew. It's now leading me to look up all the other resources and read some of these theologists and these biblical scholars and really get into what they wrote, because there's psychology behind this. There's so much behind this. It won't make sense until you make sense out of it. And just being told, or just reading the Bible and reading it out of context and allowing other ignorant ass people to tell you some shit that just doesn't make sense, and then make you want to ride and put your life on this shit. Fuck no. Can't keep doing this. So I just urge y'all to keep doing what y'all doing. And Reese, just hold on, baby girl. Hold on. We're about the same age. We have a lot of similar things going on with us. You are not alone. I'm in Chicago, so I'm not in Virginia. I used to live in the DMV area. I'm sure that there are a lot of us in that area that you can ride with. Just like Thinker said, maybe you get some coffee dates or something going on. But I'm sure that there are people, and when you find them in the Discord, that will support you. We have to support each other. And I was thinking, maybe we can create a convention Back in the day, I used to go to comic book conventions. I've been to sports conventions because I used to work for one of the professional sports teams here in Chicago. And maybe we can have a deconstruction. You know what I'm saying? We can have our own damn convention, come together and have a speaker panel. You know what I'm saying? And we can all put our heads together and we can find out how we can move together as a community. Because trust me, if you were to put something like that together, and I know it may be a huge undertaking, but I do believe that people will come together and sponsor it. You know what I mean? And I believe that we'll, just like, going to these concerts and hanging out and taking trips together and going to see Pinkbeard, stuff like that. I'm serious. We could probably come together in a mass amount of numbers and we can really create our own, community. And I believe we'll come together and I believe we can come up with better solutions and support and the resources that we need to be stronger and continue, because a lot of us probably need counseling. A lot of us need mental health resources. A lot of us need resources because we've been indoctrinated in this, and a lot of us spiritually can't let go because we've been in it so long, and a lot of us still have hope that there is a God, and a lot of us are still scared. That's the thing. They scared the shit out of us, and it's hard to think that when you die, your soul will be burning in eternal fire if you don't believe, or if you criticize this God, or if you say something wrong, or even if you question it. And, just like they say, if somebody tells you you're ugly every day, you're going to believe that you're ugly. A lot of us have been told every day that if you say something or believe something outside of the context of the Bible, that you'll burn and go to hell, and your soul, exist in eternal fire. And of course there'll be gnashing of teeth, even though we don't have spiritual teeth or spiritual slongs. I remember that the other day, but
We actually there. Hold on, I'm gonna put you on mute. There actually is a conference being scheduled right now for next October, and several of the people in the community have expressed that they want to attend it. I will be on a panel there. I'm not sure who else will be there. I know some people, but I don't want to announce because it's not my conference. But there is one coming up next October. If y'all want to go, I'll share the information for it. But if you are a nerd, it'll be in Alabama. If you are a nerd, and you want to go, because we do our separate planning and everything. We are planning that on the Discord. Once I get all of the dates and everything is set in stone, then I'll share all of that in the Discord and we can start planning around that. My goal is to work with Fee. She's so fucking good at organizing. Work with Fee on getting group rates for the hotel and stuff like that, and planning things that we can do together during the time of the conference while also attending the conference. So that something like that is in the works if you're interested.
turn on. I definitely am. I'm interested in that. Also, for folks in, I guess, more centralized areas, we need to start having meet and greets so we can back each other up and share resources and support. That's very important. Like I said, I'm in Chicago. I'm sure that there are people in and around the Chicago metropolitan area, and I would love to organize some meet and greets and things of that nature so we can share resources. I think that's the big thing. A lot of people want to deconstruct. A lot of people want to get a little deeper in it. And just like they have Bible study, just like they have Sunday service, just like they have new member service, all these things that the resources that the church has to reinforce the word, we need to do the exact same thing in reverse or in inverse to uninstall these programs that they installed in us. to properly deconstruct. And that's going to require understanding of the language, Hebrew and Greek and things of that nature. So I'm really looking forward to the. I am a nerd, so really looking forward to the private lives, the members only lives and stuff like that, and other ways that we can share resources to help us better understand the multiple writers, intent of the different councils back in Rome, and of course the Vatican and things of that nature, and of course the Holy Roman Empire when they started making changes, revisions to the Bible, and they started writing in different languages and stuff like that. A lot of things got lost in translation, but there was a lot of intent. There've been a lot of additions. There've been a lot of subtractions, and it didn't change the intent, of course, overall. But we need to have a better understanding of why these things happen. And I'm glad when you guys start to explain that stuff, it's, on a historical, I don't want to use the word context, but in a historical manner, it helps. Because if we just leave it up to these pastors, these rabbis, these priests over here in the United States, and I hope that there are people internationally that are working as far as deconstruction as well. But if we just leave it up to these people, they're banking on our ignorance, and they only teach from certain parts of the Bible, and they hammer those things home, and then there are different habits as far as prayer and things of that nature. We need to understand why these things are the way they are, and once those things are better explained, and you guys do a great job of doing that, but we need more resources, or we need to get deeper into those resources. So I know it seems like a lot of work for those that are listening who are deconstructing, but trust me, what you did to get into this, you're going to need to do the exact same thing to get out of it. And Thinker and people like her, and the panel and the folks like on the panel and the other deconstructors that have their lives, you just got to spend some time and not only listen, but you're going to have to take notes. You're going to have to do your own research, and you're going to have to look into the resources that they have. On the Discord is full of resources. Read that shit. Use it. Because we just can't sit up here and agree with shit and then wait for folks to crash out and laugh about it. No, we have to understand why these folks are crashing out. We have to understand why these folks are so damn defensive, and why these folks are so fucking scared, and why they want to defend this guy, because that shit was hammered into them just like it was hammered into you. And those days that you have doubt and think that you're going in the wrong direction, you need to bring your ass back up on one of these lives and try to get your head straight. So I thank you once again, guys, for what you do. I thank you for making sense out of this nonsense. I thank you, Thinker, for, wanting to learn Hebrew and going through it and breaking those words and the prose and the meaning down, and using the resources and actually showing us on the screen. I thank you for that, because that's the thing. A lot of people study this Bible and don't know exactly what its intent is, because it's been translated into English from Hebrew to Greek, and then over time. And there's no way that this book that was written in first century Rome, and beyond, is relevant for people living in this day and age. But they still try to translate it for today, and it's crazy that we're doing that. So I thank you guys for the work that you do. Keep it up, continue. But for those that feel like they have nobody and they have no resources, we need to go deeper into the Discord and keep showing up every day. And we need to come together, and we need to be able to provide that support for each other. So I hope people are reaching out to people like Reese. And Reese, baby, just keep holding on. We got you. We love you. We support you. You are not by yourself. We got your back.
And I want to say the same thing to you, Hassan. Keep holding on. I'm glad that you are here. And same thing I said to Reese, like, you don't have to feel alone, because that's what the community, is here for. I look forward, to having more conversations with you. So I saw a comment when you were talking about the church, that the mega church that you belong to, and all the good that they were doing in the community. And I'm glad, that the church is they're actually helping the community. The question that someone asked was, so do we just throw away the church when they're doing something good because we no longer believe? And I don't think that anyone said to throw away the church. What Hassan is saying is that what they're preaching, right, and what they're teaching is not the truth, right, or the fullness of the text, and it's teaching the things that he disagrees with. I think like when if you were to go to the pastor and you ask the pastor the questions that you're asking now, how would that pastor respond to you? And then the next question you would probably need to ask yourself, and this is to the person who asked this question, is should you stay, right, in that church, in that environment, even though you know that what you're being told is not truth, right? Just because the church is doing good. And if you want to, help the church feed the homeless people, the take care of the elders, the widows. I mean, I don't think anyone is saying that there's anything wrong with that, because people need to eat. But the question that you need to ask yourself is, should I stay in this community even though I don't agree with what they stand for? What they stand for morally, like as far principle wise, like it doesn't match with you, right? I think that's the question that you need to ask yourself. But I think like one of the reasons that a lot of people stay in the church is for community, and exactly what Hassan is talking about right now. There was a conversation about whether secularism can have community the same way religion does. And they were saying that the data shows that it's more difficult, right, for secularism or atheism to build community the same way that religion does. And I think that it's because black people have just not fucked with atheism before on large scales, or people of color, period. It and we tend to move in community. Like we tend to like and build communities with anything that we get involved with, and so and it happens naturally. So I think atheism might see a shift in that, like as more people of color and black people start to engage with this idea of atheism or deconstructing from religion or Christianity, we'll start to see that concept of community shift towards secularism, now that the fear is being tackled. So I hope that made sense. But Hassan, thank you so much for coming up and sharing your story. Thank you for encouraging Reese. And that's what it's about, right? Like sharing relatable experiences and not necessarily giving advice. But when someone has gone through the same exact thing that you've gone through, you can say, hey, I went through it and here's what I did to get through it, or here's what I did and it fucked me up, so that the person can listen to your story and decide for themselves, right? If they want to learn from your experience, whether to do or not to do what you did in that same situation. That's why these conversations are so important. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
You're so welcome. I hope you have a good rest of the day as well. Because we have to take turns because he has an echo. So it takes yeah, it took a minute for him to come off mute. Hopefully one day he can come back up and his the technical difficulties are fixed and we can have a more in-depth conversation. Batman?
Yes, yes. How you doing? Good
Good.
morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, good. I was just listening to your program. I've been a person that has been.
Oh my God. Thank you, Happy and Free.
Okay, happy.
Goodness. Thank
That's
you.
cool. I was just saying.
Can I get your age, please?
Yes, I'm 57.
Okay. Are you okay, I'll check on her, Joshua. Thank you. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I have deconstructed.
So are
I
you
have.
an atheist?
I don't know what I really. I mean, I guess to say that if I don't believe in a God, I don't believe in any kind of theological ideology.
So I only talk to people who currently believe in the God of the Bible, people who are in active deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing, or atheists, like
No.
agnostic atheists or an atheist.
Yeah. No. I'm not. I'm not actively. I have deconstructed. I have deconstructed, and I was just wanting to share my experience, maybe to help someone else to understand what it is that they're dealing with. Because there's never been a time in my life that I have felt more free than when I deconstructed
Mm-hmm.
from all the the ideology of the theologies
Okay,
that you
so
know.
only the
You
only
ain't
people that
deconstruct being a pastor.
the only people that can come up and actually share their stories are community members. Like you see the nerd badges next to their names. So this isn't like a free form. Like if you come up on stage and you're not a community member, you have to address the topic on the board. But also, like, to address the topic on the board, you either have to be a believer, someone deconstructing, or an atheist. And I'm still. I know you said that you're not deconstructing. You've already deconstructed, but you're not an atheist. So do you still have a belief in a
No,
God,
I don't
or
have a belief in that either, but I don't understand what atheism is either.
it's
I mean,
just a
you,
lack
you
of
understand
it's
what
just a
I'm
lack
talking.
of
You
belief in
understand,
a God.
but do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, I don't have no concepts of any of that, of any
So then,
religion or.
right, I'm
That's
just
a
trying to
lack of
qualify
belief in a
you.
God, dude.
Yeah, I'm just trying to qualify you for the conversation. An atheist is someone who does not have a belief in a God. They don't claim to
Yeah, I
know.
don't have a
Right.
belief in a God.
Okay, so you are an atheist then,
No, I
or
don't consider
agnostic
myself.
atheist. Okay. So unfortunately, I am gonna have to take you down because you don't qualify for the conversation. So I was trying
I,
to get you qualified, but you don't meet the criteria for the conversation. Okay.
well, I don't know. I mean, I don't understand all the. See, that's what I'm talking about. I how do you explain this? Why so many rules?
Bitch, cry about it somewhere else. Go deconstruct the fact that you think you got the right to talk wherever the fuck you want to go to. So stupid
Like,
ass down. Batman will never be
I
a Steelers fan, you dumb shit.
asking why so many rules. Like, the rules are the rules. Like, I don't have to explain to you why my rules exist. They just do exist.
Meanwhile, Pressure's eating me alive. Yeah. I mean, I'm all about community and shit, but you know what I'm saying? Y'all, so y'all look out for number one, because not every nigga in the community is for the community. You feel me?
He wasn't in
Nah,
the community.
I'm just saying. Even if they make it past a couple of the filters, not every nigga in the community is for the community.
That's true. Look, he just called me the TikTok bitch. That's why your ass got dropped, motherfucker. Your fake ass.
I'd rather be a bitch than a nigga that don't understand how words work. I don't even know what all that is. Well, I'm thoroughly explaining it to you. You fall in that category. No, I don't. I don't
He
even
the
know
type.
what all this stuff is.
He the type of motherfucker that'll be like when a woman say, "Well, I don't have sex on the first date. I wait at least until I know you for at least 3 months." And he'll say, "Why all the rules?"
Right. It's my conversation and I want it now. All right.
Sharon, Sharon, are you sleeping? I don't know what was going on in Sharon's bed,
I couldn't tell neither. I
but
was low-key scared to
goodness,
find out. I ain't
right,
know what's
right.
going
You should have seen me trying to find the button, like. Absalom.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, and you?
I'm good. I need some coffee.
I just had some
I'm finna go get me some. How old are you?
50.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
I'm a believer in the God of the Bible.
All right, I'm gonna let you start off with Oso. I'm gonna go get me some coffee and I'll be back.
Can I tell you what happened to my coffee just now?
What?
I got a robot that ride around and clean my house, right?
Uh huh.
So I got the bright idea to put my cup of coffee on top of the robot and let it ride it around.
Uh huh.
And before I got to it, it went under the couch and knocked my coffee on the floor.
Oh man, I think I'm gonna get me one of those. I see people like on TikTok playing around with them and stuff. They look
Oh
pretty
my
cool.
God. I have all tile and I have 2,300 square feet. And man, it's the best having to sweep the floor with a broom, all 2,300 square feet, and that robot just do everything in about an hour. The whole floor pristine.
I like. I like.
Like,
Damn.
Yeah. I'm a pass it to Oso. Also, be
okay,
nice. Well, no, not nice, but I want. Hopefully, he's still on stage when I come back. Also,
Understood.
okay. I'll be right back.
Um, you read the prompt, I suppose, yeah?
did I read the prompt?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It says
And
what?
what are your thoughts?
Wait, no. The only thing that are you talking about? What it says? It says, "What do I have wrong about the God of the Bible?" Topics: deceiver, slave master, cause division and confusion. Is that what you referred to?
Uh-huh. That'd be the prompt.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I believe in the God of the Bible. I don't know what to say about art. Is the question is that are any of these attributed to God being a deceiver, slave master, or cause division or confusion?
All four of those things are the opinion of this panel about the God. Is there anything we have wrong?
Um, everything, all of them are wrong.
How do we see that?
So why do you attribute deception to God?
Can you show us where we don't see deception?
Can I show you where you don't?
Uh-huh.
No, well, I can't because I don't know what you believe that you're being deceived about.
So if you don't think that God is a deceiver, is there anything in the Bible that would back that up?
Yeah. Well, if you're looking for, if you do you, all right. First, do you even understand the Bible? Do you have um, any type of biblical worldview, or are you versed in Scripture, or not even in Scripture, just in theology, Christian theology at all?
I would confidently bet uh probably $1,000 that I know more about the Bible than you.
Probably so. Most people probably do know more than me. But I would
I
say
just said
that,
about the Bible. I don't know why you did that. It's kind of weird.
oh, I don't see. Well, I would say that God is not a deceiver based on His character and the attributes or His communicable attributes that's described to us in the Scriptures. So deception is something that is, I would say, considered negative. But even though God don't participate in deception personal on a personal level, something that He's actually active in doing, He could take deception and use it to get His own purpose out of it. Like God can take a bad event and get something good out of it for Himself.
So God uses deception.
I say He can use deception in
Has he ever
order.
used deception?
Mm, he has,
So then God has used deception.
or he used deception to carry out to have his purpose.
I don't care what the other
That's the
half of the
same
sentence
thing.
is. He used
No,
deception, correct?
that's the same thing as saying that because God allowed evil, that He commit acts of evil.
It's not. It's really not.
Why?
I don't care about the other half of the sentence. The first half is what we're talking about. He uses deception, correct?
He can use deception to carry out His purpose.
Oh, okay. And if somebody uses deception to get what they want, typically we call them the deceiver. Let's think about this rationally. If I, let's say, used a deception to uh, have sex with a person, uh, yeah, I
Then
did
you
use deception to get what I wanted. Does that make me a good person? Or
no, that's not the same thing. So
oh, how?
so what the difference is
Hmm.
that you use deception. You use deceptive tactics. With God,
Well, I didn't say
it's
deceptive tactics. I said I used to say I'm using the same
the same thing.
framework that you're putting your God in.
What's the difference between actually doing it and just calling it a tactic? It's the same thing. But the point I'm saying with God
So
is,
God uses deceptive tactics.
what I'm saying is,
Does God use deceptive tactics?
no.
Okay, so then I don't use deceptive tactics.
All
Okay.
right. Well, the point is this: if God, if someone, a human being, uses deception, right, and God is able to still get a purpose out of that.
Hmm.
It's not attributed to him. Like say for instance, okay, I do this. I go to the store and I deceive the cashier about something, right? So this is a cause and effect thing. My deception causes the cashier to perform another action. And that action that he performed because of my deception actually helped turn around and help someone else out in a positive way.
Okay.
So in God's getting what he want out of it, it's still deception being used to carry out God's purpose.
So who was
Without
God
so
in the scenario? In your
hmm?
little in your analogy there, who was God in that?
What you mean who is God?
Is God the person that deceives? Is God the cashier?
No,
Is
that's
God the
exactly
person that
that's
received the benefit because of the deception? Who's God in that?
God is the person that has established the
In your
person.
analogy, who was God?
I don't understand what you mean.
You gave an
God,
analogy about how this shit works. I'm asking you to plug God into your analogy so that it makes sense.
okay. Say that we have God, right?
So
So
this is a different analogy, not the one you just
no,
used, right?
it's gonna be the same. I'm just trying to make it uh let me break it
Hold on,
down in
hold on.
ABC
Just tell me
terms
which
for you.
person represents God in the analogy.
Selena, can you bring up Fee? My guest box won't open. Never mind, it just opened. Sorry, go ahead.
So let's say John. God looks down
Hold
at
on.
John.
What person is God in the analogy you just gave me? This cannot be that. Come on, man.
God is not one of those persons. That's what I'm saying. What do you mean? What person is
So
he?
in the analogy about how God can benefit from deception without being a deceiver, you don't have an analogous figure for God, and that makes sense to you?
No, let me break it down for you in layman's terms. Now,
Layman's terms?
yeah, because obviously you're not grasping the concept. It's a
Oh
way
man,
it's a way it's a
you
weightier
already feel
concept. So
intellectually
look,
inferior. That's tough.
Can I
so
jump in
listen,
quick? Oh, can
He
I jump
might
in
he
listen.
real
might get hurt if you make too much sense. It might hurt.
the thing I think that you're missing, and good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Fee.
I think the thing that you're missing is that the why doesn't change the what. So you're saying that God had a reason for using deception because of this purpose, or taking someone else's
I'm not
deceptive.
I'm not saying
No, no,
that
no. Don't
God
cut her off.
uses.
Don't cut her off. Let her finish. Let her finish, and then you can respond, please.
Yeah, you're saying, well, what you said to Osa previously, that was that he was able to turn it around and help somebody else, and things of that nature, or he had a reason for doing it. But it doesn't change the fact that he was deceptive. And since you've been speaking to Osa, you've been talking about whether or not he uses someone else's deception. And there are times that he does that too in the Bible. But the God specifically tells you that he will deceive. He will cause deception. So even if he had a reason for it, that doesn't change what he did. And it still shows very clearly in this Bible that this God is a deceiver.
Go ahead. You can respond now, Absalom.
You have to come off mute first.
All right, tell me what scripture that you can allude to that makes that direct reference.
First
No, just throwing
Kings.
words at the wall. Don't even have to make sense. Okay.
First Kings chapter 22, the story of Absalom. Do you know? I'm sorry. That's your name. The story of Ahab. My bad. It was two A's. Are you
No,
familiar with this story?
Absalom's the one that raped his sister, which is such a great name to have.
You dummy. No, he don't, idiot. What are you talking about? Obviously, you just told me you could bet a
You
thousand
know, I
dollars you
thought
know
you had
more
a
about the
face
Bible
mask
than
on,
me.
but it turns out you just black as shit. I didn't realize that.
Bro, you just now told me you'll bet me $1,000 you know more about the Bible than I do, and you just
You
now
still think I
quoted
don't?
that entirely wrong.
You still think I don't?
Yes, because you just quoted that entirely wrong.
You gonna put $1,000?
You silly, bro.
Oh no, you
You're
punk.
a
That's what it
child,
is.
man.
Carry on, talk to her.
You're a child. Yeah,
I might
but
be a
it,
child, but I'll whoop your. I'm just playing.
that's because you know
I,
me,
I
right?
don't fight old men.
Yeah, all right.
Are you familiar with the story of Ahab?
Yeah, I think the story that you're referencing is that I need somebody to go down and be a lying spirit at the mouth of the prophet, right?
No, he didn't say I need somebody to do it.
Huh?
I mean, your God said he would send the lying spirit.
So okay, so imagine this though.
Hmm.
With when we're speaking of the character of God, God is the highest good, right? So anything that God does, his character don't allow him to perform anything flawed, anything bad, even anything that's adverse to the goodness that he is.
But
So even if God sent me to hell, guess what? That would be a just and that would be a good act.
well,
And a
Because
absolutely.
deception.
Well, yeah, we're not even talking about just or good. I mean, that is a completely different conversation, and I wholeheartedly disagree with that, because just has a definition. But I would like to stick to deception because that's the topic
okay,
that you chose. Hang on a second, that's the
No,
topic that
don't
you
cut her off.
chose. Having a reason to deceive doesn't make the act not deceptive.
but it's
Deception,
deception. Okay, so
Hey,
yeah, he's
hey,
a
hey,
deceiver.
hey, 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 hey.
yeah. So having a reason or a goal doesn't change the fact that deception was used. So, what we're talking about, the topic isn't God is a deceiver for absolutely no reason, because the reason is inconsequential. It's completely irrelevant.
this God tells you in one part of this book that, he hates a liar. I know believers claim that he cannot lie, but this book very clearly states that he uses deception. And that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about whether or not he had a reason for it, whether you think that reason was justified. None of that matters. We're talking about the fact that, are we wrong for saying that this God is a deceiver? And according to First Kings, we are not.
You can respond now.
Okay. Well, if that's what you're basing it on, then okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Why do you have a separate set of rules, or not even rules, but expectations or viewpoints, if you will, for God that you wouldn't have for anyone else or any other situation? Because if there were, like, for example, we use this example frequently in this conversation um, during World War II, right? If someone came to the home of a German person and asked if a Jewish person was being hidden in their house, any decent human being would lie and say, no, I don't have anybody here, because it's for the purpose of saving someone or helping another human being. That doesn't change the fact that they lied. They had a good reason to lie, and I think in that regard, it would have been a right thing to do. It doesn't change the fact that they used deception, full stop. I think sometimes when we have conversations with believers about this God, you guys want to change the meanings of words, because those meanings and the entailments of using that word causes you to a little bit of tension on what you believe your God to be. Like, you were going into the God is all good, he's all just, and that's just simply not true if we're using the understandings of words that humans have. But why do you all do that when it comes to this God? What purpose does it serve, as opposed to engaging with this text honestly?
Well, the reason that I gave it to you that way is because I take it that you just have a poor understanding of the character of God.
Why
You see
would
what I
you?
mean? So it's almost the same thing as a disaster that occurs. If there is a horrific disaster that occurs and God allowed that disaster to occur, then that was good. That was a good act. Even if people die in it, women, children, or whatever, because God is not capable of performing any act or any deed that's not good. You see what I'm
Absolutely.
saying?
But you know what's ironic about that? He got
What's
up
that?
here and said that we have the deceiver part wrong. We have this horrible misconception, and then immediately start talking about how God uses deception, right? Like, we can go through all these bullet points, and he's gonna have to concede that God is these things, but we've got it wrong because he can
Right.
kill
No,
people and they
no,
not be bad. He
And
can kill
and
because
children and they not be bad. The fuck?
no,
and that's
because
the
initially what I said was
I want to hear her though.
oh, so, and it's weird that what you said. You said we have a incorrect understanding of God, but I would say you have an incorrect understanding of good, because I know what good means. I know what it feels like. I know what it is when I see it. You have to take our shared understanding of a word and switch that up in order to protect your very unique understanding of a being that neither one of us have seen. And that's a mental exercise that I don't understand.
okay. So you say you can identify good. Okay, where did humanity derive the entire concept of good in the first place?
It's definitely not from your God, not the one in this book.
No, answer that question though. Where does
Doesn't the book
the
says it
concept of
came
good?
from? It
I
came
can't
from
cut
the
you off,
book
but you
said.
cut me off.
The book
Yep.
said that the concept of good came from the serpent.
The concept. What book says that?
I mean, in the beginning, didn't the serpent tell Adam and Eve to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil? Your God didn't want them to have the knowledge of good or evil in the beginning. It was the serpent who convinced Eve to gain the knowledge of what's good.
But that still don't answer the question. I'm asking the question.
I
Where
did
does the
just answer
concept
it.
of good derive from? Is it a
From the serpent.
human? No, is it a human social construct, or did it come
No.
from somewhere higher?
It what's good is determined by the human. The human determines what's good, right?
So that
But
means that
the
humans
concept, but
determine
the
morality.
concept,
Then,
but the concept, yes, humans determine their morality. Morality is very subjective. But the
whoa.
concept, according to your story, the concept of what's good came from the serpent because your God did
So
not want them to have that.
if humans develop their own sense or their own rules for morality, that means that slavery is not wrong, rape is not wrong. None of those things are wrong because what gives one human being the
Why you
power?
stop after that second one?
And
Hold
absolutely.
on.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, let him finish and then go ahead.
So what gives one human being the right to determine what behavior is wrong for another human being? The requirement for true morality to exist is for there to be an absolute moral standard. And there needs to be an absolute moral lawgiver to deliver those standards. Because if we say that morality is derived from human beings to other human beings, what makes that human being that says that for you to kill another man is wrong? Well, but you're a man just like me. How do you know to kill another man is wrong? Who told you that? You made that up on your own. That is
So,
your own social construct.
Absalom, who in this Bible told you that to kill another man is wrong?
God.
Did your God write this Bible?
Yes.
Your God's hand wrote this Bible, Absalom.
Technically speaking, yeah.
No, not technically. Not not technically. Hold on.
Well,
Also, not
because
technically.
he don't
No,
because my God don't
Absalom.
have
Absalom.
hands.
Exactly. So, who wrote the Bible, Absalom? Was it your God or what is it? A human?
It was a human
A
that penned
human.
it,
Hold
but
on.
they were
Hold
not
on.
human
Absalom.
ideas.
Absalom. Hold on. So, a human wrote this book and said
Hmm.
a God said something in their mind, right? Now, if you were to say to
No,
me, God,
no,
yes, they did. A human
no.
wrote this, and a human said,
They did
God
not say he
said.
said it in my mind.
Where did they say it, Absalom? Where did the God
It's
say it to them at?
it says it in the book of Exodus. Moses went to the mountain and he spoke to God verbally. It wasn't nothing. It
Absalom.
wasn't a subjective construct in his mind.
Sure, Absalom. Did
Hmm.
Moses write Exodus?
Did he? Yes, he
No, he
wrote the
didn't.
first 5 books of the Bible. Yes, he did.
Absalom. When was
What?
Hebrew? When was Hebrew invented?
The language? What you mean? Paleo
Yeah,
Hebrew?
yeah.
That's what it's called.
Paleo. Yeah. Paleo Hebrew is a script. It's like saying Times New Romans. When was the language Hebrew first seen in history?
The language of Hebrew was, let's see, we would have to go all the way back to what? Let's see. Let me get a timeline here in my head. So we have, mm, well, according to the scriptures, right? There was a
The
guy named.
scriptures tells you when Hebrew was invented.
Well, I'm gonna go back a little further. There was a guy named Eber in the
Eber
book of
Eber
Gen.
didn't invent Hebrew. When was Hebrew
You're
invent?
not
When
letting
was
me
Hebrew?
finish.
I know about Eber. Eber didn't invent Hebrew, and you're not. What you're saying isn't going to answer my question. When is Hebrew first seen in history?
No one can say that. The only
Yes,
thing
they
you can do,
can.
no, you
Yes,
can't.
they
The only
can.
thing you
Yes,
can
they
do is
can,
go.
because we have inscriptions. We have inscriptions. The very first time Hebrew is seen in history is the 10th century BCE, the
No, it's
year
not.
1000 BCE.
The Dead Sea Scrolls date further than that. What are you talking about?
Oh my God!
The
What
Dead
what
Sea,
what what what? Where does the Dead Sea Scrolls date to?
the third century BC,
What year?
300. Easy.
That
What do you
300
mean?
so you think 300 BCE is later
Older than
earlier than
1,000.
yeah, than 1000 BCE?
No, you just now said 10.
10th century. You think 3rd century is older than 10th century?
What do you
Keep in
what?
mind the numbers go backwards when you go
They go
that far back.
backwards. I know. Five,
Uh
four,
huh.
three, two, one to the first century. Then when you reach
No,
AD,
no, no,
it
no.
goes one, two,
Yeah.
three, four.
Uh huh.
Yes.
So is 10 bigger than 3
So 300 BC.
versus 1,000? Uh huh.
Okay.
Versus 1,000. Uh huh. Which one's bigger? Which one's older?
Oh, I didn't know you were saying 1,000. I thought you said the 10 BC.
That is 10th century BCE
That's
is the
not.
year 1000
Okay.
BCE.
No, you just did the math and you realized that you charged into that one incorrectly. That's okay. Just admit
Okay, go ahead. Finish.
10th century BCE 10th century BCE is the year 1000 BCE. That is
Okay.
the first time that Hebrew is seen in history. Okay,
And
there
your
is
point is
no
what?
Hebrew. There is no Hebrew prior to that. When would Moses have lived? What century?
probably the
Moses,
third.
let me see. Because David lived around the 10th century.
Hmm.
What?
Hmm.
King David.
Who?
No, he didn't.
When did David live?
The
These are
Davidic
these are
kingdom.
these are
Uh,
answers for you, buddy. You got
when,
to nah.
when,
You're not cheating.
when did Moses live?
I don't have an exact date.
Do you
Neither did
know
we.
when that? Do you know when the
Hold
Exodus? Do
on.
you know when the Exodus is supposed to have happened?
Wait a minute. Actually, yeah. And I'm going to tell you how. Because we know
We
who.
can't hear you. Please walk back to your microphone, please.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to a resource.
You can. Are you not on a mobile device? You can take the phone with you.
Okay. So Moses supposedly lived around between 14 and 13 BC.
Okay. All right. Most scholars place the Exodus between the 13th to the 12th century or the 13th to the 14th century, right? But we don't see Hebrew until the 10th century, almost 150 to 200 years after Moses would have died.
And but that's not something that's unseemly because if you look at things like the bibliographical tests that they use to apply to antiquitous documents, right? Like say for instance, the War Commentaries of Caesar is 950 years from the original composition to the next available copy.
Are you trying
There,
to say? Are you trying to say that they have proof that Moses wrote the Torah? Any that they have any writings prior to 10th century BCE in Hebrew?
that we have possession of.
No, just anybody have period in history, any writings in Hebrew prior to 10th century BCE, like that there are writings in Hebrew during the time Moses would have lived during the 13th to the 12th century.
I don't know.
There's none. There's none. Moses was also Egyptian, right? In this story, if Moses had written anything, he would have written it in hieroglyphics, right? Because he was Egyptian.
Well,
Moses did not write this text. He did not write the
most
Torah.
you
And
can't.
no
So
no
listen,
one no hold on.
that's
I'm talking. Hold
nonsensical to
on. I'm
say that you
talking right
know that
now. I'm
all the
talking right
languages
now.
that.
You can respond when I'm
Hey,
done. You can I understand you don't agree with me. You can respond when I'm done. it does not make sense for you to believe that Moses wrote something in Hebrew when the Hebrew language did not exist during the time frame that Moses would have lived. Moses, according to this text and according to when the Exodus happened, because they name Pi Ramses, Python Ramses, and they say that they had to build that storehouse for Ramses the second. That places the Exodus during a specific time period, which means Moses would have had to live during that time period, and Hebrew did not exist during that time period. So it is impossible for Moses to have written the Torah. You can respond now.
Like I was saying before you cut me off, most antiquitous books were written hundreds of years after the original composition. Like I said, the works of Plato, 1200 years from the original composition that Plato wrote to the next available copy. Aristotle's works, 1500 years from the original composition to the next available copy. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying?
and so are you telling what language did Moses write the Torah in before Hebrew existed then?
I don't know.
Exactly. So there is nothing that we
So
have
does
in
that mean
history.
that it wasn't
Why are
written?
you cutting me off?
I'm just doing what you do.
Why, no, no, you're not, because I sat there and listened to that stupid shit. Because logic should tell you that if a language did not exist during the time of a person's life and a text was written in said language, then that person could not have written that text. Dr. B, you don't have to ask to come up. You're a co-host. You can come up. Can somebody bring up Dr. B for me, please?
Yeah.
Logic tells you, like, I mean, logic, if you were allowed yourself to use logic, right, then you would
No, that's not what
know
that
that,
means.
that you, if you allowed yourself to use a little bit of logic, like, let me ask you this, Absalom. Is it possible that Moses wrote the Torah in English? Is it possible? You can answer. Is it possible that Moses could have written it in English?
Just because Hebrew is the latest language that we found the text in doesn't mean that
Can you
it's the
answer my question,
original.
please?
It doesn't mean that it's the original language that the text was written in.
What language was
That's
it written in
logical.
then? What language was it written in then?
The only language we know is the language that it arrived in.
Then what other
Oh, so
language
this
was
is
it written
So
meaningless.
in?
even if Moses wrote it in hieroglyphs, that don't even matter. You know why?
It wouldn't matter
Because
because we don't have anything with Moses writing in hieroglyphs.
okay, we don't have
We
no
don't have
original
even
writings.
proof
What
that
are
a
you talking
Moses
about?
existed. We don't even have proof that a
You
Moses
dummy. We don't have
existed.
no
Shut
original
the fuck up, you
writings.
fake black Hebrew Israelite. We don't have proof that a Moses existed. We don't have proof that a Moses wrote a damn Torah. And the fact that you believe that a man could, a dead ass man could write some shit 200 years after his ass dies is crazy. Like the fact that you want to throw off that you're just using your logical brain.
Because I've never understood why Moses would speak of himself in third person. Like, now Moses was a very humble man. We don't write about
Mm.
ourselves like that. And you would have to figure out how to explain Deuteronomy 34, where Moses wrote about his own death. Like, I think you'd agree that no human can do that.
Well, duh. That's obvious that he didn't write that part.
Well, you just said that's
You said that
Deuteronomy.
he wrote the
You
whole
said he
Torah.
wrote the first 5 books of the Bible. You'd have to change that
Come on,
now.
man. Come on. Throw some common sense in there.
You
Common
don't
Obviously,
have
sense
it.
tells
It's
you
in
that
your
he didn't write
robot.
the motherfucker, you dumb shit.
you don't
Common sense
listen.
tell you he didn't write it. What are you talking about?
That don't mean that he didn't write the entire text. That just means that someone added on the
Nigga,
part where
that
he
quite
died. What do
literally
you
means he
mean?
didn't write the
That
entire
don't
text if he
literally
didn't
mean
write the
nothing, you
entire text,
idiot.
you dumb shit. It quite literally means he did not write
You
the entire
stupid, bro.
text. If he did not write the entire text, come on, man.
Come on, how was
You're an
that?
idiot.
You was a dumb motherfucker, bro.
No, you
You
literally just said
stupid.
that
You
doesn't mean he
stupid.
didn't
God.
write the
You
entire text. You
stupid,
just
bro.
said,
You dumb.
take it in, take it in. You just said that doesn't mean he didn't
You's a
write the entire
dummy,
text.
bro.
Listen, you just said it does not mean that he did not write the entire text when you just said he did not write the entire text. You are a, you are not smart, but
And
you can change that today.
oh, I'm sorry, also. I just wanted to ask, like,
Try this
normally,
shit.
normally
Uh
when
oh,
Why
my
do
broke man
Jesus'
talking.
children always use slurs? Like, why the fuck don't y'all know that the shit that come out of y'all's mouth is disrespectful and offensive? While you up here talking about you the son of a God, you the chosen of the God of the Most High, and you throw out slurs like it ain't nothing. Just disrespectful as fuck.
And what are you?
I'm not you, motherfucker. I'm not no fake ass black Hebrew Israelite.
And hey,
She's
don't
also
bring me
not the one
down like that.
using slurs, you dumb shit.
Your mama's a dumb shit, pussy.
She's actually not.
and
Now,
And
that's
you
what
are what you eat.
I didn't even
you
hear him
you
say
you
that.
silly, bro. You's a
But
dumbass. You's a
Yeah, yeah.
dummy.
Oh, well, I am silly. I'm not dumb. That would make me you.
No, you dumb.
Mm-mm.
You have
That's
you
you.
have basic common sense, bro.
You don't even have
Go
that.
ahead, Fee. Go ahead, Fee.
yeah, Absalom, I mean, I don't understand why you've resorted to name calling. I mean, like, to Thinker's point, we're adults. We can see things differently, right? And what you're positing is you came up first and said that the God wasn't a deceiver. We read where he was. Then you said that Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible. Then you conceded to the fact that there are parts of it that he didn't write, and you're saying, duh, common sense. But
Okay, just because
Ah, 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 ah,
there's
ah, 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 ah.
And then you even alluded to the possibility of there being older texts written in another language, considering the fact that Hebrew wasn't even a language when Moses was alive. I don't know that we're adding anything, yet you're calling us dumb for not
no,
seeing
no,
this the way
Ah,
because
ah,
I
ah,
was
ah, ah, ah,
responding
ah,
to
ah,
her
ah, ah,
saying,
ah, 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 ah.
I promise you I'm almost done. You're calling us dumb for not adding these variables that we have zero evidence of being real to this text. I mean, nobody can write about their own death, but yet you hold firmly to the fact that Moses wrote these books. Nobody believes that Moses wrote these books who have access to these writings and have the education to study how to date these writings. Maybe it could be that you just haven't looked up modern information. I'm not sure, but to refer to us as dummies and all these other insulting names is completely unnecessary.
no, I wasn't talking to calling everybody. I was calling one person dummy.
And that was the
No,
only
you call
person that she
somebody
looked
L
up to
retarded.
Oso.
intellectually.
You called somebody retarded
Well,
is what you
retarded
did.
means slow.
No,
Y'all acting
it's
kind
a
of slow.
fucking
No, it's a
slur.
slur, you dumb shit. Notice how I can demean you without using slurs. You see the difference? You dumb fuck. You imbecile. You nincompoop.
Dr. B, go ahead.
Sorry, we may have moved past it. I was just trying. I think I was trying to bring a little bit of clarity to this. Um, so, Thinker's point here is that in the field, like it is accepted scholarship that the earliest evidence that we have of Hebrew as a language, is around the 10th century. Right? We have inscriptional evidence. I can teach you the inscriptional language. You can go read it. What we have, and there's not a lot. So if you're positing though that like if you're accepting that Hebrew as a Canaanite language didn't develop, until around that time, then I think the onus is sort of on you to posit, a theory that I mean, if you're going to make this part of the academic field, you're going to have to posit a theory that says, okay, I think, for example, Moses would have written in New Kingdom Egyptian, or I think that he would have written in cuneiform, in the Akkadian language, or so yeah, I think he would have written in a Canaanite dialect like Ugaritic, like. I think it's on you to posit a work, give a working hypothesis, and then try to substantiate that with data. All it sounds like you're doing at this stage is, well, I believe that the Bible is the inspired word of God, therefore it has to be true. So all I need is a possibility, right? It's conceivably within the realm of possibility that it was written in some other language we just don't have any, evidence of, and that's not really academic. If that's all you're doing, I mean, like, live your best life, but that's not going to be convincing to anybody in the field.
No, that's the reason. The only thing I was doing when I said that was responding to her saying that it was illogical, and I was saying that it was not illogical because perhaps it was written in another language and then written in another into Hebrew later on, which was common with texts of antiquity. Like I said, the works of Aristotle are 1,500 years from the original composition to the next available copy, which is the highest in transmission out of all the antiquitous works. So to say that
That's
that
just
there
a
was only
strange thing to
200
say, though,
years,
Absalom. That's a
huh?
strange thing to say. I don't know what that means. You're not positing that we don't have any original writings from the ancient world, are you?
No, what I'm saying, no. Well, no, not so. The original composition of, let's say, Plato's work.
Why do you go to Plato? Why would that be a useful comparison?
Well, because those are the two latest works are Aristotle and Plato when it comes to the bibliographical test. So like I said,
Bibliographical test?
Are you just talking about textual criticism?
Yeah.
no. Well, what it is what they do is they have what they call a bibliographical test, right? So they take all the ancient works and they compare them from the
That's called
original
textual
comp.
criticism. It's called textual criticism.
All right, well, you could call it textual criticism. So
Okay,
they take
I will.
You
they
can't.
base it from the original composition to the next available copies.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Like, so even that doesn't make any sense. If you have the original composition, you're done. Your work is done. We don't have the original composition on the
Okay,
text
so
that you're
that's what I'm.
describing.
No,
Would
no.
you,
So look,
how do you compare, Absalom? How do you compare a later manuscript that you have to the original when you don't have the original?
because you base it on the date that on the time that the person lived. Okay, so we don't have the original
So hold on.
composition.
If I understand you correctly, if I know
Wow.
You gonna
when a
keep cutting me
person
off, or you gonna let
lived,
me finish? Y'all
well,
just
I mean,
talking.
if you're gonna say something that's so nonsensical,
How is that
um,
nonsensical?
well, because
Well,
you
he's trying to
said,
break it down to you.
yeah, let's say I have a manuscript here. I don't know of the Great Revolt, about Naram-Sin, and I want to compare this, and it dates to sometime at the end of the third millennium, and I want to compare this to the original composition, the original inscription that was made about this text. But I don't have that. We don't have extant the original composition from the 24th century. So how am I going to compare that later manuscript to something that I don't have?
Okay, so all the works of Aristotle they're not worthy. They can't be trusted.
Are you
So
okay? Are you okay?
I'm asking you, no,
I'm
because
asking you a question because you're saying something that's a little silly. And I think if you stopped for a second, you'd recognize that it was, and you'd say, yeah, okay, that's not really what I should say it differently. That's all.
And the thing is, like, the works that they had of Aristotle were copies of surviving text of Aristotle. They were not working from nothing like what Dr. B is asking you pertaining to the Torah.
nor were they working with originals from Aristotle either.
But they
That's
had
right.
they had copies. We don't have
I
copies
said
of
from the
the
original
Torah.
composition to the
We
next
don't have.
available
Hey,
copy.
hey, Hebrew
What do you
Israelites.
mean?
Hey, I think I got that motherfucker.
You ain't even listening to me.
We don't have any copies of the Torah in a different language for them to have copied in Hebrew. That is the point.
And that don't mean that the different copies of in the different in a later language don't exist.
Absalom,
You
listen.
are
What do you
oh,
mean?
Let me give you
idiocracy.
an example of using something I think that is very, very clear that will highlight why it is that we're pushing back on what you've said. Let's take the book of Galatians, right? Let's say that we're working in Galatians chapter 3, and we're working from the earliest extant manuscripts that we have, right, by the Apostle Paul. Well, do we have the original? Like, do we have the letter that Paul wrote to the churches of Galatia?
No, we don't have the original compositions.
Perfect. Perfect. So we don't have that original letter that he sent out. Now, does that mean that Paul didn't exist?
No.
No, of course not. Does it mean that Paul didn't write Galatians?
Nope.
No, of course not. So, but what you said to me, and this is why I think this is just something where you're going to say, okay, yeah, that I should have said it differently, is you said to me, we know what the original said because we compare the latest manuscripts that we have with the original.
I don't recall. I don't recall wording it like that. But if I did, yeah, I'll take that back.
Okay, perfect. So then my question is, like, when you're talking about textual criticism, we do this with every written tradition. Yeah, my advisor up at Hopkins, Paul Del Nero, he does textual criticism on Sumerian literary texts, right? And
Mhm.
these are texts that we have that are from we have the actual tablets, the clay tablets that the students wrote, right? We have their thumbprints in the clay. Like these are the texts that they wrote during the Old Babylonian
That
period.
would have been cuneiform, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Hmm.
So, but even then, even then, with the writings of it's not that there is always this, hypothetical original composition. Like we don't know that there was a pristine version of Shulgi A, for example, in Sumerian, or Gilgamesh in Huwawa A. Like we can't assume that. Um, but to Thinker's point, um, is that if we don't have any evidence, inscriptional evidence or otherwise, of the Hebrew language, number one, prior to the 10th century, number two, we have very good comparative Semitic data that suggests that Hebrew wasn't, a utilized language much earlier than that time. I think it's not an academic move on your part to say, well, we can just start with Moses wrote it, because that's not how this is done, right? In the academic world, this isn't how this is done. You can't just start with your conclusion because of a theological position that you hold on an ancient text. There are lots of reasons that scholars in the field haven't thought for centuries that Moses wrote the Pentateuch. There are lots of reasons. Only one is the date of the development of the Hebrew language. So if you're going to posit to sort of reconcile that, something like, well, it could have been written in another language, sure, like it could have been written by flying monkeys that came down from Mars, but that's the fact that it's logically possible doesn't
That's the
really help
only thing
us.
that I was trying to establish was that it
Do you
was
really think,
logically
do you
possible.
really think that she was speaking philosophically about logical possibility?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Yeah.
She was using that very colloquially, right? In a sense of, what's the other? It's not logically possible, but, is it physically possible? I can't remember. Anyway, like I don't even think it was that. I think it was more
Come on.
colloquial, but
Is it
We know they had a
ontologically
strong oral
unexceptionable?
tradition. Before it was written, of course, everyone knows that there was an oral tradition prior to it, right?
What language were they speaking in?
What you mean? What language did they speak in?
I don't give a fuck if it was an oral tradition. It wasn't written, and he didn't
Right.
write it.
Okay. You got a potty mouth. You need to wash that dirty mouth
I don't
out.
give a fuck.
And you got no money in your wallet.
You don't know what I got, player. You's an ignorant
Keep
dude.
fucking crying.
I
Keep
like
fucking
talking to
crying
this,
about it.
Joshua Bone
Keep
guy.
fucking crying. Oh, we
That's
already
how
know
you,
y'all
Oh, we
do.
know, we
Like
know,
y'all,
we
y'all
know, we know the
motherfuckers
white
be
man
crying
soothes your
about
soul.
Edom,
how
but
you
y'all bow
speak.
down. Y'all
Yeah,
bow
we know the white
down
man soothes your soul, old man. We get it.
Hmm.
It make you
every
feel
fucking
important.
time. Like it never fails.
Yeah, it make you feel important. I get to talk to the night SWAT man. Oh, I'm
No,
important today, baby.
I just like talking to somebody with actual education and some actual sense.
That's
Motherfucker,
ironic
you
because you
must
don't
not
have
talk to
one.
yourself. You must be walking around with your brain empty than a motherfucker because you ain't got no education and you ain't got no motherfucking sense.
Mm, think so.
Oh, I
We
know
know
so.
so. You displayed it. Like, what the? You are so dumb.
And what have you
Just
displayed?
to let you know, and I'm gonna have to
A
drop in a
hatred
little.
for idiots.
I'm gonna get my daughter to school, but I'm part of what I do here is come and vouch for Thinker. Like Thinker's my Hebrew student, so like what she's saying here is not. It's not like out of thin air, and it's certainly not fringe. Like what she's presenting to you is the consensus position among academics in the field. So just like, and I stand 10 toes down on that. Like, because I know what she's, yeah. Anyway, so it's not a fringe position what she's putting out there. But again, thank you for having me up. The reason the reason I was asking is I feel like I come in and then have to bounce back up, but I just wanted to throw that little bit in and then be very rude and leave. But thank you again for
Yeah,
having me
thank you
up.
for coming up.
Of
I made a
course.
video. I made a video to the song that I made. You want to see it before you go?
I can't, but can you? Is it
Oh,
possible to send it to me?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I gotta. Sorry, I gotta get her out of here. But
Bye, Dr. B.
bye, guys. Thank you. Love y'all.
Love you too.
Hasta
Love you too.
luego.
All right, I'm out here too. Wait for me, to dumb motherfuckers.
I think it's honestly like I think it's much more of a stretch to posit the existence of a thing that could substantiate your position as opposed to going with what we have evidence of. So to oh, he left.
Oh yeah, yeah, no, no.
Man, I wanted to play the fucking
I know,
video.
right?
Oh my god, he's a dumb motherfucker. He's a black Hebrew Israelite peddling misinformation and like just the dumbest logic ever.
Yeah, like nothing he said made sense from the beginning.
The only thing he
You made
said
me
that
feel
made sense was
important.
that he has a fucking robot that sweeps his floor.
Well, the only thing that made sense to me was the fact that his dumb ass thought it'd be a good idea to leave a cup of coffee on it for some. Like, what the fuck were you
Yeah,
thinking?
that
You
was pretty
stupid
stupid.
shit. Of
It
course,
was
it was gonna fall off.
it was also stupid that he thought I was gonna laugh like at the shit. Like I think he just wanted us to know he had one.
I
Like
guess
yeah, he's like, can I tell you
weird
what I do with my
flex.
cup of coffee? Yeah,
Yeah, he just
like
want to talk about his tile floor and shit. But I mean,
yeah,
that's
like
cool. You ain't got $1,000 to put up about Bible knowledge though.
motherfucker thought third century was older than 10th century BCE.
Yeah,
No.
I couldn't get that wrong on accident. Like even if you accidentally didn't know that, like clearly 10 is bigger than 3, right? Like I don't know.
Theo, I'm not sure if I'm gonna bring you up today, love bug. Like you were just up on Thursday. Um, only at New Grace. Only at New Grace. Are you there?
Pastor,
Oh,
pastor of
oh.
New Grace Kingdom Ministry, Chicago.
I wasn't planning on going live. I'm sorry, I'm at work. Too much noise in the
Okay.
back.
No worries.
Oh,
Have a
okay,
good
okay,
day.
okay.
But I am interested in all the information you all are giving, making me think more.
Awesome. Glad to hear that.
All
I hope you
right,
have a good day at work. Okay.
all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Interesting
That's
position, Pastor.
entire government name of that church.
Speaking of pastors, what y'all think about that one pastor that I sent y'all?
What one, Pastor?
Which one?
Come on now, I sent you 4 videos from the dude
On Discord?
When?
on TikTok. Did y'all not see it?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I'm
Think of
terrible.
open your messages real quick, just real quick, just
I
real quick.
can't. I'm on TikTok. I'm on live. You talking about
Uh,
my Discord messages?
nah, hold on. Uh, I'll send it to Discord. Y'all carry on.
Unwritten lovers. Unwritten. I swear, if they learned how to have discourse, like intellectual discourse, without their feelings getting involved in it, like we could get somewhere with these motherfuckers.
Yep.
But they don't know how. Like the moment they hear something that threatens what they already believe, they just get disrespectful as fuck. And then they start whining about the disrespect coming back their way.
And it always goes that way. And that's the really frustrating part about it because it's so pointless. Like I don't know if it's ego, if it's fear, if it's indoctrination or a combination of all three of them, but it's infuriating cuz to come up here and like not only be insulting but be insulting with a slur for no reason when you're dead ass wrong. Like completely wrong from the beginning. And there's nothing wrong with being wrong. Like I said the other day, that's the only way we grow is to find out where we're wrong, but they don't want to do that. This whole belief system is it stands on the foundation of not being wrong. So they push against anything that resembles growth, and it's so frustrating.
You know what's interesting is that the only reason for him to be positing the Plato, the Aristotle documents thing is because he knows that there is no scrolls or anything written by Moses. I'm sure him and whatever camp he belongs to have addressed that, and that was their apologetic for Hebrew not being invented until around 10th century BCE,
Yeah.
Hmm.
because there is no other reason for him to even look into that. So he knows that, and they just make up shit. Can somebody block Adham for me, please? He's in the request.
Yeah.
Thank y'all. Thank you. Like there is no reason that's the only reason for him to even be looking at Aristotle. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like other than that, they would say Aristotle is a white man. That's white man philosophy. Like what the fuck you studying Aristotle's documents for? That's your apologetic for why Moses don't could not have written the Torah.
But just like their God, they'll use whatever to accomplish their purpose. God will use deception, and they'll use a white man.
Yep, yep.
It's not even a good one though. That's the worst part.
What a good white man. Dr. B a good. He a cool dude.
Whoa, whoa,
No,
whoa,
I'm joking. I knew what you was coming on. I could. I had to. I had to because the way you just fell.
Dr. B catching strays.
Shit, that's funny.
We
Because
love you, Dr.
of the way
B.
it came in, he's like he's not even a good one.
That was hilarious.
All right, John. The guest box is open. If you are believing in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up.
Think you know who I'm talking about. It's the dude, it's the pastor that always got his genitalia in somebody's face.
You talking about that? I didn't know that was a pastor yet. You sent.
That one of those videos is him with the Shear sisters
Oh, I
or the
only
Clark
saw that
sisters.
one. I only saw that one that he was massaging. That's
No,
why I
no,
asked you. I said, "What is this?" And you just said, you said, I don't know what, I forgot what you said, like something insane or something. But you didn't tell me it was a pastor, and you didn't tell me to look at other videos. I only saw that one.
I said I sent you two videos, told you it was the same guy, and then I sent you a picture of him with the Clark sisters and him with another over his.
After I said, "What is this?" or before that?
You said, who is this after I sent the 4 videos? And I said, I have no clue, but he popped up on my For You page from the first video, and I was wondering why they kept calling him Pastor. I see why now.
Oh, I didn't see all of that. I haven't seen your response message yet. But I didn't see the 4 videos. I only saw that one.
Yeah. He, yeah, he on timer for sure. I guess I could put him in the live chat too.
But what was it he's doing now?
He's a pastor that, uses like, I really don't know what it's clearly a grift. I don't quite get his angle, but the first video is him like working out and him like he's literally popping ass, doing stretches and shit, like intentionally at the camera, and everybody's just kind of like, okay, what's going on here, Pastor? And then like he's got a fuck ton of videos of him rubbing down men with like his crotch in their like face region and like singing worship music and like really working them. And it's like, okay, like this seems like
Is
a
he
weird thing.
is he gay?
I have no idea, you know? It's just like a weird, like I don't, it's a, like clearly it's a branding thing. I mean, he is a professional massage therapist, I suppose, but like it's just a,
He might be a gay pastor
I don't know,
of a like a church that's LGBTQIA focused.
maybe. Do we still pop asses with pastor though?
Some pastors might not see popping ass as a sin. I don't know.
I'm not even necessarily saying it's a sin, but like, I don't know.
You know damn well that all these believers don't believe the same.
That's true, but this is like suggestive as fuck. Like I don't know. I don't know. This has to be a sin, and not even because of what they might say, but I don't know.
I haven't seen it, so I don't know. I only saw him giving a massage. That's all I saw. I
That one
haven't
was
seen the other ones.
relatively tame.
That's why I don't pull up TikToks on my iPad because it kicks me out of Thinkers Live. But I did see the one second ago. That was weird.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a.
Mm.
I think you check that out when you get a chance because, like, also
Okay.
I'm side eyeing.
Okay.
Like I'm not just saying
K9.
it just to be like a bigot or nothing. Like this shit is weird. Like,
I'll look at it. K9Q.
Hey, what's up, thinker? You
Hi, how are
you
you?
see you see Kaniqua. You see I changed
Oh
it.
my God, why do you do that to me?
I changed it because that's what it was K9Q.
Yeah.
And
Oh, okay, okay.
but I had it spelled out. So I said, let me change that so everybody don't think I'm Kaniqua. And I got a baby mama named Taniqua, my
Oh
ex.
wow. Oh
So
wow.
it's real funny to me. But I like I said, I try not to come up too much because you have some. But when it's slower, I know it kind of helps a little bit. But to go to your topic, it's really a question I wanted to ask you, but I'm gonna tie it to the topic. Like, of course, I agree with everything you're saying there with the deceiver, slave master. And it's kind of like how the guy that came on earlier. I know you don't refer to it, but he made a good point. The guy that was real shy, and he kind of said something. Even though it seemed like he couldn't get his words out, he kind of was going kind of to the same way that I was thinking. And it's how that I think what you have wrong about it, maybe is that, well, now you don't have it wrong because you understand this, you understand everything. They always result to context. So I want to tie this into, they gonna dispute all this by just saying context. And my question was, whose context is the right context?
Um, I would I would say wherever the facts lead you, right? Like, I don't think that we can get 100% like the true context or the true intention of the writer. And this is something that Dan McClellan was saying. But wherever the facts lead you, right? We look at historical context, linguistic context, literary context, and we use, our reading comprehension in order to get as close to the original context of the writer's intention as possible.
That I agree that that's what it's supposed to be, but with believers, it don't. They still come up with their own context. It's like they don't use the same reasoning and the deductive skills that you doing to get to, that we
Oh,
do to
I,
get.
I thought you, I thought you asked whose context is the right context. Like, I can't answer that for believers. I can only answer like I don't know. I don't know for believers.
And that's kind of like that's just kind of I'm gonna drop down real quick. That's kind of but that's been on my heart and on my mind. And it's kind of like I said with the caller earlier, the guy that was kind of I think that's what he was getting to. Is like they result back to the Bible, but then the Bible is what be beating them down. You know what I'm saying? It's like they don't every time they try to go to the Bible on you in the Scripture, they end up running away from it. So I think that's what the kind of was the point he was making. So what context? Context is what it means to you. So that can be anybody. What makes you think you got the right way, you know?
Context isn't supposed to be what it means to you, though. That's interpretation. Context, you know, has to deal with, the what the text actually says, right? Like the sentence before a thing or a sentence after a thing, like the thing surrounding a thing. Like, context isn't supposed to be depending on you.
I agree, but do you think that they don't understand that? Like Phoebe breaking this stuff down to them, it's like, like, and they still don't get that fact. So I guess, like I said, I'm gonna go to it, but that's kind of just been on my mind about context. They always result in the context, and the context they don't use the same context that yeah, your context is facts and based on reality and all, but they always come back with feelings whatever the context made them feel instead of like really what it's saying.
Yeah, I think that's just them using the word context incorrectly. And then I also think that when they cry context, they are trying to say that you need to know why such and such happened, or there's a reason it happened, or that was back in the day. Right? When they yell context, that's what they really mean. They don't necessarily mean that they've read the story and they understand that when Jesus is talking in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, he's in first century Rome, and the culture has changed. The Israelites are rebelling and fighting amongst each other. Half of them are Hellenized. Like, they don't mean that type of context. They're just saying you need to know that whatever Jesus did that you don't like, there's a reason for it. That's what they mean when they yell context. So I think they're just using the word context wrong, and then they're using it as a an apologetic.
And I think thinkers spot on as usual. Like, context and indoctrination are oftentimes conflated. Like, they think that their understanding of something is what creates the context, and it doesn't. And there are certain things that I think we can do, and this goes for anybody on any topic, to ensure that the perception that you hold or the understanding of a text is based on actually the text as opposed to indoctrination. And one key thing that I remember asking myself about a lot of the biblical things that I ran into early in my deconstruction was, did I know what this meant before I read it myself? And that usually was the case. Like, I brought the meaning with me. And then when I read the text, if the text didn't support my meaning, then I thought that I thought it was being taken out of context. But I think that's like marker number one. If your understanding of it has to fit the text as opposed to the text creating your understanding of it, that tells you right there is not context, is indoctrination. That tells you that you're working with a presupposition or a presupposed understanding of what this narrative is supposed to mean. That's not context. That's you shaping it as you read it. And I mean, look for buzzwords, like the things that you hear repeatedly. Oh, God's ways are higher than ours. Oh, well, we're covered in the blood, or this is the new dispensation. All of these things are ultimately, I don't know, like I said before, theological backfill, but it feels more like intellectual scaffolding, where you're trying to create and connect these separate, distinct understanding of things for the purpose of shaping this narrative that you already accept as true. That's not context. And then when we push back on that, to your point, it's more about staying comfortable in what they've been taught to believe a thing says or a scripture says. We have to bring them back all the time, though, because they'll say, well, that's just your interpretation. Well, it's not an interpretation. It's what the book actually says. Your understanding of what the book says may be different based on your indoctrination, but that does not then translate to being the context of what these scriptures are actually saying.
Guys, do not type in caps in my comments. Do not type in caps in my comments, please. Caps are for mods and for people who have a vision impairment only. Kanan, do you not want me to call you by your other name anymore? Do
No,
you
no,
want?
you know, well, Oak Heart is fine.
Okay.
Whichever one, whatever you kind of, I know whichever one you call. You can jokingly call me Dwayne Chandler or whatever like that if you want to.
Okay.
But that's another thing, like the courage that y'all have, because they're gonna cop out every time. They're gonna cop a plea. So the courage that you have to just, like you said, it's for different people. We know it ain't just for them, but I just don't have the confidence that I can convince. So, like you said, you don't try to convince them. I just don't see no hope in them kind of getting it. It just like, it just be so gone that like, I feel like it don't even me to waste my breath, because you're not really, they don't be listening to understand a lot of them. They just be ready to come back and just, like you said, defend their God. It's crazy. So, like I said, I give y'all money props for being able to come back night after night and night after. So I was glad that the Christians kind of scared now. It gave us a chance to kind of, like this. It was a great live to me, hearing the stories of, what was the name? Not the young lady and the guys that they bonded. You know what I'm saying?
Reese and
Reese and Hasby.
Reese, yeah, Reese.
Give
So
me just a second. Can one the mods please take a screenshot of Iron Moon 90's profile, and do not mute them if they type in all caps, please. So Iron Moon, is that Iron Moop?
Has a P, Iron Moon.
Okay, Iron Moop. You can. It's okay. You can type in caps. Y'all, he does not have to subscribe. Please don't tell somebody to subscribe so they can type in all caps. That's not a rule of mine. Don't do that. That's not a rule of mine. You can type in caps since you have a vision impairment, and please, to the mods, do not mute them. Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead, K9Q.
yeah, thank you. And I think I was almost to the dragon status if I wasn't. So I feel kind of comfortable, but so I want to ask Fee about something about the blind information she had. I didn't know if I could go that way.
Yeah, go ahead.
Vision impairment. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say. Vision impairment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, a while back I had talked to you about. I had heard Fee talking about the resources that for the visually impaired and that a lot of people don't know about, and it's always stuck with me. It might have been going on 8-9 months ago now, but like I said, my son, he's visually impaired, but he is so strong. I'm so proud of him. You can look him up. His name's Sea Dog 600. And you can look him up on YouTube and everything, this and that. But he has come back, he was a victim of some violence. So that's what caused him to lose his vision. And I was kind of concerned about it first when she was talking about it. But he's bouncing back so strong that he's making moves on his own. He did a song with Benzino. I don't know if y'all know who Benzino is, but the industry, they really taking notice of him because he's just that good. He raps. But any information can I get back still get in the Discord under my old name if that's what my account was set up in the Discord?
You should be. Like,
Okay, I'm gonna try that.
are you still in the Discord?
If under Oak Art, I might be, but since I changed my name on TikTok, that shouldn't affect the Discord, right?
No, it shouldn't affect the Discord. And then if you want, there is a channel in the Discord for you to promote your son's music. Like there's I think it's called Nerd Beats. If you want to share like links to his YouTube channel in the Nerd Beats section, so we can go and support him.
For sure, for sure. Appreciate that. So, and it was, yeah, I was just going to talk to Fee about that, getting signed, some more information on stuff. Cause I mean, he's doing good. He's receiving a lot of benefits. This and that. Everything's going excellent. I mean, it's just amazing. You know what I'm saying? But so I can't really, but I don't want to close that door of some information that I can get to kind of help assist him in this and that. But like you said, he's doing his thing. He's doing his thing. So he probably going to shake something. So anyway, but, I don't want to close that door. And I didn't get the. I don't know if you did send it or not, but I didn't get the
I
address
haven't sent it
anyway.
yet. I'm gonna send it.
Okay, so I ain't rushing
Yeah.
yet. It's whenever you do, then you know what I'm saying. So I know you busy. You're a busy young lady.
Man, I was telling also like the fact that I got my PO box so far away from home, and I know why I did it, but the fact that it is far away from home, and I'm knowing I'm gonna have to drive to go get it. That's the only reason. There are several people waiting on me to send a PO box to them, but I got you. I'm gonna send it to you. It's just me knowing that I'm gonna have to take that drive. That's all.
It's all good. I totally understand it. Totally understand. So, and like I said, Fee, I see you been putting in work all week, and I was like, Fee, you and Zena, where y'all was doing y'all thing. So, like I say, I love all y'all. Y'all, I appreciate y'all, and I don't want to take up too much time, but it just I did want to ask Fee about that. But the context thing is kind of what that aggravates me so much, and the patience that y'all have to be able to deal with it. Because I ain't got no words for them. I can't. I tell somebody if they come at me, I tell them how I believe and shoot them down real quick and just go about my business because I ain't finna argue with you about it. So.
And yeah, you can shoot me a message on Discord once you get back in there, and I can share those resources with you. And me and Thinker were just talking about this the other day. I don't necessarily think that many of the folks that come up here, just especially for the purpose to just go back and forth about nonsense, I don't know that they will be reached, but it's a lot of people that are listening to like just the logical way that we talk through these things. They're listening to the way that these believers come up and behave. They're listening to the fact that they really can't defend their position without using a ton of apologetics. And at a certain point, people have to get to the understanding of, or ask themselves, if a belief system constantly requires multiple layers of apologetics to justify or defend itself, how true can it be? Because true things don't need that. Things that are true can be explained. Things that are true can be tested. Things that are true can be replicated. So if you've got an entire belief system that is the foundation of your whole life, that you constantly have to patch with this, this understanding, or, this crack happened. Okay, let me figure out what I can plug in this crack to make it solid again. Why do all that work? Like, it seems like a lot more emotional labor and mental labor to continue to do that than it would be to figure out how you can align yourself with the resources and people that want the same things that you want, that want everybody to be saved, to be fed, that want the improvements in the society that we live in without all the damaging features. So I don't think that the ones that come up here like that previous guest did, just to push back on things that he didn't even know about, to kind of fight for texts that he probably hasn't read. I can't imagine he's read Plato or Aristotle, but he went right to that apologetic because that's the one that they use. That's the one that they've been fed. And I think the kicking and screaming that we see from a lot of these believers just highlight the fact that their positions on these ideas are very untenable, and they know it. So it's really not, you're right, that a lot of them that we won't reach, we won't sway, we won't change their minds, but it's a whole lot of folks that are listening, that want a better world, and that want to deal with things that are true, as opposed to escaping to the imaginary or spiritual.
I agree.
I think a lot of people don't realize, like when people be asking for us to take people down. Like there is a reason that I don't do that, right? And I made a video about this on my page. Well, my daughter was asking me why I don't take people down, and I was explaining like this is them being able to see this because it's all a part of the deconstruction, right? Not just us giving information. It's them being able to see it in action that helps people decide whether or not they want to deconstruct. So I know like sometimes it looks like that it's not getting to the person that we're talking to on the stage, but we have to keep in mind that there's usually like 600 or 700 people listening, and probably over half of them are trying to figure out if this is something they want to deconstruct from. So that's the most important thing to me when I am talking to somebody on the stage is everybody that's listening.
Yeah, and that's what I think. Like I said, I think to myself like, and that shows the empathy and the caring that y'all actually have for people that they don't have for you. It's like after you get it, and you like I feel so I'd never be I was Christian, Jehovah Witness, Muslim. I'd been everything trying to find my way in, and ain't none of it never made sense. So what I'm saying, I can't say I was it, but my mom, as we talked before, my mom is heavy in the church and this and that. So the ability to have and care about another person is something that is so. They try to say that Jesus represents this, and we know that you say it's just for the Israelites. It wasn't for everybody, but that caring about other people is so underrated. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody care about yourself and look out for self and this and that. But when you have that really that in your heart that you really care about people, you know what I'm saying? You got to protect yourself. And like I said, I told you before, I get that from you about your boundaries, your boundaries. And you know what I'm saying? Because I'm a kind of non-confrontational person, but I will kind of, I have my boundaries a little bit more just because of listening to you. So even though I'm all, like I said, I'll get up here and sing your praises all day long and how talented you are, just everything. But, when we'll get back to the regular scheduled program. But that caring about other people is the only route you can go. After you get it yourself and you actually feel sorry for them. You know what I'm saying? When you really think about it like that, I feel sorry for you. It kind of maybe, I don't know, it mellowed me out some. So, because other than that, I ain't got nothing else to say to them, really.
I agree. And the boundaries, like I'm not a confrontational type of person, although you wouldn't know it on here because I feel like I have to fight for my life. I feel like Sophia. I have to fight for my life on here. But when you set the boundaries, your life becomes less confrontational, right? Like in your everyday life, because people then know not to bug up against that fence because they're not going to be able to break it down. It becomes more peaceful for you. Before I had boundaries, every fucking day it was something, right? Like I was arguing with somebody every damn day. But now, like, my life is very peaceful outside of this. And then this is fun to me, but like, I don't like arguing with Christians. I don't like cussing motherfuckers out, but I will do it if I have to. But I don't like it. I'd rather have a deep conversation.
Totally understand. I'm Aquarius, so I usually don't get along with cancers. I just have so much respect for them because y'all some spot y'all just dominate every situation. Y'all, my daddy was a cancer. My daddy ain't play. My daddy was super smart. It's so it's like if you I don't know we ain't gonna go into all of that type of things, but as Aquarius, I'm kind of laid back. But when I hit flip mode, I hit flip mode too. So I totally understand where you're going there. But with that, I'm gone. You want to drop me down? Or you
I
want me
got you.
to? Okay. All right.
Have a good one.
Have a
You
good
too.
one.
All right, also.
Man, I almost punched my son's lights out yesterday. I was in the kitchen fixing me some coffee. I didn't even know he was home because I told y'all he didn't come home last night. Like the night before last, he spent the night with the kids, and I didn't even know he was home. So I'm in the kitchen fixing me some coffee. I can feel, like, I don't know why, but I can feel with my kids, like when people walk up behind me, like when they are behind me. I felt his presence behind me, but I knew I was home by myself. Man, I turned around, I dropped that cup, and I put my fist up. I was about to knock his fucking lights out. He was like, Mama, it's me. I was about to knock his ass out because I knew I was home by myself.
Oh my
And I
goodness.
was like, when did you get home? Man, he was cracking up. I swear I did like a karate move because I was gonna fuck his ass up.
My family does that all the time. We scare the shit out of my sister. Well, y'all know my sister's had chronic hiccups for quite a while since she had a stroke a few years ago. And she's so quiet all the time. But sometimes, like, I'll be sitting down reading, and I didn't know, I don't even know she came downstairs. Scares the shit out of her. But we make a joke out of it. Like, my family will try to scare each other intentionally. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
And they know I'm getting old. Like I'm 45. Like y'all can't be doing that to me. Like I'm too old for that shit right now. Only at New Grace. What did also say the church name was?
He, I don't even remember what else.
Oh my goodness. Only at New Grace. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear
Um,
me?
yes. Can I get your age, please? And are you a
I'm
believer? Are
62.
you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Well, I'm a believer, 62.
All right. And what are your thoughts on the topic? What do I have wrong about the God of the Bible?
Uh, it's interesting. I enjoyed it so far. I was on somehow later. I guess I hit a button in my pocket because I'm at work. But since I was on it, it's the first one live I've ever been on. So I thought I might as well go on there when it's quiet at work to kind of tell you guys I appreciate what you all are doing. Although I'm not deconstruction, I've been pastoring about 9 years, and my experiences in Bible school and theology studies pretty much was none of this. So it's an eye opener in trying to research how to answer these questions in terms of still believing. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pause this, but I work at
Uh,
a
uh,
hospital.
I got you. Oh, they're gone. It's gone now. Go ahead.
No, no, yeah, they can open the door now. Yeah, so I really, man, I've been studying ever since probably about 3 months. I've been following you guys. I've been studying, and the struggle that I'm having is most of the people that I minister to, I have a small church, but most people I minister to, they don't want this type of information. They want to know how to live their life, how to become stress free, how to get what we believe as God to, answer their prayers. So I was just telling my congregation yesterday, Sunday, that where I'm trying to take them to, we would have to learn the basics and then dive deeper. But I don't think the deepness is what they're looking for. And now I find myself trying to teach without a vision of the popularity of the Bible, because I see so much from you guys and how you're cutting holes in or giving us some information, especially the dialogue that you had with the person that was, with the AD and, the BCE, going back to Moses, whether he was the original writer, and how you guys, I think you are good at what you do. We're not good at what we do. So I just wanted to kind of commend you all and let you all know that it's really been a blessing.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And that man, that's you're probably the first believer to come up and even say that, you're listening and actually taking the information. But I'm gonna put you on mute while I talk. You sound like you in the Saturday morning cartoon right now. But you're probably the first believer who has come across the live, and has said that you're taking the information back. And I think that's a really cool thing. It's interesting that you're seeing that even your members, the information that you're bringing them, you're recognizing that they don't really want deepness, right? They're okay with like surface level information because all they really want is that promise of a God that answers their prayers. The sad thing about it is that the one that's going to answer their prayers is going to be them, right? It's going to be increasing their confidence in themselves, right? Their ability to recognize themselves, you know, their ability to accept life and reality as it is. And I know it, like as a person who believes in God, that might sound, kind of harsh for me to say that, but if that's what they're waiting on, the reality is that it has been them and it is gonna be them and humanity, right? Like it's when I don't know. Do you have testimony service at your church? Do y'all have testimony service? Do you know how to come off mute?
I'm sorry, I'm talking.
Oh,
Yes, we do as a part of the worship.
okay. Yeah, we used to have testimony service all the time, and I don't know if you noticed, like when they are testifying about certain things, it's humans, right? That you know it's typically humans that are doing the things or have
Yeah.
helped them get a thing done. And so they're giving the credit to the God. And
Uh-huh.
so if they're able to feel better about
Hmm.
giving themselves credit and giving the humans in their
Hmm.
lives credit without feeling shame in that, without feeling like, are you okay? Where
Who,
are
me?
you at? Yeah, where you
Who,
at?
me? I'm in
Yeah, are you
Chicago,
outside?
but I
Oh,
work. Yeah, my sax to
oh
escape the
okay.
noise on the inside of the hospital.
Okay.
So I try
You
to get
sound,
me
I
the
swear
what
you
I figured
sound
was the
like you.
less.
The next thing I expect to hear is beep beep. Like I feel
No,
like you know, like
uh-uh.
um.
No, yeah.
So
So
what?
I'm dealing with ambulance, but it's kind of quiet now. No, I
Oh, okay.
understand. I don't know if I can jump in. I understand. My thing is most of the time that we teach is your faith connected with what you believe in God. And I know it's a lot of tradition behind it. Uh, I can't seem. I can't even see it. I can't speak the language you guys speak. Y'all too much technical. Y'all got it on point. Stuff that I didn't study, wishing now I would have studied. And I don't even think if I studied all of this, I'd be at your level of disbelief in what we consider to be our core book of belief, which is the Bible. But we teach people about them and God now to remove, and I think I'm good at encouraging people, but to remove the God factor and put it on them, saying it's you by yourself when it was them by themselves that got them in the situation, might be a hard sell. Uh,
No, I'm not saying to remove the God factor. I'm saying to
okay,
help them see that they are involved in it, right? And
okay.
that
Hmm.
humanity is involved in it. Because if
Hmm.
they're like if they're waiting for a God to do something, like you said, they're just
Hmm.
waiting on a God. Like you're either gonna have to make a decision for yourself is if you are going to continue to preach that a God is doing something for them
Hmm. Hmm.
while knowing that it is them and humanity, right? Like it's the people in their lives that are
Hmm.
doing the thing. And that's a decision you have to make for yourself. No one can make that decision for you.
Okay.
So like
Yeah.
I'm not saying to remove the God factor at all, but help them not feel shame in having
Yeah.
confidence in themselves and giving themselves credit and giving the people in their lives credit and saying thank you
Hmm.
to the people in their lives, because what we were taught, right, is all glory goes to the God. And
Hmm.
so we put ourselves on the back burner. We don't believe we can do anything without the God, right?
Hmm.
Unless the God tells us that we can or we're worthy enough. It getting to worthy, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
We don't think that we deserve to consider ourselves worthy enough because we've been
Hmm.
told that we're not. And so
Hmm.
I'm not saying get rid of the God, but help them get to worthy. That's all I'm
No.
saying.
Right. Now,
Yeah.
the Bible teaches that. So, or I teach it, in Bible college. I did small church, small college, but I did graduate, like the top. But like I say, none of this was study. I disagree with most of the pastors in the class. I guess that's how I got better grades. But the Bible teaches us to be grateful and to be thankful to whoever it is, they give, whoever it is that God uses. My thing is, like I was saying, the majority, even in the scripture where it talks about God getting all the glory, or what we say, even in the prayer to Jesus, the Bible shows that God will share his glory. When it talks about the talent, one talent, the five, talent, and the two that God shared, he said, enter into my glory. And so I don't think that what we teach is very much different outside of that is this huge, faith that we believe in the scripture. And like what you're saying, faith also is in yourself, which is you have to have that. But the Bible says faith without works. Well, who's doing the work? It's you. You have faith in God and don't do the work, then you're not going to receive it. And so you can't be double minded. But I'm not going to. I don't see myself even competing against any. If I don't agree with you, I'm not even going to say it. 'Cause I know you'll pull up 50 different things
Well,
that I
yeah,
had
because
never looked at.
I do want to know if you could give me the scripture that you're referring to, where the Bible
Oh,
says to
right. Because
give
I know.
credit and thanks
I
to the
think
people who
it's
help you.
Matthew the 20. Matthew 25, I think it is. I would have to pull up and listen. That's what I mean. Pull up and list it for you. But it's dealing with the talents, where the Bible, where the Scripture says, for God said, "Enter now into my glory." Is that what you're talking about? Or giving
No,
credit to?
giving
Yes,
credit to
thank you.
those who help you, like to the humans who help you. Because I know, like
Okay.
growing up, all I've ever been told is, give all thanks to God, right?
Mm, okay.
I I haven't come across it, and
Well,
not saying that it
do some
isn't in there because I
research.
don't know every scripture
It's
in there.
in
So that's
there.
why I'm
It's
asking.
in there. It's in there.
Do you know where it is?
No, that's what I said. I'm gonna have to do some research. I should have came on here if I wasn't ready to quote scripture and verse, but I just wanted to tell you all the good part, not to get involved in that. If it pops up in my
Okay.
mind, because I'm not even searching, I'm nervous just for being on here. 'Cause, I already stated, and I think somebody said something about my whole government information is out there earlier where I kind of popped on without even knowing. But yeah, I mean, it's just general that somebody do something, thank you, make room for more. And that's pretty much what we teach. I can't even see it happening in any church when we sell like this money is shepherd's money, according to, the calendar. And so we ask people, to share, what a person has done and what a person means towards you. And so I gather, if I was speaking on here and wasn't a pastor, I'd be talking about the wisdom of the scripture. I don't see a God that's teaching us that he gets all the glory and then we're not part of it, especially when we believe that we are the body of Christ.
Yeah,
We are the body of Christ. Go ahead.
but I have to stop you because you're
Go ahead.
saying these things, right? And you don't want me
Yes.
to challenge them. So like
Mm-mm. You can
I
challenge me. I'm saying I'm
well,
knowing I'm not going to win because I'm at work and I got to figure out.
that's why I was getting ready to say I would rather that you come back when you're able to show the scriptures and back up what you're saying.
Okay.
I don't want to go into challenging them and then your
Right, right.
reason of not being able to go into a conversation because you're at work.
Mhm. All
So
right. I
yeah.
know. I admit already. I know that I'm not qualified to battle against something that I haven't studied for. I studied the scripture to teach somebody how to come off drugs, or how to be encouraged, how to be stressed, depression, and worry and strife. But I haven't studied like, okay, Moses didn't write the Pentateuch, or the Torah, or the Bible, 6,000, years ago, had no writer or had no, they didn't even use script, so, or, to speak about whether Jesus and the Trinity, I didn't study all of that. Pretty much in school, we was just taught how to understand. I'm sorry, y'all. You're going to hear trucks. We was taught how to understand, but without foundation of what that understanding is. And so that's what we lack as a church. So I'm on here just saying, yeah, you're true. We lack that as a church, as anybody's congregation. We like to go deep, go deeper. There's a deeper, you know. And like I said today, Sunday morning when I was teaching in our Sunday Bible study, I was telling them that there's a deeper. I'm trying to prepare them for a deeper, whether it's a deeper relationship with God, deeper understanding of what faith is. And it's kind of, if you had something that was opposing a God rather than saying it's a person, it's you. then you are God. But then Scripture shows places where it says you are God. But I don't think that that is the manifestation that people can point to. Because if that was it, then we wouldn't have to have
It
anything.
actually,
Everybody is God. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
but
And
so
is
I just
this the
want to, I just
thinker
want to say
I'm speaking
again,
to? Is this
it's
the
just
thinker I'm
think,
speaking to?
it's just
This is
thinker.
right. Okay,
It's
thinker. No, I'm just saying. I
yeah.
appreciate it. I told you, this is my first line, and I appreciate it. But I've been watching. And I've been watching you eat up people and spit them out over this word, and rightly so. You know, it hasn't shaken my faith at all. But then, I don't think it's meant to shake the faith. It's meant to help us critically, intellectually, think. So I appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
I did want to say, so I just want to clarify that I am not saying that they are gods. I don't believe in a God, period, even as a
Right.
human. And I
Mm-hmm.
do know that some people consider themselves and say, "Well, I'm the God." When
Mm-hmm.
I said they are the God, I mean the who they're talking to in their minds when they pray, and
Mm-hmm.
who
Mm-hmm.
when they get the answer, it is them, right? It's their voice, their heart, going out to the God, and then the answer comes back to them, and no one has access to that, not even you as their leader, right?
Exactly.
Can
Mm-hmm.
have access to this conversation that they have with the God. They're the only
Okay.
person with them
Mm. Yeah.
themselves 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Exactly.
And that scripture that says, "I will never leave you nor forsake you."
Mm-hmm.
You can't leave yourself, right? You can't
Mm-hmm.
forsake
Exactly.
yourself, like, until the day that you
Mm-hmm.
die. But
Mm-hmm.
in the Bible, Jesus does say, "Isn't it written that I have said ye are gods?" Right.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
and he's taught,
In the Old
and
Testament.
he's talking to, yeah, and he's talking to the Israelites there because,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna put you on mute for just a second, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Oh, you telling me to put myself on mute?
No, I got you. I'm gonna put you on mute for just 1 second.
Okay.
All right. So Jesus does say, "Isn't it written that I have said ye are gods?" And there he's talking to the Israelites, because in Deuteronomy chapter 32, verses 8 and 9, well, that whole, I'm sorry, not Deuteronomy. I'll take that back. Psalms 82, I believe. Psalms 82, where Yahweh goes before the council of the Most High, and in that at that council meeting, he is talking to the other gods of the pantheon, and he says, "Ye are gods, right? All you are children of the Most High." And the Masoretic text changes the concept of the God, the other gods, to the Israelites. So when Jesus is talking to the Israelites, he says, "Isn't it written that I said that ye are gods?" Right. So today, Christians, when they read that, especially deconstructing Christians, when they read that, they see Jesus saying to them, "You are a God," right? Like, you may not be the God, but you are a God, and you can do everything that I'm doing, and you'll go and do better, right? So, I I don't want you to think that that's what, like, what I was saying. What I'm saying is, we as a church, right, when we were in the church, were taught to deny ourselves, right? We were taught to empty out our vessel and just fill it up with Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit. And every thought that we have is the Holy Spirit. Everything that we do, right, is the Holy Spirit. When we sing a song, right? It's, man, the Lord really blessed you. Not, dang, thinker, you sung that song today. It's, man, God really blessed you. The anointing sung the mess out of that song, right? It's not you. You're not allowed to really just give yourself credit, because the moment you say, "I did a good job," or the moment somebody says, "You did a good job," and you're like, "Thank you," somebody's going to come around and say, "Be humble." Yeah, stop stealing glory from God, right? And so we don't know how, right, to give ourselves credit. We don't know how to see ourselves. Even me, I've been deconstructing for almost 6 years now. 2000, late 2019. Yeah, almost 6 years now, and I still have difficulty when people say, "Thank you, you're doing such a good job," right? That's a part of my deconstruction because I've always been taught that everything that is me, I am only that because of the God. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. You can come off mute. Like, this is crazy. Did y'all not hear what I just said? And somebody on YouTube said this host is proving exactly why selfishness causes destruction. She wants to glorify herself. After I just said, right, that this is what I'm talking about. Like, your one of your Christian brothers just proved is, as I'm saying the thing, right, it's like for a person to give themselves credit, for me to take to not push back, as y'all say, thank you, you're doing a good job, for me not to push back and say, no, 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 it's not me, it's the Holy Spirit, right? Because I accept when y'all say thank you, you're doing a good job, and I know that it's me because the Holy Spirit ain't put shit in my head. The believer wants to say that I want to glorify myself, and then for me to, to say that I recognize my talents, I recognize, I'm confident in who I am. They want to instill shame on that person, right? That's what we have to get rid of. That shaming a person for acknowledging that they are great, acknowledging that you have talents, right? That's a unique part of you. Acknowledging that you have the resources to help your fellow brother and sister, right? Being told that you don't expect a thank you. Yes, the fuck you do. Yes, you do. The only person in the church that can get a thank you is pastors. Pastor in the first line, the first family.
And I think this is just further proof that this mindset is just so black and white. Like the reality is that religion teaches you to, in most cases, to completely suppress anything that is positive about you. You have to give that to God. You can own all the bad shit. Like, I'm terrible, I'm worthless, I'm no good, I'm just a filthy rag. When in actuality, like, there's a version of humility that's anchored in reality. But it doesn't include self erasure, right? Like, you can resist being arrogant, but you don't have to gaslight yourself by simply saying there are certain things that I'm good at. There are certain things that I can improve on, but there are also certain things that I am good at. There's nothing arrogant about that. If I did tell myself constantly, "Oh yeah, you're nothing, you're worthless," well, that's not true either. So why is that required for the benefit of a God, as opposed to having a balanced view of self, where we talk about this all the time? To be human is to be good at certain things and bad at other things. And I feel like it just robs. Can you mute up only?
Yeah,
It's
let me mute you.
It sounds like you already started building the kingdom of heaven over there. It just robs you of your ability to experience the nature of being a human being, and it forces you into this paradigm of you can't think well of yourself at all. You just can't, because it'll lead to grandiose thinking or arrogance or pride, and that's just not true. It, and the fact that the goal, or finding tools of figuring out a way to be a balanced human being, is even demonized within the confines of religion. I don't see how that can lead to anything healthy. So when you talk about, like Thinker was saying, it's rare that we get these conversations with believers where they acknowledge, yeah, what you guys are saying is logical and it does make sense. Like, I applaud you for doing that. And at the same time, I do think that it's a very difficult position to find yourself in, because it's hard to rationally think through a faith-based system. The fact that it is faith-based oftentimes turns down the level of logic that you can use, and it turns down the scale, honestly, because you only need balance when you're dealing with reality. When you pull in a belief system that's purely faith-based, you don't need a balance, because there are no rules. So these are the conversations that I wish we could have more with believers who don't want to control or force people to see things a certain way, those that invite curiosity as opposed to condemning it. That's honestly the only way we're going to be able to move this needle forward.
I think this belief system turns believers into mental pariahs, mental piranhas, like the things that believers are willing to say in order to defend their God or to try to convince someone to believe in their God. To me, they're willing to bite at the the brain or the mindset of a non-believer or even another believer, take big chunks out of it or even small chunks out of it to make that person not see themselves or deny themselves or hate themselves enough to need your God. And that's a dangerous thing to me, and I don't see salvation in that at all. Like, it's abusive. You can come off mute.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. So in between ambulance, I wanted to also say I'm having a hard time with the part where Christians shouldn't thank themselves or shouldn't believe that God has given them gifts or it's internal because I don't think that's what the Bible says for us to look. We don't even have to go with the Bible. Just don't think that that's the way life is. That you got to look at yourself as being incomplete, insufficient, or not superior in any level of life. So if you can
Then
share with me
why do you think
those
there is
things.
a why do you
And I'm
think there are
sorry, y'all,
Christian
about the noise. I told you, like, I'm at an amp.
I'm sorry. Why do you
Go
think
ahead.
there are Christians right now saying you're acknowledging the talents and skills that God gave you? Like, why do you think these ladies want to be goddesses? Hold on,
It's
I'm gonna put
noise.
you on mute. I'm gonna put you on mute right quick. These ladies' egos. Hold on, wait. These ladies' egos is what is preventing them from seeing what is true. Then just want to credit themselves for everything. These women want to be goddesses. Like, why do you think they are arrogant as heck and they want to take all credit for themselves? Like, why do you think he says, I take zero credit for all the blessings in my life, all glory to the man above. So, like, why do you think that's happening if this isn't the mindset of a believer and what's commonly taught? And this isn't something that's just random, this is every day, right? Because I know that how my brain works. I know that I spent hours studying and do. I know that I honed my skills, right? Jesus didn't do this for me. Your God didn't do this for me. I did this. I'm the one who decided to research and sit down and study, right? I don't have to give credit to a God when he did absolutely nothing. And that doesn't make me arrogant either. But the piranhas, right? The piranhas will try to take that away from you because you have the audacity to have credit to have confidence in yourself.
Can I jump in now while these ambulance are parked? So they start making this noise. And I'm not a piranha. So I told you, you guys have helped me in a whole another level of study that I haven't been doing before. But I don't see that part where you're not everything. We just have a foundation inside. And everything we do upon our faith is built upon the foundation. The same ability we have. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, Fee, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay.
The same areas where we give glory and honor and credit to God. We're taught through the scriptures to give honor to those to whom honor is due, to give credit to those people who credit is due, to be a blessing to each other. The scripture teaches us in Corinthians that we're not to say the hand can't say to the foot, I have no need of thee, which means that we have to be inclusive of everything. Our foundation is God. Uh, to remove that foundation leaves us lawless. And to, I'm sorry, y'all, I tell you I'm at work. I shouldn't even be on here like this, but to remove that foundation just to be able to say God did something, well, just to be able to say I did this by myself. We're not taught to say I did it by myself. We're saying through the grace of God. We're taught to just include giving God the glory for everything. I think it's in Deuteronomy that say when you get your house and you get all this wealthy thing, remember the Lord thy God that gave thee power to get wealth. So you're saying you have power without giving credit to God. I have no problem with that because you don't believe in what I believe. But I have no problem also saying that the real estate agent I had, God picked for me, or the credit score that I was able to achieve came through God. And all the blessings that I have came through God. And I'm not going to blame the devil for the negative stuff in my life when I know that that credit should be given to me or to the people who did bad things. But I think it's a lot of scripture in there that we're supposed to include each other, and I guess that's where we're supposed to be given credit, credence, and everything else. But I hear what you guys are saying, but I also
Fee, have you ever seen a scripture that says to give yourself credit in the Bible? Have you ever seen that?
No, no, I was gonna circle back to that as well. No, I mean, and if it is there, I would love to read it. It also won't negate the countless ones that tell you otherwise, right? Like the ones that tell you to count others more significant than yourselves, the ones that tell you to refer to yourself as a wretched man. And I mean, I appreciate that you don't interpret this to be holistic, but to Thinker's point, there are many people who do. Just by saying, "Oh, I'm pretty good at this," they they equate that to us wanting to call ourselves gods. That's ridiculous. And I think this is part of that gaslighting that being a part of this specifically Abrahamic religions require you to do. It requires you to completely ignore every single bit of effort that you put in. Like you talk about God helping you get a credit score. How? Did he tap into Experian or TransUnion? Or did you pay your bills on time? And there's nothing wrong with, if this is something that you believe and it keeps you motivated and pushing forward, okay, cool. But I don't think the inverse of that is to say that a person who doesn't give credit to the God that you believe in is being haughty or being arrogant or considering themselves a God. There's just no space in our world for a God. And we're functioning just fine without one. So by me not wanting to lie to myself, to pretend that I had some assistance that I didn't experience. Now, I know exactly what I did to get the things that I have. And it's not even talking about um, tangible physical things. Like I know how much I read, I know how much I study. I can show you all the notebooks that I have of things that I've done and the effort that I've put in to truly try to understand who this God is, even to try to understand gods of other cultures, just because of how heavily indoctrinated I was. So to make the claim that, oh, they're trying to make themselves something or godlike or whatever, it's just wrong. One is an assertion that you can't substantiate because you don't have access to my mind or anybody else's mind. So I think this is just another layer of indoctrination, and it's just not substantiated in this book. This book tells you repeatedly that how this God sees you. It tells you you can't even trust your own heart, not to lean on your own understanding. There's nothing in this book that I've read that encourages identifying and loving and appreciating and nurturing yourself at all.
Like that, this just made me think of that messenger, this verse right here in Matthew 16, starting at verse 21 through 22. Then Jesus made it clear to his disciples that it was now necessary for him to go to Jerusalem, submit to an ordeal of suffering at the hands of the religious leaders, be killed, and then on the third day be raised up alive. Peter took him in hand, protesting, "Impossible, Master, that can never be." But Jesus didn't swerve. Peter, get out of my way. Satan, get lost. You have no idea how God works. Then Jesus went to work on his disciples. Anyone who intends to come with me has to let me lead. You're not in the driver's seat. I am. Don't run from suffering. Embrace it. Follow me and I'll show you how. Self-help is no help at all. Self-sacrifice is the way, my way, to finding yourself, your true self. What kind of deal is it to get everything you want but lose yourself? What could you ever trade your soul for? Don't be in such a hurry to go in business for yourself. Before you know it, the Son of Man will arrive with all the splendor of his Father, accompanied by an army of angels. You'll get everything you have coming to you, a personal gift. This isn't pie in the sky. By and by, some of you standing here are going to see it take place. The Son of Man in the kingdom of glory. But like, listen to what Jesus is saying, right? Like, he's saying, it's all me, 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 me. You need me. You can't help yourself. Self-sacrifice. Like, it's right there. And this is why, right? We are taught that we are to cast off ourselves. We are to, like, he literally says that we have to be his disciple, we have to hate life itself. I'm not missing the point. The point is that you have to give every bit of credit to this God. Like, and then the fact that you are the one giving the credit. You give to the God while getting nothing. You're doing all the work and giving all the credit to the God, getting nothing and expecting nothing. You even excuse when he does not give back. This is Matthew 16, verse 24 through 28. This is the the message translation, the Gen Z Bible. This is the Gen Z Bible. And this is the crazy thing. This is written for Gen Z. This is telling Gen Z, don't go into business for yourself because I'll be coming back soon. Like, cartoonish.
Hey there, fellow Negroes. What's going down?
They got Jesus didn't swerve.
Woe unto thee. And by woe, I mean whoa, whoa.
Are you there, Oli at New Grace?
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm here. I got another ambulance, so I can't speak without giving you all a lot of noise.
And I understand if you would have come back at a time that you're not at work. I am well, you said you've been watching us for 3 months, so I think you know the schedule by now. But we'll be live again tonight at 11 p.m. until 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Yeah, you guys on here a lot. I want to say this, so I do have to come out of this, but I want to say I appreciate you all. I see that there's a lot of people that a lot of people that hate on what you guys do, but that's not the sense of what the scripture tells us to do. And by you deconstructing, you know, hopefully, just knowing that there's one person, and I can't speak for all of Christendom. I think it's 2 billion something or whatever. There's one person that appreciate what you all do, and I think that is needed. Like I said, it hasn't swayed me, but it has persuaded me to study what you all are talking about, and I appreciate the work you're doing. All right,
Oh, thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have a great rest of the day. Okay.
thank you. Bye bye.
Have a good one.
No. Like, a person would have to make a decision. Am I going to still keep preaching the same thing because that's what the people want to hear? Or am I going to have integrity and tell the truth. Because it's kind of like that pastor that got up there and said, because he's been listening to the lives, he got up there and said, well, the serpent told the truth, but he tricked them with the truth. Like
Hmm.
he found a way around telling the truth now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the fact that he's saying we're tricking, he said now there's people tricking you with the truth. The fact that he's trying to say we're tricking people with the truth, what that pastor did on that stage was he told the truth, but
Hmm.
he's the one tricking them with the truth. You see what I'm saying? Like
Right.
that's the crazy thing. Like how are
Just did
we
a
tricking
complete
people with the
180,
truth?
acting like we're going the same direction. It's crazy.
Exactly. Like what?
It's
Like
going to come down to a test of integrity, honestly. Like, and again, I applaud him for even coming up here and saying what he said. But if you know a thing to be untrue and you ignore the problematic parts of it and only stick to the things that align with, I guess, where you're going or what you're now understanding, is that integrity? I mean, a broken clock can be right twice a day, so nobody is positing that there's nothing beneficial in this book. I'm just saying that it didn't come from the book. Like all of the beneficial things in this book, from what I've read, came from previous law codes. And as a person that's leading people utilizing this particular tool as your guide, you've got to get real creative in the way that you use it in order to teach a beneficial lesson. Because there are more scriptures in this Bible that tells you you ain't shit, as opposed to scriptures in this Bible, if you can find them, that tell you to be proud of who you are as a person. It's just why hold on to this template if you're going to change every single part of the shape of it? It doesn't make any sense to me.
I think too to even hold on to the God because because he said that they don't want to go deep, that they just all they care about is hearing about a God that answers prayers. Well, there's the thing, like you're going to have to keep preaching to them that this God is answering their prayers, feeding into the illusion, right? Or make the decision to you know let them know where this actually comes from. Like there at that point right there, it's the question of is the God answering prayers, and he's either going to have to let them stay in that place of them and not giving people credit, them believing that a God made a person help them pay their bill, although they had to call 50 people first before somebody said yes, or acknowledge that hey, you got your bill paid because you called 50 damn people and you didn't take no for an answer.
Yeah, like it's gonna have to be you get to a fork in the road. Am I going to be honest or am I gonna keep people comfortable? Because sometimes that honest answer is the uncomfortable answer. It and when you're dealing with something that's as layered as Christianity and as deeply embedded as this belief system is, it's a hard pill to swallow because there are some people, I know I am of the belief system, hurt me with the truth before you come for me with a lie any day. That's me. But there are some people who choose that lie. They want that comfort because the truth is too hard for them. But as the person in a position of leadership, you've got to make the decision as to what you're going to present. And if you know that people are coming because they need that comfort, they need that fix, if you will, that's a very precarious position to be in. I don't envy him that.
Rise Griffiths, you're not even in the guest request box.
You know who is though?
Nobody. I cleared it out. My guest box is empty.
You know who was though?
Ooh.
Who?
Um, Hold on. It was like I'll send it to you on.
And somebody wrote in the comments that individualism is like it leads you to hell or something like that. But the crazy part about it is that
Aren't they individual? Isn't it an individual relationship? What?
right, right. Like how does that even work? Is it a hive mind mentality in Christianity? Because if that's the case, shouldn't there be consistent morals and consistent doctrine and consistent application of said morals?
But don't they
Yeah.
always say it's a personal
Yep.
relationship?
They sure do.
Like they're just so flimsy. Like they have no foundation. They bounce back and forth and they change like a fucking chameleon.
And it's just another thought, thought terminating cliche. It's a scare tactic for the purpose of enforcing conformity. But we're getting to a point where information is too readily available to rely on conformity because people want to know why. Like, we want to know, we want to understand things. And you can't, like, to your point, you can't say, oh, it's a relationship, it's an individual connection with God. Then at the same time, tell me that an individualistic mindset is going to lead me to hell. Which one is it?
The person that also said was in the guest box was somebody whose username is Kugler nigger, and then his bio says I hate niggers. Like you really need some help. Like you are insecure in yourself. Like fix that. I guarantee you, black people ain't got shit to do with the fact that you hate yourself. We ain't studying your ass. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructed or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open.
I don't know if you looked at the videos or at least the other videos, but even that video that he's got with Clark sisters, this ain't real. I don't know what the angle is. I don't know what the grift is exactly, but this shit is not real.
Yeah, it was giving performative to me.
You said look at God in that username and bio. I mean, I'm not surprised. I was thinking today, when that Catholic dude was on Zena's live earlier and he called us nigger bitches?
Yeah.
I was thinking today how many of his Catholic brothers and sisters, like at his what do they go to?
Brothels.
Oh my gosh. Is it mass? But what do they
Yeah.
call it? Is it church though? Do they call it a church?
Yeah, I think so.
Temple or something? But like
Cathedral?
how cathedral, thank you. How many are black? How many do he see at mass and he's like, hey, how you doing there? Happy Sunday. Right? And then he hops on TikTok and called
Mm.
black women nigger bitches. Like, I feel sorry for any black person that is in fellowship with him and don't know that they're in fellowship with a fucking racist.
I feel like you can kind of tell these things in real life if you're looking.
Some of them are good as fuck at pretending.
Some of them, but that was literally the first thing he said, so he probably wasn't
But
one
he's
of
on
those.
TikTok. He's on TikTok though. He's not at mass. That's what I'm saying.
That's
Like they
fair.
go to church with these people, and it does. Like it's easier to put a mask on for how long is mass? 30 fucking minutes. Like they don't be in church all fucking day like we do. Like how long do they be in mass at Catholic churches?
Let me
An
go. Let
hour,
me Google. I don't know.
45 minutes.
I don't know. They sing a lot of really old, long songs though.
Yeah, they ain't there long though because they don't read the Bible like we do. They're there like an hour, and so 40 minutes tops. Yeah, so it don't take that long. Like that mask ain't got to stay on. Like you talking maybe 5-6 seconds for them to see a black person and be like, hey George, and then walk on. Like that mask it does not take long. Like it's crazy.
Damn, 45 to 60 minutes on Sundays, 25 to 35 minutes on weekdays. That's tough. That's why they don't fucking know the book at all. That's
Man,
crazy.
fuck that. I would have took that over anything.
What?
I used to pray. I used to pray and be like, God, please don't let my daddy preach for 4 hours. My daddy used to preach for hours. Hours.
Yeah.
We had Sunday school at 9:30, morning worship at 11 a.m., sometimes most of the time we had a second service at 3:30, 3 o'clock. Then we had Sunday night service at 7 p.m. and we didn't get out to damn near 11, sometimes midnight.
That's ridiculous.
Then we had Sunshine Band on Monday, Bible study on Tuesday. Wednesday was our only night off. Thursday was YPWW. Friday night was Friday night worship, and Saturday was choir rehearsal. And then I was in both choirs, the adult and the youth. Like I was in church every goddamn day except for Wednesdays.
Yeah, and I think that's intentional. You don't have time for anything. Like we had, I think we had our family Bible study on Mondays. We had book study, which was like a small group in home Bible study on Tuesdays. On Wednesday, we had to do our personal studies. Thursday was like the theocratic ministry school, and that was from like 7 to 9:30. Friday was, I mean, we could sometimes have a free night on Sunday. I mean, on Friday. Saturday we were knocking doors. Sunday we were at the Kingdom Hall, and then knocking on doors either before or after. And then even if it was like too early in the morning to knock on doors, they would do what was called street work. So you can go downtown Atlanta and just, walk around in random downtown Atlanta. I don't know if we're looking to try to proselytize to unhoused people or just, people trying to go about their day, but it was all encompassing. Like it takes over every aspect of your life. So you didn't even have time to think or ask questions or explore any other ideas. That's what indoctrination does.
Man, think about did y'all have revivals?
No, we had what was called conventions. We would have either like a 2-day assembly or like a 4-day convention, which was later downsized to 3 days. But they were like 7:30 a.m. till 4. It was all goddamn day long. Yeah, it was a lot.
We would have
We had
revivals
both.
where, oh my God, don't let Prophet Karn come. Lord have mercy. Prophet Karn and his brothers, when they were younger, would come and pre 5-day revivals. That's what, Monday through Friday. Like, why we need a 5-day revival? What are we reviving?
Because he's coming back.
Uh,
Get ready, get ready.
And then, but you know what? That was when Bishop Mason would come. Bishop Patterson. Whenever Bishop Patterson would come, and Pastor Nathaniel Simpson, Nathaniel Simmons, when they would come, I loved it. I loved listening to them preach.
what was different about them?
They didn't do the hellfire, and then like I love to hear Bishop Patterson sing. Like he sung a lot of the old songs, and then he kind of, Bishop Patterson would joke a lot when he preached. Like he was down to earth. Like he wasn't but he was like whenever he preached he would get down. Like Bishop Patterson, like he would always bring it home. Like I don't know, like he was, I don't know. It was just something about him. Like my dad, Pastor Simmons and my dad, like they just remind me of each other. And the crazy thing about it is my dad died first. Bishop Patterson died after my dad, like I would say a couple of weeks later, and then Pastor Simmons died a couple of weeks after Bishop Patterson. They all died at the same damn time. It was crazy.
I
Right,
have
right after the convention that year.
damn.
My dad died the first night of the convention.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy. And Gerald Levert died that same night my daddy died. And I think it was Gerald Levert. It ain't Keith Sweat, right? It's Gerald Levert.
Keith Sweat's still alive, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, Gerald Levert. I don't know them motherfuckers like that, but
That's fair.
It's Gerald Levert. I remember them saying that I think it was Gerald Levert died, and the same night my daddy died, and I was like, oh damn, they're at Heaven's Gate together. I remember that. I was like, my dad, I was like, Daddy just met Gerald Levert, and I'm sitting there crying like, Daddy just met Gerald Levert because they died at the same damn time, the same
Wow.
damn day. Yeah.
I was gonna say, revival season started. I have not talked to my mom's mom, and since that started, I thought it'd be cute to like surprise her and take her to go get some lunch a couple weeks ago. She was like, "Ooh, it's revival season." I said, "You know what? I'll catch you when it's over. Don't even worry about it."
Man, you're in church all day.
Yeah, you cool and you love it. They got AC this year. Oh, okay. Well, you go ahead and have fun. I talk to you later, Nana. Okay.
Yeah, people think we ain't never been churched. We done been churched. Rise Griffith, are you gonna bring your ass up on stage? Like you said you gonna disprove everything that we said. Like you didn't request. Are you going to come on stage, Rise? I'm waiting for you. There's somebody else in the guest box, but I'm trying to give you time to request.
Dude got
Man, church
stage
out for
priority
real.
and don't want to take it.
Huh?
I said, dude got stage priority right now. Don't want to take it.
Like it's crazy. Like you came into the chat. You said that you were going to debunk everything that we're saying. I'm giving you the opportunity to do so. Are you going to come up?
It's kind of the point of the live, honestly.
Right.
And disagreeing is not debunking. I don't know if they realize that. Like they say, I'm going to debunk everything you say and come up here with the no as the like that's not debunking. That's just you saying you don't see it the same way, which is okay. But you're gonna have to show us where we're wrong and use your book in the process of doing that.
You're asking a lot, Fee. That's a lot to ask.
Y'all, Christina's going to be on Truth Wanted on Friday.
I heard Farik was gonna call in.
Farik,
Mm-hmm.
not
Don't
Tariq.
do that on her first time now. let her,
That's
not her
not
first
me.
time.
That's not me.
I don't know who is Farik.
Do you want to tell her who Farik is?
I don't. Oh, so because I first have to know who Farik is.
Farik is Fee's alter ego.
When did I get an alter ego?
I assigned you one.
Oh, well, you have to give me the specifics of what Farik believes.
Basically, the opposite of Fee.
Mm.
Respond to what?
Why you growl like that?
Respond to what, Vader? What am I supposed to be responding to? Yahweh is great, though. I'm gonna say it again since annoying. But you ain't nobody was paying your ass any attention. Oh, who you talking to then? Who is it annoying? You said not me. Clearly, then you're typing in my chat. You didn't at anybody. If you're talking to someone and you're responding to someone, you need to at them. Other than that, I'm gonna think you talking to me and the host on stage. I think Rise has left. The
Mm.
other person in the guest box has left. I hope Theo's feelings are not hurt because I try to give Theo the rules and then he keep just not caring. And then I gotta be like, Theo, I'm not bringing you up. And then his feelings get hurt. He messaged me. It was like, I'm sorry for requesting. I'm like, Theo, like I told you not to do that every day.
Oh, someone's creating a monster.
Yeah.
Who did?
You,
How?
you were the catalyst for this.
Okay, I
What's it
rarely
delete?
have to say this, but Fee, I need you to go wash your mouth out with soap.
First it was my integrity. Now it's my words. What we doing?
You know what did it that day he went off on that dude on Oso Live and
You
he was
right.
like, oh look Oso.
You
Who did
right.
he go off? Who did he go off on?
Fucking the dumbest guy. Angel investor.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like the only reason why I let him do it is because it was quite literally somebody he could not lose to.
Thinker, that crazy ass girl that was on, I think it was Zena's live, was in my inbox calling us
Czar.
bitches.
Czar,
Yeah. Uh huh.
she,
What?
yeah, I
Do
got the
we
same
know
message.
her?
No,
No, like she was
that's why I
like,
was like, who are you?
y'all bitches gonna lie. I was like, you do realize that I didn't say one word to your insane ass. Like I was just on stage, so I just caught her straight for
I
nothing.
didn't
But we
talk to
did,
her either.
right?
Same. I didn't talk to her either.
I think the only person she spoke to was actually Zena, but
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
somehow we're all implicated.
She didn't message Dwayne either.
I think like I honestly think that it's the I don't know it's them watching and then they're they're hating. That's all I can
Hmm.
say. It's the hating and it's unnecessary as fuck.
Also, is that pressure or a shoebill stork? Because I'm not able to tell the difference because that's a loud ass snore.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, okay. That part.
Pressure been going through it all night.
I know it. But no, she was saying that, we're going to learn. And they kill me with these threats. Like, if the threat of one religion is not enough to make you afraid of the hell of that religion, why should the threat from your religion be enough to make us afraid? It doesn't make any sense.
But they also always say nobody's trying to force this God on you. But then they get in our DMs and do shit like that. Also, I ended up apologizing to someone that I think we might have. Well, he did say I did. I'm not gonna say their name, but they said they came on stage. They said they made a mistake, and they said you let one of your hosts roast me. And he said you didn't put a stop to it. And I said I don't
Mm,
know what you're talking about. I said, but I apologize. I'm pretty sure we did roast you because that's we do. I said
mm,
I said we do roast people who are disrespectful. I said I don't remember you and I don't remember roasting you. I tend to remember people that we roast.
mm.
But he said we did. And he said it wasn't anything disrespectful that he did. So I just apologized to him because like my priority first is that people feel safe coming in here, whether they are a believer or not. Because the goal is to have conversations, right? And so I do
Mhm.
want believers to know that as long as you are respectful, the the place of being safe here is extended to you as long as you are respectful, right? You respect the rules, you respect the everybody's boundaries, and people's boundaries are different. Fee's boundaries are not the same as mine. Lala's boundaries are different. Like everybody's boundaries are different. But I did apologize. But I don't remember roasting this person. But I couldn't help but thinking in my mind, I'm pretty sure also put a picture up of him or something.
It happens. For my disclaimer is somewhat similar to Thinkers, but only in the fact that it is also a disclaimer. I will pick on people I love. I will pick on people I hate. I will pick on people I like. I will pick on people I dislike. Um,
Also almost made me cry Saturday, just to let y'all know.
yeah, so that's just kind of the deal with me.
He tripped his own mama when she was pregnant.
No, that was my aunt.
Oh, his aunt, your
Yeah,
aunt.
yeah,
Okay.
it's
Yeah, he
different.
tripped his own aunt when she was pregnant. So
But and I only tried to. I actually didn't actually trip her up. So
this is why I say when they come on stage, I'll be like, "We're going to respect you," and I say, "Well, I am,"
hmm
because I can't speak for so.
yes, it was on purpose. Yes, I was like 6. Age of accountability, guys. Get over it. Yeah, the aunt is with us. That's really funny.
So I can't speak for Oso. I ain't no telling what the fuck Oso might do while he on stage. All I can say is if you see Oso go on Teacup, just know that the roast is coming.
Sometimes they're good funny, and sometimes they're funny at your expense, and just just depends.
I've never flamed a nerd on stage. I've never flamed a nerd. I wouldn't flame a nerd. One, because they don't give me a reason to. Nerds typically have respect when they come on stage. I wouldn't do that, so don't be scared to come on stage. And I don't aim to flame believers. It's the disrespectful ones. Like I really would like to get into a deep conversation with a believer because one, I want to challenge what I think I know. But they never let me. How am I to know that what I know is wrong if y'all motherfuckers won't let me challenge it? Y'all run as soon as I give pushback. Y'all keep proving to me that what I know is right. At least for now.
I mean, even the person in the comments talking about he's your Messiah, whether you accept him or admit it or not. And that makes absolutely
Wow.
no sense,
I thought you had to accept the gift.
right? Like, it's an act of faith, the choice, or like you have to be able to accept it. So now you just gonna force feed us a Messiah? What is wrong with y'all? They really don't understand boundaries or consent. You're just gonna tell me what I accept or what I believe just because this being invisible thing is something that you need to feel better. That doesn't mean we all need it. They need to stop doing that.
He like that's so crazy because this book says that there are people created for destruction,
Hmm.
right? That the your enemy has children, people that are his. So how are you calling? How are you saying that he's everybody's Messiah? A Messiah, a savior, right? Saves his people. Like if we're not saved, he's not our Messiah. That don't even make sense.
They just say shit, I think, just because their I think their paradigm is being shaken a little bit by engaging in these we're not even engaging by listening to them. But my thing is, if you're not going to engage in the conversation and you just continue to spout out things that are not true, then why even come in here? I say that all the time. Like if you're interested in learning and listening to other perspectives, and I think that's beautiful. But just to come in here and spam the chat with nonsense, that's pointless.
They working on a new savior for y'all right now. I think Jesus done played out. Y'all new savior gonna be named Charlie Kirk. Y'all song's gonna be Charlie on the main line. Tell him what you want. Charlie on the main line. Tell him what you want. Charlie's on the main line. Tell him what you want. Call him up and tell him what you want. If you need
That's
your
it.
phone pay, call him what you want. If you need your phone pay, call him what you want. Well, tell him what you want. If you need your phone pay, tell him what you want. Call him up and tell him what you want. That's gonna be y'all new song. They working on
Instead of
that.
holes in his hands, he'll have a hole in his neck. I'm right back on.
The Bible already says who stuck out his neck for me. Like
It
it's
showed
already it's in here more than once.
Paul
Like
talked
it
about it years ago.
yeah. Like Charlie is gonna be the new Jesus. His name is gonna be Charlie Kirk. Y'all new Messiah.
Well, at
They
least
working on it right now.
I wonder if he's gonna let people put their finger in his neck to feel
What you
cold.
say?
I say, I wonder if he gonna let people put their finger in his neck to feel it's old.
It's gonna be stories written. I seen Charlie come back. I know it was him because I stuck my finger in through the hole, like the same way with Jesus. They already said y'all didn't. He said y'all didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Y'all immortalized him. They're already saying this shit. They're already creating AI voices, AI videos of him talking to churches. Like they're already doing it. Next thing you know, it's gonna be Charlie was the son of God. And like I don't know. Do you think at that moment that would be the moment that black people be like, nah? Or you think they just gonna roll over?
They're gonna go with it.
They gonna go with it? That's crazy.
I think they will.
I agree.
That's sad. We don't even have that much faith in them. That's sad.
It's because you know what I'm saying they still in this thing. Even seeing what's happening, like even seeing how they're treating that situation, you know, every church has, not every church, but most churches have talked about it. If you're on social media for more than like 5 minutes a fucking year, you've seen a black church talk about it. Like they see what's going on with this shit. And some of them are like, yeah, we're not going to do that. But a lot of them are just kind of like, yeah, you should stop being black.
Yep. Um, that guy that was like, teach your black boys to
Obey
respect
authority.
authority. Yeah, he was one of the first to be like,
Mm-hmm.
this is not a black church.
Yep.
And then that other lady, Priscilla Shire, I don't identify as black. Like, it's it's out there with big ass churches
Mm-hmm.
brainwashing black people to see their blackness as an idol and to cast that shit off. That's why, like, I honestly, like, if y'all see any of our videos, what we need y'all to do, let me tell y'all how to help, how to help the content go further, right? Because we can stay in this bubble, right? We can stay talking to the same 600, 700 people. But do y'all really think that's helping, right? Don't get me wrong. I fucking love it here. But when there are mega churches who have the influence and they're teaching these things, the only way to refute it, right, is we have to be just as loud or louder. We can't stay in a bubble, right? We've got to get to where, people hear different thoughts. Because if they're in their bubble and we're in our bubble and their bubble is bigger, right? Because they have the mega churches, right? They have all of the influence, the money behind them, right, to push this message. If we're doing the work on social media, we've got to be louder. That means when we come across each other's videos and we're talking about it and refuting it, we have to one share it. We got to repost it, right? Duet it so that it gets outside of our bubble. Because that is the most dangerous message that's being peddled right now is throw off your blackness. Your blackness is an idol. Because that's gonna get us fucked up. Yeah, right. I get that, the whole Ethiopia thing. If you don't want to talk to them, like tag us in videos. I'll come and y'all know my ass. I'll come in there and argue with their asses in the comments. But it's got to be a team effort so we can refute that damn message that's out there. Key, are you in the box on purpose? Ain't Ali, please call pick. That's a porn bot, right? The to Ali, please call pick. Can we? That's a porn bot.
I don't.
Um,
They came on stage one time before.
not necessarily porn stop per se, but I don't think they're here to talk about what we're here to talk about. I think it's a dude running an account with like a bunch of girl stuff on
They came on stage one time before, and we had to hurry up and
it.
take them down. Yeah, can we block them? I don't think they're
Yeah, I can do that.
okay. Thank you. Who is Vivek? I know Vivek is somebody that on my AI team. Who is
Very
Vivek?
Ramaswamy?
Oh,
Politician.
no. Oh, no. I didn't see that. I forgot he existed.
Mm-hmm.
You, he remind me of Bart Simpson with his head.
Damn.
Is that the one that went to Turning Point? Yeah.
Is that the one who he just recently matter of fact, he's the one. The dude was telling him that he can't represent them because he doesn't believe in Jesus.
Hmm. I don't know why he thought he was going to be accepted there. Like, friend, no.
You're not even Christian and you brown. Get the
Right?
fuck out of here.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, that little
Uh,
white boy tore his ass up.
It was a girl that I can't remember the creator's name,
Girl,
but she played the song. She played the clip and then performed the song about, you didn't think that, um, what is
can't
it?
remember her last name.
Yeah.
Leopards.
Yeah, that you didn't think the
Play
leopards would eat
what?
your face. The song about the leopards eating your face. Like,
Mm-hmm.
folks that you thought were on your team turning on you, and
Oh,
they absolutely did because he strolled up into Turning Point like they were going to welcome him. No, friend, you are not, you are not pasty enough to be accepted there.
what was he going to Turning Point for?
He was, I don't know if he
Was
was,
he invited there, or did he just went there? Like,
I'll see. It was some sort of speaking engagement. He was on
Mm-hmm.
stage and they were asking him a few questions. Yeah, Francesca Ramsey. I'm sorry. I'll see if I can find the TikTok video and send it to you, Thinker.
okay, thank you. Key, I didn't see your message. I don't know. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
Hey, Ruckus is crazy.
Uh, you every time you leave out, you come back in, but you're not responding. You scrolled out like twice, so you're not in there on purpose. When you scroll, are you scrolling out to like cancel your request or something? Uh, Kivo the Guay. If you're trying to come on stage, please request through the Thinker account. You're in
Thinker,
the backup account, huh?
thinker.
What?
Try that one more time.
I can't see that shit. He gone. I took him out.
Kevo the G way.
Oh well, shit. It said I said Guay.
Hello, guys.
Have a nice guay.
Hello.
I don't know what the fuck these people be thinking when they write these songs. Well, I mean, write these names.
Hello.
Muhammad, are you a
Hey.
believer in Jesus?
Yes, of course. You can tell from my name is Muhammad. Every
Yeah.
Muhammad believe in Jesus.
You believe in Jesus as a prophet?
Of course, he was sent by God. Who came first, God or Jesus?
Okay, I'm gonna take you down because we're only looking for Christians. Okay?
Oh, you're gonna put me down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a Christian though.
You're
No, you're
not.
not.
I
No,
am.
you're not. No, you're
Say
not.
fuck
Listen,
Allah. Say fuck
because
No.
Allah right now.
listen. 1 second,
Say
because
fuck Allah right now.
I follow what
Say
Jesus
fuck
came with.
Allah right now.
What? I don't understand
Say
what you're saying.
fuck Allah right now.
Why you cursing the God though?
If you were a
That's
Christian, you would have no problem saying that at
we
all
don't.
whatsoever.
No, no. There is a problem. We don't curse as a Christian.
Christians do curse.
Ah,
There's a cursing
where?
pastor on the fucking app right now, actually.
No, Jesus never
Yeah.
cursed.
Jesus
I
did
told.
curse.
Hold on,
No,
I'm gonna
he
take him down.
never.
I'm not trying to get my live
One
suspended.
second,
Every
one
time I have
second,
a
Actually,
ma'am.
Muslim
Let
on,
me
they
tell you.
suspend my live. No, nope. Y'all, every time I let one of y'all up, y'all, I get me suspended. I don't know why you request it again. Like I'm just gonna change my mind.
you want me to,
No, you don't have to block him. I'm not changing my mind. You can say I'm afraid. I don't give a damn. Like, do y'all actually think that shit works?
I should bring him back up here. I'm not scared.
Cause they always say some fuck shit, right? Like excusing P3DO,
Mm-hmm.
or they get mad at the stuff that we say and they start mass reporting
Mm-hmm. While hurling slurs.
every single time. It never fails. For fucking what? Meet you in person for what?
I'll do it. DM me your address or wherever you want to meet up. I'll do it.
Y'all are not okay.
Not at all. Like you want to meet somebody in person because they don't believe what you believe. That is the weirdest thing that I can think of
That's,
an adult wanting to do. Like that's just stupid.
I'm not going to Colorado till January. I hope that works for you.
They're like, Jesus is so loving. He was so innocent. He died on the cross for your sins. Jesus said to love your neighbor as yourself. Jesus said to take care of the poor. Bitch, where you at so I can fucking come in and grape you, you fucking nigger bitch?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And we're supposed to think, oh yeah, that rings of truth. It makes perfect sense.
I want to submit to that.
That is the holy truth. Everybody should be like that. Everybody should follow you.
You never saw
Never
him
saw
die.
him died?
The fuck?
That's true, though. We've never saw him die. Actually, I've never saw anyone die.
Oh my God. I saw my grandmama die.
Well, you might have seen her die, but have you ever seen her die?
Yeah, I seen her died.
Her hair?
Yeah. And it was purple.
Everybody's gonna die one day, Muhammad. Like why do y'all say that as if we don't know that already?
Like, do they think that's some revelation?
Then his
Wait,
ki-
I'm gonna die?
But
Wait, are we gonna die tomorrow? Why would we
but
be crying tomorrow?
can you cry when you die?
I don't think
Wait,
so.
what are we gonna be
Spiritual
crying
tear
about?
ducts. Like they just say shit that makes absolutely no sense. It's like it may happen to laugh today, you'll be crying tomorrow. I may be crying later on today. Like I'm emotional that way. But what does that mean? Like I don't think y'all listen to the things that you say, and you aren't positing anything that resolves any issue that we're dealing with as humans on this planet at all.
Damn. Dragon said on another live, a guy challenged him to a duel and gave him his real address.
What the Hamilton is going on? Like, why are y'all dueling? Who has a sword? What's wrong with y'all?
I'm pretty sure that's the 10 paces turn and shoot one.
I guess so.
I just want to see somebody get slapped with a white glove.
Speaking of somebody getting slapped, look at this shit. Hold on. Look at this shit. And I need to bring Dex to the front of the class with Oso's ass because this shit was hilarious. Hold on. Dex made this after Laylo. You know Laylo Oso? He said,
Hmm.
remember when I told him that his mama blacked that eye and I
Hmm.
blacked the other one?
Hmm.
Dex made this?
Ah! Damn. All right. Message received. Reality stays undefeated. And
Damn.
He said that's Thinker hand slapping the slapping truth into Laylo.
Thinker, you got a strong ass hand. Play it again.
ah!
God damn.
Yo. Damn. All right. Message received. Reality stays undefeated. And ah!
That's the hand of a WWE wrestler. Holy shit.
Message received. Reality stays undefeated. And
That is hilarious. Hilarious.
He shrank back. Boy.
More threats in the comments, Thinker. We'll be crying tomorrow. Tomorrow, 24. I don't know what that means, but
I didn't know today was the 23rd.
I didn't either.
Like, does it like nobody even knows you? Like, what the fuck are you mad about?
I have no
Because we didn't want to talk to you, motherfucker? Like, y'all need to fix the insecurities y'all have. And that's Jesus's fault because Jesus told y'all to hate yourself. And because you hate yourself so fucking much, you hate everybody else. Jesus told you to hate your own life. And now all you know is fucking hate.
You didn't even follow Jesus.
No, and Muslims do follow Jesus. Jesus is a prophet to them.
Leo Bell.
LMDR. All
Jesus
right,
is
y'all.
like Derek Fisher to them.
I don't know who that is.
He used to play with Kobe.
He's still a prophet to them, and they follow his teaching.
Look, Derek was there for every ring Kobe got. You know what I'm saying? Like, still important to the team. He was just not Kobe Bryant.
No, I'm not saying he's Allah, but he's a prophet to them, and they're waiting on Jesus. They're waiting on Jesus to come back. Like
Hmm?
yeah, Muslims are waiting on Jesus to come back. You didn't know that?
No.
Yep, Muslims are waiting on Jesus to come back.
How does that follow?
They believe that he was chosen for that. Like he was a prophet, but yeah, they believe that he's gonna come back. I learned that on I think it was My God is a Black Woman's live. I was watching somebody's live. Yeah.
Interesting. I did not know that.
LMDR, are you requesting on purpose or accident?
Right? How would he come back if he's not the Messiah?
I don't think they say he's not the Messiah. They say he's not God. But he is like the chosen. Look, it says yes, Muslims are waiting for the return of Jesus, Isa, who is believed to return to earth at the end of days as a just ruler and a sign of the coming judgment day. His return is a significant part of Islamic tradition, where he will defeat the Dajjal, the Antichrist, and establish justice, breaking the cross, killing pigs, and abolishing the jizya tax.
Damn.
What
They
the
gonna
fuck is the
defeat come.
jizya tax?
They
Huh?
coming against the powers of come, I guess.
What's the jizya tax?
What
Hold
do
on.
pigs do?
Oh man, did my yeah? I gotta change the
That's what they
battery in my
do at the end of
mouse. Hold
adult
on.
videos. So, like at the end of like certain videos, they jizz you.
Mm-mm. I'm finna find out what it is though. Hold on. What is the jizya tax? The jizya was a historical per capita tax historically levied in Islamic states on non-Muslim adult males in exchange for state protection and exemption from military service. It was a way for non-Muslims to practice their religion freely and contribute to the state's finances, as they were exempt from zakat, the mandatory charity tax for Muslims. The tax was not paid by women, children, the elderly, the poor, the sick, or the handicapped. So Jesus is coming back to abolish a tax.
Yay! We can finally get rid of tax.
That is crazy. Look at this shit. Like that is crazy. And now Neil deGrasse Tyson was giving a speech and he was talking about how in Baghdad they were responsible for like creating algebra and stuff like that. Like they were the center of where a lot of thinkers would live because they would basically do round tables and the type of conversations that I want to have in here. He was talking about how Baghdad allowed them until some a man, I forgot the man's name. He was a Islamic prophet, or not prophet, a teacher,
Hmm.
said that mathematics was of the devil, and because he taught that mathematics was of the devil, they gave up all of their like knowledge and stopped trying, stopped promoting wisdom and thought. And he was saying that because of that, now only one Islamic person has ever won the Nobel Prize, because they don't focus on education and knowledge and thought anymore, or
Hmm.
math and stuff, because they believe it's of the devil.
Knowledge? I mean, I guess. Interesting. So what, you're just supposed to be dumb?
I guess. Yeah, I guess.
Like that knowledge makes the cars that you drive, the phones that you talk on, the lights that you sit under while you talk about the shit, the AC that you're in. Like, so you want to just go back, like stop using everything that we have, because that's all based on the devil shit, right? So
That's basically what they did. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying that Baghdad did, and he was like they're
really,
behind and everything. Yeah, they just gave it all up.
Yeah, it was like the seat of many mathematical and scientific innovations and a lot of progress until Islam came in and the focus shifted from progress with the sciences to belief in this religion.
Mm.
And from that point forward, you see that although like there are more Muslims around the world, than not, right? And you don't see those Nobel Peace Prizes. You don't see those advances being done by people in those faiths. Like it's just an abandonment of logic and reason for the purpose of religion. And you see
Mm.
that. You see definitely see it in the States. It's just and it doesn't get us anywhere because the reality is we all use science. Like so much of what we have nowadays in the modern world, even in the underdeveloped worlds, like the filtration systems of water, purification systems, all of that, those are scientific innovations, not a thing to do with a God. But people abandon those things that help humanity for the purpose of something that makes humanity feel better but doesn't do shit.
That's why I think when the Amazing Grace guy was up here, and he said that they like the people don't want to go deep. I think like that's the mindset that this you have to have in order to for the people to manipulate you, right? So they want people who don't want to go deep. They want people who want to somebody else to do the thinking for them, like the heavy thinking for them, and tell them what to do. Right? It's like it's too much work, right, to have to sit down and study to pull out lexicons, unless you have a goal of being a evangelist or a pastor, like you want to be the one in charge, then you're not gonna what take out get a lexicon for what, like I'm not gonna be the one preaching or teaching. I think they have to be willing to have some level of ignorance
Yeah.
so that those in power can actually have some type of authority over them, because if you're smarter than the person that who calls himself the leader, then you're most likely going to challenge that leader when he says something that doesn't make sense. But they don't want that because you're challenging their authority
Mm. I do
in their
think that they,
egos.
yeah, I do think that they definitely like choose ignorance a lot. Especially like in these conversations, like especially with this conversation, right? Like, what do I have wrong? I think that, the God is this, and this. And they sit up here and say, nah, and then they retire from the conversation and want you to just like continue to present things so they can just nah for the rest of it. Like you are, you don't even want to go in the book and find something to counter that. Like they're just so ignorant and willfully so. Like they don't even want to learn shit. They don't even want to go to the Bible for the base level shit or like you know what I
I'm
mean,
t-
the least nuanced overview of it.
I think that's why they're so mad at us, because they haven't had to, right?
KERA comes from you.
They haven't had to for so fucking long. They've been able to bullshit and gaslight and just say shit because people don't go and check it in the Bible, or they don't understand it because of the way the King James is written. So they rather just believe what the person is telling them or just outright reject it, right?
Hmm.
It's a, so now that we're having conversations all over social media and we're asking detailed questions and they're having to understand it, I think that's what they're more mad about than our lack of belief. Chud,
C Hood.
C Hood, Chud.
Tell me something, C Hood.
Alrighty. My back hurt.
You should do like I do. Buy a 60-pound dog and let him walk on your back.
That might not even be a bad idea, but if I didn't have to clean up out there.
That's fair. That's fair.
Are y'all done? It's like 6:44 a.m. and nobody's coming up. How long has it been since we've had a guest? Since the Grace guy, right?
Hmm.
What was that, about an hour ago?
It's been a minute,
Oh,
and I
are
know
y'all
y'all look.
done? An hour with no guests is kind of crazy, y'all.
Especially with almost 700 people in here.
Hmm.
Is it pressure? Is it putting y'all to sleep?
You said do the preacher voice. I'm gonna show y'all the video I made that TikTok won't let play. I'm mad.
I don't
All
think
the
pastors are generally highly educated at
fucking
all,
work,
actually.
all the work I did, and it ain't it ain't gonna be able to be seen.
Why not? The
Damn.
one that the Hebrew one?
Yeah,
How?
TikTok keeps violating it for substance abuse.
There's no substance.
How?
Like it's just you singing it.
I know. I had to delete it 3 times. I don't know what in the hell. This is stuck on my screen. There we go.
I wish Boss Man D-Lo Jazz would come up here.
Oh man.
Da 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 dee, what I couldn't see. He asked, yeah, I advise thee. Da da da, you can do that easily. Proclaiming lineage from scripture, Avadi my no. Da da da, you should know. He asked, yeah, I told you so. Avadi my no, why you look like that? Now what did I just say? Run the track back. That's you should know. But if you did, you wouldn't be claiming this role. My ancestors were West African, had tribes and tongues. I wouldn't give that up for a story undone. So before you claim what you can't translate, at least cite your source before you preach and debate. You say yes, people, I say prove it, boo. If you Hebrew, then what did I just say to you? What I couldn't see. I advise thee. You can do that easily. Proclaiming lineage from scripture. Avadim Hayi. No. Now what did I just say? Yeah, I thought so. I said, what you gonna do? Can you break it down? Or can you post a clue? Talking tribes and bloodlines, yeah, that's cool. But translation don't bleed generations, fam. This ain't you. You quote scrolls like they family proof, but your sources be TikTok, not actual truth. We study context, you copy and paste, and you call it revelation, claiming bloodlines from a Deuteronomy page. You wear Hebrew names, but forget the roots. Misquoting prophets and designer boots. Lineage ain't learned, it's lived, it's traced. It's not a meme, it's a documented space. You should know. Yeah, I told you so. No, why you look like that? Now what did I just say? Run the track back. Run it back, 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 run it back. If you Hebrew, you should've known. Cause I just read your whole argument in Hebrew. Now go study that.
They said it's substance abuse every damn time.
The substance is religion. You're abusing those
Is
who partake.
I'm not saying anything, but I don't want to say what it is. I want them to tell me what I'm saying, but yeah, I'm not saying anything mean.
You're not. And none of that had anything to do with any substance. So,
I don't know. YouTube allowed it. Um, TikTok said no.
TikTok knows Hebrew is crazy. Although, not unlikely.
Delicia, are you in the guest box on purpose? Also,
Huh?
that picture.
Oh, that was just me twerking. Hold on.
Delicia, are you in there on purpose or on accident? Yep, I'm gonna take it that you're in there on accident. All right, y'all. It is almost 7 a.m. Is everybody in here just in here to listen? There's no conversations to be had. Remember, this is not just for Christians. If you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, 21 and up. Let's see. I can't dance.
Hi, I'm 22
Huh.
years old, agnostic Christian, like I'm deconstructing.
Okay, what's an agnostic Christian?
That means I'm currently deconstructing, but I still believe in Christianity.
Okay. I've never heard of that before.
But,
Fee, have you ever heard of agnostic Christian?
I've heard of an agnostic theist, but I think,
oh, well, that might be a better term for it then.
I mean, Gnosticism is ultimately just a position on what you know, right? So you're basically saying you believe it, but you don't know it to be true. Is that what your position is?
Yeah,
Okay. Are you recording me?
nope.
There's an echo.
It's because I'm wearing earbuds. I can take them
Okay.
off.
Yeah, can you take them off or turn it down?
But, I came in because I've been trying to deconstruct for a couple years and it's pretty hard. Um, I was raised Southern Baptist, but a lot of the Bible doesn't make sense to me. Like
Okay.
starting.
The topic for today is for people to come up and tell us what we have wrong about the God of the Bible.
Oh, I just heard that you were doing it for
For deconstruction, yeah. So like one of the ways, like when you're deconstructing, if you're researching, right, and you're studying, you're asking questions, you may have found, you know, in your research or in your studying, you may have found different information than what we've presented in here, or a different viewpoint on the God of the Bible or on these topics
mhm.
that you may want to run by us and kind of say, hey, I think you guys may have this, wrong. Here's how I see it, or
Okay, well, well, firstly, I'm starting the Bible from the beginning, and like, the Genesis 1:11 and Genesis 2:5. That doesn't really make sense to me because it seems like two different stories to me. So I was.
You said 1:11 and Genesis 2:5 seem like two different stories.
Yeah, I was wondering if I was reading it wrong.
Why 1:11? I understand why 2:5, but why 1:11?
Because it seems like the plants are growing first in 111, and then in 2:5 it seems like they grow after Adam and Eve.
Oh, you're talking about the different orders of creation in both stories, because the order is different throughout each one. So
Mm-hmm.
not just those two scriptures. But yeah, those are two different creation stories. One is told from the perspective of the Israelites in the north who were polytheistic, and the other is told from the perspective of the Jewish people in the south who were monotheistic in the cult of Yahweh.
Okay. And then I'm also have a question about Genesis 6. So was that against interracial marriage, or is that about demons? Because it seems like it's about interracial marriage.
It's not about interracial. You talking about the sons of men having sex with?
Yeah, I was confused about that.
It's about angels having sex with humans, and it's just an origin story of the flood.
Okay,
Like
yeah.
some scholars. There's a scholar by the name of Dan McClellan. He says that it's a story that is symbolic for the God not wanting humans to reach their godlike status and destroy humanity again once they reach their godlike status, or punishing humans for reaching their godlike status,
Mm,
becoming like the gods. So when the sons of God have sex with humans, the humans are now demigods. So the God doesn't want humans to become like the gods, so he destroys them.
okay. Well, thanks for answering my questions. I've been trying to deconstruct for several years, and it's just been hard because I was raised deeply Christian, and every time I'm also like chronically ill, and every time I would go to the hospital, they just be like, "Well, God's gonna heal you, and He hasn't healed me yet." So,
When you say you've been trying to deconstruct for several years, like how long? Like since you were a teenager, or
yeah, since I was a teenager, when I started having seizures.
and are your parents Christian or?
Yeah, my parents are Christian. My grandmothers are Christian. No, since I was 14, I'm 22 now. I just have a young sounding voice. Yeah, I just have a
And
young.
have you ever like taken these questions to your parents or to your pastor?
I've taken
The
them to my
questions that you
parents
have.
and pastor, and they've like explained it away and told me like, oh, no, I said 22. I was born in 2003. Um, they just explained it away.
Stop talking to the comments. Don't
Um,
ignore the comments, please, man.
um, they just explained it away. My mom, she doesn't believe in hoodoo. I've tried to learn hoodoo from other people, but because I'm African American, but I don't
Why do
really,
you think you need to learn a hoodoo because you're African American though?
because I want to learn more of my um cultural religions instead of Christianity, because I know it was pushed onto us through slavery, but I don't want to be in this religion anymore. It's really hurt me.
What is it that you feel hoodoo is going to do for you?
I feel like it'll be more connected to my African American culture and maybe not hurt me as much as Christianity has.
I I get wanting to be connected to your culture, like to your roots. I think you can study it, right? And understand, how our ancestors used it, to get closer to it. I don't know anything about hoodoo. I don't know much about African spirituality. Um, yeah, Christianity has hoodoo in it. Instead of, I don't think hoodoo has Christianity. I think Christianity has hoodoo in it. But yeah, I I don't necessarily think that uh, going to hoodoo would stop being harmed by a belief system, because there are ways for even African spirituality to be used to manipulate the people that believe in it. There are a lot of people out here. They're scamming. There are some real practitioners, and then there are some who are scamming for $1. So I would just say, yeah, I think it is a closed practice, but I would just say, like, studying, the history behind how our ancestors used it would probably be the best first step if you're, just looking to learn more about our African American ancestry, instead of like adopting a new belief system, unless you need something to believe in. But going from one belief system to the next, typically just, you don't give yourself time to clean out the old, you know what I'm saying? Just replacing it with another, while there are still remnants of the old there that you have not quite deconstructed. It just ends up mixing the two together. And you end up just like kind of believing the same things and doing the same things. And it can also introduce like spiritual psychosis as well.
And I also think like that mixture is kind of already present in even the way you identify, because agnosticism is uncertainty about God's existence. Yet you identify as a Christian whose, the basis of that belief is God's existence and revelation of himself to you. So to Thinker's point, like if deconstruction is about unpacking what you've been indoctrinated to believe and identifying the things that make sense to you, rejecting the things that don't. So, if you're trying to mix in other belief systems with one that you're already shaky on and you're identifying as an agnostic Christian, I mean, it already sounds like a little bit of religious gumbo going on already. So if the point is clarity, sometimes you have to wipe the slate completely clean and then start building from a place of authenticity, who you are, what makes sense to you, as opposed to looking externally for what you are supposed to believe. Check in with yourself to see what makes sense to you, because to believe something is to be convinced that it's true. And in order to know if something's true or not, you have to investigate it. So as opposed to looking for the answer to what you are supposed to believe, and I think that's part of deconstruction as a whole. I can definitely say I went through that for quite a while, because I was still holding on to this concept of I have to accept something outside of me as true, as opposed to listening to myself to understand and figure out what critically thinking looks like, what that process actually is, and going through that with the beliefs that I did hold through indoctrination. I mean, you talk about Southern Baptists. I mean, that was created for the purpose of maintaining slavery. So that whole organization only exists because it split off from the American Baptists who wanted to keep slaves. Who wanted to abolish slavery. The Southern Baptists wanted to keep it. So, sometimes it's helpful to start with the actual religion you were indoctrinated into and start peeling away those layers and then rebuild from there, as opposed to mixing in these other practices that a lot of people hear about but don't know very much about.
Thank you, Fee, because I I didn't even know that about Southern Baptists. So I still see I have a lot to learn about this religion before I can peel it away from me. So thank you guys for helping me. I really don't want to be chained down by this religion for the rest of my life. It's really hurt me and chained down my mind and scared me when I've thought I could do things. I've been like, oh wait, I can't do that. God said I can't do that, but I really wanted to do things. So I really want to get away from this religion. So thank you guys for your time.
You're very welcome. Stick around. The lives, and if you have questions, feel free to come up and ask. And hopefully, with the conversations that we have, you'll get some of your questions answered that way as well.
All
But are
right.
you following the other deconstruction hosts on here?
No, I was only following you, but I'll follow someone else.
It also goes live on Thursdays and Saturdays. Christina Carroll, she goes
Oh,
live
yeah, I follow
Monday.
her.
Okay. Birdie is awake. Minnie Kwan, Mezzo, and Joel. I feel like you can't say Mezzo without Joel now.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, they're like the same person.
yeah.
Mezzo and Joel, Fluff, Zena Mae, Petty Idol, Rhea, Black Atheist Rants, Be Easy, Justin Deconstruction, of course. Justin is a scholar. Excuse me. Justin is a scholar that I think can answer a lot of biblical questions that you may have as you're deconstructing as well. Justin mostly talks about whether the God exists. Like he mostly debates on whether there is a God, and he does it for Islam as well. He does it for any type of God. And so, like when a person is deconstructing and they really want to know, like, is there a God? Justin's live is really good for that. Daniel Green, yeah, Jay Gilmore. There's so many. So yeah, just follow Ty the Goddess, Pink Beard, Mama Bash. Man, we really have grown to a lot of lives.
We really have. I love it too. But I
Yeah.
think those are good, good folks to follow because they different guests. Sometimes you'll see some repeat guests, but one thing that you'll notice is that each person kind of deals with the questions in a different way. And I think that's the beauty of this community. It kind of reminds me of what you were talking about, Thinker, what Tyson was saying about how people in Baghdad would sit around the table and chew on these ideas and say, well, I see it this way. Well, it could be that way. And I think that's where growth and progress actually comes from, as opposed to stagnation in one dogmatic way of seeing things. So being able to jump to these different lives and hear people's perspectives, different people's perspectives on these issues is insanely beneficial, especially for people that are deconstructing.
Yeah, and then I would say like as you are approaching deconstruction and you're listening to the different lives, keep in mind that everybody's deconstruction journey is different too. So it's like some people don't see things the way that I see things, and that's okay, right? Because you may find yourself at a different place than the next person, right? But it's about one, seeing the different perspectives, hearing the different conversations with people who are deconstructing, with believers, with atheists, getting the experience of being in that community, if that makes sense, and learning too that you can build community outside of the church.
All right. I followed some of those people, and I'll Keep my ears peeled.
Well, thank you for coming up, and I wish you the best. Okay.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Yasef, Yasafu, Yasafu, Yasafa. Okay. Where
Father,
y'all at? Huh? What you say?
Father. Wait, is that Yahweh and the devil at the same time?
Well, I don't know.
Yahshua?
Yasafa, Yasafa.
For the Lord was sinning from the beginning.
AG, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? You said you did what? Are you in there on purpose about the song? What's up, AG?
Hey, good morning, thinker, panel, and nerds.
Morning.
Good morning.
The FU song and video. So again, I'm AG, 48, and atheist, but now deconstructing. Yeah, from being on in the community. Well, first, am I allowed to go off topic a little bit?
Not yet. I
Okay,
see that. Not. Let's see. You are August, September, October, November. No, not chat.
okay,
It still has to stick to deconstruction.
okay. Well, I want to tell you the story about my sister and the FU song.
You talking about the song that I wrote?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I told you not too long ago that I I told my sister that I'm deconstructing and I'm an atheist, and how she disavowed me and pushed me away. So when you asked us to share it, like, and do that to the song, I posted it instantly, and within literally less than a minute, I got a text. Wow, and I was like, wow, what? How dare you disrespect? And she just went on a whole rant about me and on me, and I had to like sit there and just laugh, and I had to think about how this religion has taken her mind and just completely made her turn against me. And I think that it's so wrong how this religion will take your family members that you've known, loved, and helped forever and just make them turn against you instantly like a light switch.
What that is? What did she say you disrespected? Because like, do they think that they deserve the right to tell you that you're going to hell, and you don't have deserve the right to say fuck you back?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And she did tell me I was going to hell, and I had to remind her that fire is a earthly element, and I was like, how am I going to burn? If I'm going to hell, how am I going to burn? And out of all the people we've told to go to hell, sounds like a pretty fun place. And yeah, and we just went back and forth, and yeah, she ended up just cursing me out real bad and hanging up on me, and she won't take
Wait,
my
she can
calls.
curse you out. She can curse you out and be holy, but you can't say fuck her for telling you that she going to hell. Like
Yeah,
when they hear that song, they think that it's disrespecting their God, but that song that is about them.
it's about them, exactly. And she didn't get it. It just everything that I say goes like over her head. And the more and more I'm in the community and listen to everybody, the more and more I realize that they're all like a zombie. They're like someone says an imperfect robot that God made with flaws.
I think them getting mad at that song and calling it disrespect to their God is proof that they are the God.
Yeah,
Because that when they hear that song, they just hear disrespect to their God. They don't hear them. They don't hear that I'm repeating their words, right? Like it
yeah,
literally says he's a good man, Savannah.
yeah,
Like what?
yeah. They don't get it. And then the part where you say, um, "Thinker is a witch with a B." Jezebel, what is it? Jezebel.
Jezebel snitch.
Yeah, Jezebel snitch, and well, how did? And she started talking about that. In their mind, they're still thinking Jezebel is something bad, and that she was very promiscuous. And I'm like, no, nowhere in the Bible does it say that. Well, you can't tell me about my Bible. I was like, well, if you look it up, I'm not looking nothing up with you, and blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh wow. So every time I tried to say something, she would cut me off, cuss me out, and then just try to just demean me. So I love this community. I'm like my eyes are so awakened, and I realized that I've been doing things a little wrong because I went from being in a truly heavy Baptist family to going straight atheist, but I never went back to deconstruct, and that's what I'm currently doing now.
That's
So
good.
yeah, yeah, I was. I mean, I just went completely just like, hey, I don't believe in nothing. I don't care. Don't want to hear nothing. But now I'm learning more and more and more and more, and I'm like, wow, I saw the little issues and problems, but I could never get a question answered by anybody and no one to think like me. But now there's millions of us that think like me.
I hope it's millions. You think we're in the millions yet?
I think
You
so.
think so?
I really think so because, well, there's some people that don't talk about it because I think they're still ashamed for some reason. But the more and more I talk to
Yeah.
people, the more and more I realize, like me and uh, y'all call her Keish or Coochie. We've been friends. We've been friends since elementary.
Oh
No,
wow,
junior high. No,
really?
no, no. We've been friends since junior high. Yeah, since junior high, we've been friends, and we've never talked about it until recently, like within maybe the last 6 months, and we've both been feeling this way since junior high.
Wow. And y'all
So
could have been deconstructing all alone.
yeah,
Could have
so
had a
now
deconstruction buddy if you just
yeah,
had talked about it.
and now we're on this journey together and loving it.
That's what's up. I love that.
Yeah. So I didn't mean to go off topic,
I
but
Lexo's sister Lexo's sister commented and said that hold on, yeah. Lexo's sister is watching the lives now and following along now because Lexo got his sister watching the live. So that's
well,
what's up.
at what point in time can I go a little bit off topic?
You said at what point in time today? Like right now? Yeah, go
No, no,
ahead.
no. Oh, okay, okay. Well, first, I'm a little bit mad at El Also Ray because when I joined the community, I forgot where you guys were, but you were on your backup, I believe, the El Also Ray, and I was like, wow. She thinks, I mean, she sounds just like Thinker. And he was like, really? And he played with me for like a couple minutes until I realized that was your backup. So that had me dying laughing. And then on Wednesdays, since you're not on Wednesdays, I jump around and I heard a couple of different perspectives of Genesis 1 and 2 that kind of made me think. But since I'm a truck driver, I really don't have much time to dig in. But I want to know your ideas on it. I heard that is it possible that in Genesis 1, when it says be fruitful and multiply, he wasn't talking to Adam and Eve because they weren't really created yet. But then I heard in Genesis 2 that just Adam might have been created on the third day. So that sent me down a rabbit hole.
So in Genesis 1 doesn't have an Adam and Eve. That is true because it's a completely different creation story.
Yes.
And so I know some people read it as these are the people that were created outside of the garden that Cain was talking about. If you're reading it consecutively,
Yeah.
yeah. So there are some people who interpret it to be that these are a different set, different groups of humans, and then the humans created inside the garden are the Israelite seed, like the seed of the Israelites by Yahweh.
Yeah,
But
because that's, I'm sorry.
no, I was just gonna say, but the reality is that they're just two different creation stories written from two different tribes who had different beliefs.
Okay, because that kind of made me run down that rabbit hole that maybe that's where when Cain, who killed Abel, or Abel killed Cain, when he went out, that's where he found his wife. And I was like, oh, okay, that's a possibility. But again, it's all made up, so anything's possible. So,
Exactly, because a person can read this, and get many different perspectives and interpretations out of it. You can almost find justification for almost anything in this book.
yeah, then I ran down another rabbit hole that if the sons of God, I mean, the angels came down and found the daughters of man to be fair and took them. Isn't it the same thing God did? Now, wouldn't Jesus be a Nephilium? Nephilium? And I was like, wow,
A
that's a possibility.
Nephilim, yeah.
Nephilim. Yeah, sorry. Again, I'm deconstructing, so I just dropped the whole Bible. I don't know scripts
Yeah,
very well, but I was like, okay, that could
that,
be a
that's a good
mystery
ass
too.
point. No,
Yeah,
that's a good ass point. Jesus is a Nephilim.
yeah. And so again, and then I was on another one where they were talking about Noah and the 120 days, and I'm like, that's impossible because someone brought up the fact that his sons were married and then they had their 100th birthday 2 years after the flood, so it's impossible. I'm like, these people have just made up different stuff in this book, and no one's like, not saying no one's paid attention, but so many people have not paid attention, and it's scary.
There's a lot that I didn't know about the Noah story until I started deconstructing. Like I had no idea that he actually took 9 sets of animals into the ark, because we were always taught the 2 by 2 thing, right?
Yeah,
But he had to take another set for the sacrifices, like for the animals that would be sacrificed. So he had 9 sets of those animals in the ark, which makes it even more asinine. But yeah, there's a lot that I didn't know about that story too.
yeah. And as a kid, I've always thought about what did they eat? That would be crazy. What would the animals eat? And never could get an answer, just the faith of a mustard seed argument. And I was like, oh, okay. So that's all I just want to
Even
say. I'm
down to
sorry.
like them defecating, right? Like they had to release themselves. And when I was doing research on it, it was talking about the heat from the dung from all the
Ooh,
animals. It would have made Noah and them sick. Like everybody would have died, honestly.
yeah.
Especially with the size of the ark was, they wouldn't have survived that.
Nah, because elephants weigh a lot and they poop a lot. So, all right. Well, that's all I want to say. And thank you. And I love this community.
You're so welcome. Thank you, and I hope you have a great rest of the morning. Right, the heat should have caught them on fire. Like that's interesting that they just ignore that.
Physics aren't real, to my God. What do you mean?
And so I'm gonna bring up Theo. I'm gonna go get me something to eat right quick. I'll be right back.
Wow.
It's your godson, your play son. I'll be right back. What's up, Theo?
Hello. Today though I found something, and I got confused by it. Like, um, God never said to tithe to the church. So why the hell does my father and brother think that tithing to the church is required? I'm still confused about that. Like, seriously, I'm still confused. God doesn't need money. God doesn't need our money. Thanks. I tried, like, I asked, and then they and my father and brother just said, like, basta ibigay mo na lang yan, which translate to just give it, and it's required. And seriously, to those Christians that tithe, that God doesn't need your money. Better keep it for yourself, and save it. And I was also confused when I first read about Noah's Ark, because how the hell did you survive a lot of stinking poop and that shit? How did you survive all of that? That ark is already a biohazard crime. And it doesn't make sense, because how are you gonna fit all of the animals when they are different sizes? And wouldn't there be, like, such a thing as, like, unaliving, like animals unaliving animals? Isn't that how supposed the food chain works? And uh because if we are to say that Noah's Ark is real, I would be confused as to how science would be applied, or would all else fail? Would logic fail for Noah's Ark to happen?
I think it would have to. Oh, so I'm gonna see you in the Discord a little bit later, but I think it would have to, Theo, because there's quite literally no physical way that many animals can, and specifically the number of all of the types of animals that he had on an ark could survive the number of days that they were on there. There are a lot of real world logical issues with the Noah's Ark story being real, which is why it and it's not even like original. There are other stories that predate it that use those same archetypes. So I think most people who think logically know that that story is impossible.
Yeah, and I don't get, like, did they had to slaughter some pigs to feed themselves, or did they even grow a garden in that ship? Or even, I don't know. It's like, for it to be real, you need, like, a functioning garden, a breeding pair of pigs or cows or whatever they ate during that time. And I don't know, like, they haven't found it yet. And what confuses me is that whenever Christians try to whenever I try to debate Christians, and then I say, like, they haven't found evidence of scientific and empirical evidence of stuff, they get so mad, because they think they want to pivot from what I would try to discuss. And even so, the tent of meeting was made of, like, pure gold, right in the Bible. And how the hell would they move it? Like, every time in Exodus, they just move it. And you need, like, a lot of people to move it. But what confuses me even more is that the rules for the tent of meeting, like, no one can no one can enter unless you are a priest, and no disabled man or woman cannot become a priest. And I was confused as when I read that, because I said, what the hell, God? You are a fucking ableist. Why the hell do you not want disabled people to enter your tent? And why the hell do you hate leprosy? Like, why is leprosy only the disease that God hated? I'm so confused about that. Why?
Well, I mean, leprosy is pretty contagious, so I think if God was right about anything, it was, making people aware of the contagiousness of that disease. But when it comes to like um, the way that he views people with disabilities, then it makes more sense that this God is a reflection of the mindset of the people at that time. And unfortunately, Debonair said God didn't know about the ADA. Somebody mute him. He didn't know about the ADA, right? Like if you look at the trajectory of the way people with disabilities were treated, it's in modern times that society has evolved to the point that they aren't so barbaric in the way that they view people with disabilities. But it was very common back then, and it wasn't right. You would think a God would know that. And the fact that a God did not know that and had it written in a book, along with so many other problematic things that are in that book, it just, to me, it screams this is a product of humans' inventions and imagination in a time when they were trying to figure out where everybody came from and coming up with these ideas that explain it, which ultimately explains nothing. And I'm sure they didn't expect that thousands of years later, humans that are able to communicate with each other across the world with technology that we have invented would still be holding on to these archaic mindsets and beliefs. But here we are trying to tell adults that snakes don't talk.
Yeah, I guess that would be. But one more thing. God If God destroyed the Tower of Babylon, why hasn't he destroyed our cell phones yet?
The Tower of Babel.
Yeah, if he destroyed the Tower of Babel, and because we can communicate freely and he had to make up languages, make us speak different languages, why hasn't
Is
he
that why he did
destroyed
it?
our cell phones?
Is that why he did it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think because we were trying, the humans in the Bible were trying to reach God, and
Nah,
and
because
they
they all
didn't
wanted
want
to
to,
work.
I
Also, he
guess
didn't touch the
he.
tower. Where
Oh
did you
yeah.
learn that from?
Okay.
Where'd you hear that
No,
from?
no. I was taught that the tower was destroyed,
Did you read that?
but no, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was like God was confusing the humans of that time.
He confused their language
Maybe
and
I
then
was.
scattered them across the earth. He didn't destroy the tower. So why would he destroy a
Yeah.
cell phone tower?
I don't know, but it was taught to me because he didn't want humans like uniting, or it was just that he was afraid that he was to be seen, but that's what they told me.
Yeah, go back and read it. It's a really short chapter, but he didn't destroy the tower, so and he got rid of he confused the language and scattered the people because they were all on one accord, not because they could communicate.
Yeah, i I don't know why he does that. Like they only wanted to see God, but I guess God didn't want that, and he like in another prompt, like God didn't trust humans to make a decision for themselves, and sadly it all gets to a point, like even that as well, like he made Jonah go back. He was swallowed by a fish, and I'm confused. How do you live inside a fish for three days? And and to be honest, the Bible is not cannot be scientifically true, and that confuses me, because if Christians say that religion and science go hand in hand, you better prove first how the fuck do you live in a boat with hundreds of animals shitting shitting for 40 days, and tell me how do you not die because masks are not fucking made, and then the story is so fucking short that really it because really, how the heck do you survive that unless of course you dump it all into the ocean? That would be possible for plants to regrow.
Theo, is this what you
Yeah.
came? Is this what you've been asking to come up and talk about all night? Is shit the
Just
no
to,
the animals shitting on Noah's Ark?
yeah,
Yeah,
basically.
because even also even the fact that Genesis, like, even that confused me. Like, the first part of the Bible confuses me, and I don't know how it does not confuse Christians.
Are you ripping
Really.
off of Zena's thing? Like, I'm trying to figure. Either you got this routine from somebody, or
No,
you
this is
just
what I
made it
just
up.
said. Like this, what I just said about the right before I brought you up. Like I just said this to AG about the animals shitting. Um, this is what you've been waiting to come up and say all night, or did you just
Oh
think
wait.
to say that just now?
There's something else though. Like, if you why create
I'm trying to
humans when why create
No, what?
human?
No,
Hmm?
Theo, you've already been on stage now for almost 10 minutes, and you
Yeah.
didn't talk about what you've been waiting to talk about.
Oh yeah. Like, the one I've been saying earlier was my father and brother would like me to tithe every time I'm forced to go to church, but they don't see that it is not required to tithe for church, and I'm still confused because
To type?
yes, to
tithe.
tithe for church.
Oh, tithe. Okay.
You're
Yeah.
forced to go to church at 19.
Yeah, it's because my dad is like, wants my brother wants to go to church, and I have to go, or else like my
You're
dad would
forced to
just
go because your brother wants to go.
yes.
It's probably one of those, as for me and my house, we're going to serve the Lord type things because he still lives at home, probably. You still live at home or you live on the college campus?
I live here at home, and my college campus is just near. I just drive a motor just to get there.
Is there a rule in your house that everybody has to go to church?
No, only if my brother wants to. There are some times that we don't go to church
Why is your brother the deciding factor?
because he I don't know, he just wants to go to church and listen to the pastor, and to be honest, because he feels like it's a good thing.
Yeah, but why does he decide that everyone goes? Isn't he younger than you?
Yeah, he's younger, but I don't blame him. Let him. I'll just let him be because that's his decision. And although I can choose not to
That's
go,
not what
but
we talking about.
huh? Oh
Huh?
wait, he's the deciding factor because if I don't come, my dad will like yell at me because he sees going to church as a kind of good thing as well.
So your dad yells at you if you don't go to church, but your brother decides when you all go to church.
Yeah.
So is your little brother the dad? Like, I'm confused.
No, 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 but because he wants to, and I can't explain because I can't read his mind.
That doesn't make
So
sense
y'all
to
only go
be
to church
that.
when your little brother. Go ahead, Osa.
No, I mean it's the same thing though, right? Like he, he enforces that you have to go to church, but only when the child of the family says he wants to go to church. And if he doesn't want
Yeah,
to go to church, then y'all are cool.
yeah, like that happens sometimes. And when he there was this one time he missed he missed church and he cried. Yes, he cried.
So it's not that he ever wants to miss church. He always goes to church.
When the conditions here are satisfied, but there are times like he wakes up late. He wakes up late and misses church, or it's raining and he becomes lazy.
What? So
Yeah,
so
there.
so he is quite literally the deciding factor on whether or not you get yelled at about going to church.
Oh, sometimes my dad doesn't yell at me because he knows that I'm doing something, and I always have to do something on a Sunday just to get out of church.
If your little brother accidentally wakes up late, it's okay if you didn't go to church that Sunday.
Yeah,
This does
yeah,
not
if
make
he
sense to me.
yeah.
So, do your parents only go to church if your little brother wants to go, or do they go to church even when your little brother doesn't want to go?
They don't. The last time my
They don't.
parents went to
Okay.
yeah,
So
the last time
they're only going to take him so that he can get what he needs or whatever, and then everybody
no,
has to go as a family or something.
no, only three of us goes. My ate, me, and my brother. Like, yeah, but of course we won't go if my ate can't come because there
So
are
not
So
even
lots
his
the
of
whole
aunt.
family goes.
not even the whole family goes. Not my mom, not my dad, but sometimes my dad would like to take my brother and me to church if he's feeling up to it.
And you
But if
get
the
yelled at for
wait,
not
I'm
what?
confused. I'm confused. If your little brother wants to go to church, you said your mother and your father doesn't go with him, but you have to.
Yeah,
Are
and
you
my
driving him
ate
there or something?
no oh wait, yes,
Huh?
because my brother doesn't want to walk to
So issue
church.
is or issue ain't driving them.
But we have like two
Okay.
vehicles, two motors, one motor and one electric vehicle. But if I don't decide to come, my ate drives him and stays with him the whole church service.
I think I know what this is. Yeah, I think it's his older brother being made to take the younger brother because the parents don't want to go. That's what I
Yeah,
think
they
this is.
have like they 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 have things to do, and running a business is not that easy, and
That is
they're
not how you
tired.
were explaining it though.
Wait, wait. Let let me let me do it again. Do it again because
No, you don't have to
I'm
do it
so.
again. You don't
Oh
have to
yeah,
do it again. Yeah, no, we got it. You get in trouble if you don't want to take your brother to church because that's the only your dad your parents don't want him to go by himself because he's your younger brother and your parents aren't going right.
yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah, I get it.
And when he gets older, I'll definitely refer him to you.
You said you'll do what?
I'll
Refer him to
refer
thinker.
him to you.
How old is your brother?
He's 9, but I'll wait till
What?
he's older.
Okay.
I mean, he's 10, but he's 10, but when he's older, I'll teach him about the Bible, and since he's 10, he's innocent, and I don't know, make him see the truth when he's older.
Thinker, can't you just imagine it 11 years from now?
Still sitting on TikTok doing this? No.
On
Mm-mm.
TikTok.
No.
Waiting.
because I don't know, they keep indoctrinating the youth, and the way I see it, to stop showing God is to stop teaching it to children. And to be honest, Miss Tinker, you're good at that. And I even made a joke about the
Aren't
girl
you
that was up
actively
here
taking your
earlier,
brother to go get indoctrinated? Like,
since they were disrespectful, and this ain't Starbucks. This ain't Starbucks, and we do not serve false prophet in here. That's not a flavor in Starbucks, and that, I don't know. That was a joke.
Well, Theo, thank you for coming up. Okay.
Yeah. Stay hydrated, guys, and I don't know. I won't sing today, but thank you.
No, go ahead and sing.
Let the cat down meow because we don't believe in God. I hate myself because I want to stay at home. Please let me
Don't
down.
say you hate yourself.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was taught to believe that, and I hate that. I was so naive-minded back then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't say that no more. Change that, okay?
yeah, okay.
Love
Let me
yourself.
down.
Okay, have a good day, Theo.
Have a good day, you guys. Stay hydrated.
All right, you too.
Also getting on punishment.
Man,
also, don't buy the shit. I'm with Xena. I thought Xena was crazy. Nah, she's not crazy. I'm with Xena.
I don't know if Xena gonna take you in. You burn that bridge too, also.
Well, the thing about burning bridges is you gotta learn how to fly.
I can't stand you.
y'all, are we done for today?
It looks like it. They're
It's
not coming up here.
yeah, yep. Like it's been 2 hours now.
Hmm.
Yeah. So we will be back tonight at 11 o'clock. Thank y'all so much for the likes and the shares, and the gifts. Happy and free. Thank you so much.
hmm
Man, I appreciate you. Um, to the super chats. Let me read them off. Tariq Rashid. Also, is that you?
No comment.
Tariq Rashid, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says thank you, thinker. I don't know if that's Oso or not. Um,
Probably not.
If
let
all
me
it says is
see.
thank you, thinker, my bet is gonna be that it's not also.
That's smart.
Well, that's
Smart
true.
bet.
Yep, that's true. That's true. Jezebel says, I'm agreeing with you, thinker. Oh, okay. That was about the welfare thing. JMR says, we are here, Reese, and we care. That was for Reese. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. Um, we'll be back tonight. I do want to shout out Robert, and I don't want to say his last name, but you know who you are. I appreciate you because, like clockwork, you do send like a cash app gift, and it's not anything astronomical, but the fact that you do it like clockwork, like it's. I want you to know that I see it and I appreciate it. I
Robert
know
good
we
people.
can't. Yeah, we can't like talk back on Cash App or anything. All I think I can do is send a heart, but you send it every month, and just to say thank you, and I do see it, and I appreciate you so much, and I will see y'all tonight at 11 o'clock. I wish y'all the best for today. Christina goes live at 10:30 Central, and I think Who's live right now? Is anybody live right now?
Mm,
I don't know. Y'all know where y'all want to go. I
up
will see
yonder
y'all
to be
tonight.
with the Lord.
Huh?
Oh, I said up yonder to be with the Lord.
Don't be saying that.
Solid song.
You know what it means.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna go get some sleep. But I'll see y'all tonight. I'm gonna change the topic and see if we can get some conversations going. I don't know. Do y'all want to talk about church hurt? Y'all want me to bring that back?
That seems to be the only thing that brings them in. Or if they like to talk about their faith and they like to talk about prayer. It just seems like when you want to talk about the actual book that their beliefs are based on, that's when they don't want to. That's when you
Hmm.
can't get any conversation.
Yeah, but this one is gonna be geared towards deconstruction, though. Like, I mean, they can sit here and listen to how fucked up they are when they do shit, but this will be geared more towards people who are deconstructing. That way, the people who the live is intended for will come
Hmm.
up and stop waiting for Christians to come up and crash out.
Right.
Mm.
Because we are ending 3 hours early because there are 600 and something people deconstructing not coming up and talking.
Right. And there's
So
got to be like things that we talk about that prompt, oh, well, you know what? I did have this question, or, let's talk through this and see, give me some perspectives I haven't considered or another way of thinking about it. Like this is such a great opportunity to do that. I'm not sure why most more people don't capitalize on it.
yep, because that's a part of deconstruction, right? Um,
That's why I thought what I forgot the guy AG was saying earlier about he was an atheist but he hadn't deconstructed. I think a lot of people conflate
Mm.
the I'm no longer believing in God so that you've gone through that process. You haven't. Like I think I started with the religion I was indoctrinated in, but there was a big swath of time that I didn't dive into this text. I didn't do any of that. So, this is a great opportunity to do that in an environment where you don't have to do all of the heavy lifting, where a lot of those resources have already been identified and compiled.
yep, absolutely. I'm gonna figure out a way to get the deconstruction community talking more in here. I figured that when we did the dragon status, we get more of them on stage participating. Um,
Hmm.
but that didn't work. So I'm gonna figure out a way to get more of y'all up out of your beds and on the stage. But I will see y'all tonight. Love y'all so much. I hope y'all have a beautiful rest of the day.
I love you too. See
All
you later.
right.
All
Love
right,
you
bye.
guys.
Bye, YouTube.